Trendy Nick starts the show. Trendy Nick. Thank you, buddy.
Prepare yourself.
Always a pleasure to have you here, Nick.
Prepare yourself.
Let's go. Steve Running, Greg Wargis. Good morning. Got my coffee.
It's all in your head. You're the mascot of the next century. Look in the mirrors, count insecurity. I bleed for you, my eyes burn. My point is no, cause you'll never learn. You'll never learn. I bleed for you. You'll never learn. I bleed for you. You'll never learn. I bleed. I bleed. Lying and dying, you let you read. Bullets in from your mouth. Fuck you, fucking Levi's jeans. Turn up your mouth and curves and sing of your loathsome little dick. Line and take cashing your chips. You still let wilding, self-loathing hypocrite. Blame it on radio, all the woman in red. It's all
It starts with an F. Oh, shit! Fuck you! 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 Fuck you all my brothers! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fucking Chevron! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you all! Fuck you, motherfuckers! Fuck you all! Fuck you! Fuck you, motherfuckers! Fuck you! Fuck you all! Fuck off! Fuck you!
Hello, Trendy's Trendy Day reporting in live from Orlando, Florida, home of Trendy Has Downloads and all things Trendy. We find media, the hashtag Trendy's on all forms, social media, especially rumble.com/user/Nate's Garden. This is the Ox Project from Orlando, Florida. Okay, yes. We are live. That's the Discord right there. We can mute that. Cool. Yeah, that is my response when my mom tells me to clean my room. Fuck you, Mom. She knows it too, because she pulled that shit on me this morning. And I just fucking hate it. You know, I hate it. It's like, I know it's Thursday. I know the girls are here to clean. I know I got to get my dog off my bed, but he'll growl at me if I fucking don't bring cookies in there and give him cookies on the floor to get him off the bed so I can pull the sheets off the bed. And she knows it's like a whole thing I have to go through. But I know, and she's always in such a hurry to get everything done that as soon as I walk out of that door and I'm just like in a haze because I just got out of bed and I just want to see what the day looks like and see if the backyard is still standing. And the first thing I say, good morning, Mom. She's like, good morning. It's Thursday. It's laundry day. The girls are coming. Do you have your stuff off your... And I'm just like, no, I just woke up. And she's like... And, you know, it's always like that. And it fucking drives me crazy. So, yeah, Ben Day-O for the win. Yeah, Ben Day-O for the win. Yeah, that's exactly how the fuck it is. So, you know, when you want to come back with a non-trolling name, you're welcome back here anytime, you fucking cunt. Come on back. But come back with your real name so we know who you are. All right, you fucking cunt? Cool. Thanks for joining. Bye. You're so welcome, Nick. You know I love doing these shows for you guys, and I love doing them for me too because I really enjoy them. That's why I do them. It's the only reason I do them is because I have fun. You know, I don't get paid for this, so I must obviously enjoy doing it. And, you know, fuck YouTube for not letting me make money doing this. And fuck goddamn every other goddamn social media site, including Twitter and Facebook, that's ever taken my goddamn freedom of speech away from me because they own something. Fuck you. Hey, freaking Oracle on the Rumble. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. Bringing a smile to my face. Hell yeah. I like to see people on the Rumble. That's what can I say, man. I like to see that. Hey, we got a good crypto day. Looks like we've come back from the depths of the red and we're headed towards the green. Hey, comp is number one at 12%. OMG is at 12%. Storage is at 3%. Whoa, looking at you, kiddo. Harmony One's at 959. Bitcoin's at 26.5. I got all that data off my drive last night. 270 gigs worth of data. Boom. Taken right off my drive. Put on a little tiny box. A little tiny drive box. We got hi, HY. You guys like that? HY for hi. You guys got my code. I'm a coder. I sent you guys a code. Did you get the NA code? Did you decode my code for HY? See, I'm sending you messages in my titles of my videos, and I wonder if you're decoding them because we can't just talk with words. We have to speak in codes. I can't just say, hey, everybody show up to the Capitol on January 6th. We're going to overthrow the government. No. I have to put those in spaces and lines and special coded words and messages so we can all be decoded by Grasshopper and the morons over there at Tronanon so they can fucking tell us what's up. Because Donald Trump doesn't know how to use his words. So we have to speak in codes. Yeah, okay, that's what's going on. You fucking fools. Fucking motherfucking fools. Holy shit.
Oh.
Hey, Cyber's here, everybody.
Right.
I'm
Do
surprised.
me a favor, bro.
Yeah.
Will you do me a favor?
Mm-hmm.
Open up Google. Open Google.
Google search?
Yeah. Type in GeForce 1080 Ti. How hot does it run?
Hold on.
Type that in. Hit enter. And then don't laugh at me again when I tell you something, bro.
Which one? Which one am I doing?
1080 Ti, but it doesn't really matter because the newer cars runs hotter than that. Even in a tower.
Whoa, okay, that's fucking news for me, bro. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
I knew it, bro. So when you fucking tried to school me yesterday, I shut the fuck up because I thought you knew it because have been using laptop for the last 15 years, you know. But when I took the bus downtown this morning, I was Google up on it, and I must admit, I didn't know that was running that hot because that is basically fucking laptop temperatures they're running on. Right? That's really fucking hot.
Dude, 100,
Sure.
it's fucking 95 degrees. Oh, if the card were over 90 to 95, it would be
Yeah, but
helpful.
the work temperature is 60 to 85
It says
when it's on the heavy load.
80 degrees
heavy load.
Celsius and under will cause 0 problems and no damage. It is 100%
Yeah.
normal. That's crazy. I didn't know that. I mean, dude, all the shit I've seen was, dude, if you're anywhere near like 50 or so, you're running
Yeah,
too hot.
That was old school, bro. Remember, that was way different graphic cards we used back then.
Yeah, but
The
dude,
graphic card,
I was using those cards up until like a year and a half ago, so I just got on board with this new card. I've been using that
okay.
old shit for fucking 10 years. That's my computer I brought from Orlando. Is the one I still have that I use for all my podcasting in California. So I never upgraded. I had two 1080s. I had dual 1080s in that computer, and I still do.
How hot do they run?
Well, I got 7 fans on that machine, so I don't know. I never really checked the temps because I never had problems. I don't know what temperatures they run at.
But I know if you run with water cooling, you get it way down. You
Yeah.
get it down to the 30s and 40s.
Yeah, it's
Celsius.
water cooled.
Yeah.
So, Well, I guess that's not his issue at all, the overheating. But that's cool that he found out that his fan was kicked so low. But it doesn't matter. The biggest problem was he just
faster than 25%.
I think he was just feeling the heat coming out of the box, man. It was bothering him how hot it was running, because it can get hot in that room, and neither him or I thought that the overheating was causing the crashing. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a software thing.
Yeah. All that fucking power supply thing, they can go bad depending on. I don't know if he bought it from you or what he did.
Dude, I open up Google and fucking 10 pages open. Gotta close them all.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's the way I got it programmed. If I open up Google, it opens up all my pages.
I just felt I had to pat myself a little on the back left.
Oh, well, you did know that they run hotter. That's good, man. I would have had no idea about that. In fact, you would think you'd think they'd be running colder over time. They'd figure out how to get these things running even cooler. It's weird, that they're getting hotter and hotter.
Not when you think about it, because they clamp fucking more and more electronic in there and make the processor smaller and smaller and make it do more and more shit, you know? So the heat should not dissipate. It should actually get more when you think about it.
Well, I would just think with their ray tracing technology and the way they exponentially increase, shit, that they would also exponentially increase the way they cool something as well. But
that's right.
Like what's that shit called? Adamantium? No, not that shit. The shit that's they're talking about making batteries out of now and shit. I still haven't heard much about it. I forgot what that stuff's called.
Batteries?
It's some kind of a material. I can't remember what it's called. It's so funny. The Freakin'. So we've got the Freakin' Oracle here, and we've got somebody else called the Freakin'. Isn't that funny? Both here at the same time. We've got
freaking weird.
The Freakin'. It's freaking weird. Where are you? The Cyber's here. Let me just pull him up. I forgot to do that. There we go. So many windows. The Freakin'.
While sitting in the bus and thinking of those graphic cards, I was thinking back. I remember back in the days when I had a graphic card, and then I had a second card called a Voodoo Accelerator, because that graphic card back in the day could not run 3D graphics, so you needed to have the Voodoo 3D Accelerator to run 3D graphic.
Right. It's funny.
Times have fucking changed,
bro. NVIDIA was around when they were making the first fucking computers. I can't believe how old that company is. I had NVIDIA discs on fucking 3-inch discs. I had NVIDIA, the driver's package was like 9 discs, and they all said NVIDIA on them. And you used to have to put in each disc, one right after the other. It would only hold like, a couple of megabytes on each disc. I can't remember what it would hold on a disc. Probably not even a megabyte. And you would take the disc, put it in, it would load, it'd say, put in next disc, take that disc out, put the next disc in. The 3.5-inch floppy disk.
The old floppy disk, the 3.5, that size, not the big floppy ones, but the little smaller, thicker ones. I had those too, the Amstrad CPC 464, and I believe the capacity on those discs was 1.44 kilobytes, if I remember right.
Oh, so it was just a little over. Oh, kilobyte, tiny.
Yeah, kilobyte.
Oh, not nowhere near a megabyte.
Back in the Amstrad and Commodore 64 days, so it was before PCs. It was back in the 80s.
So, the Freakin' is the Freakin' Oracle. He just said that's me. He just dropped the oracle. He says too many tarot card reading requests on YouTube. All right, freaking. I'm still gonna call you the freaking oracle. Or Ken doll, or my crypto guru. Windows 95 was like that. I think 26 discs. Windows 95. Do you like living in Florida compared to your place in NorCal? Yes, I do, and I'll tell you. There's just a few reasons why. I have a river. I've got a creek here next to the house, and if I had a creek in California, I probably would have never come home. But, you know, I got a creek, and it's fresh water, spring water, and I just want to be on a creek. I just want to be on water because I fucking love it. All the animals come through. That and California was lonely as fuck, bro. You know, I was living alone. So there was no people, and then after COVID hit, it was bad enough. I mean, I was doing okay because Dino would come by, Mark would come by. I had a couple girlfriends would come swing by and hang out with me, and everything was okay. But when COVID hit, dude, that all went away instantly. No more visitors, no more fun, no more partying, no more fucking neighborly visits or nothing. And I lost my mind for 2 years in California. Lost my fucking mind going out there. You could watch my shows and see how unhinged I was on the shows for the last 2 years in California that I was there. And when my mom's like, I really need you to come home to Florida, I was ready. I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here, man. I'm so sick of being by myself. I just need to be around people. It's the fucking greatest thing I ever did. And the first best thing I ever did in my entire life was move to California. And the second greatest thing I ever did was move back to Florida. It's fucking great. 2 great decisions. And I just did the right thing both times. What can I say?
Want to smoke?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. I do indeed. Rogi's being so good. So I'm on a new social media site called Blue Sky. You got to download it to your phone. It's not on the browser, and it's basically identical to Twitter. It's like the same thing. But Bernie bitch sent me an invite there. I don't know how that works, but there's not a lot of people there or anything. It's a new thing, but it's called Blue Sky, and it's an app, and you download it.
Have you rebooted your computer since yesterday?
No.
No, I can see that.
Why? Is it still fucked up?
It still looks choppy. I'm on YouTube now, yeah, compared to how it used to look. It looks like you are below 24 frames per second or something.
Dude,
like that.
I wonder if I still have Wi-Fi on. Let me check really fast. Oh my god, that's going to be so funny if that's what it is.
I mean, it's not choppy at all like it was yesterday, but it's not as smooth as it would normally be if it was running perfect.
Wi-Fi is off. I think the Wi-Fi was off, so I don't think it was that. But, yeah, the computer needs to be rebooted after moving all that data.
Yeah.
Let me see what it looks like. Quality was set to auto. Where's your quality setting?
Hold on. 1080.
So yours remembered the fucking 1080 setting and didn't go to auto.
Yeah, but I have a plugin that does that for me.
Oh.
It's a plugin to the Opera browser.
Nice.
Yeah, I got tired of that shit.
Fucking dude. How dumb fucking YouTube is, and no one ever talks about it. No one says it. Like the YouTube creators, they don't make a video about that shit. Oh, we've decided to fuck your video playback up because we're a bunch of assholes that are trying to save money on bandwidth. We know what you're fucking doing. It's not a fucking mystery.
Hey, bro, before you reboot, try type this into the command prompt, I give it to you in Discord. It should flush your RAM. It might help.
Oh, I've got one of those. I've got a little RAM flush thing. I haven't used it. It's on my other computer. So 22. Really? Is that even a freaking command, bro?
Yeah, I think it is. I just googled it. I have a program also called Killer Intelligence Center.
It
so I
said
just Googled that.
no instances available when I typed that in.
Oh,
It's like
okay.
that's weird that there's no dots or .exe or anything.
Yeah, but it's like I thought it would work like the DNS flush, you know?
It's a RAM. There's a RAM clear that I used to use. I had it on my other desktop called Clear RAM. It just said Clear RAM. You click it and it clears the RAM.
Yeah. My Killer Intelligence Center does the same. It even clear the RAM. I can dedicate something to games and shit like that. It's quite good actually, and it works. It kind of works. Try move your hand. Yeah, it's fine on Discord. It's fine on Discord, and it's a little more choppy on YouTube.
All right, no Laurie, Yanni Cannabis. Cheers, Cyber. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, bro. Cheers, everybody. But it's not bad. As I said, it's not like yesterday at all. Had some great rounds last night in COD, man.
Yeah, dude, you were great. You got a lot of kills.
Yeah, that was. I don't know what went on there. But it's fucking fun to play with Nick and Ice and Chocolate again, man. I love that.
Yeah, we were dominating the boards. That was so funny.
Yeah.
We're better than I thought we were.
It's NPK, bro. That's how we roll.
I can't wait till I get my new monitor today. Fuck.
Yeah,
Yeah, reboot. Oh. Okay, it was called Clear RAM, son. That's what I said. There it is. IP config flush DNS. That was the one, right? Flush DNS.
Yeah, but flush DNS, that's with your that's your internet.
Yeah, but that might be what my problem is. That could be the problem, since we're not having a problem with Discord, but we are having a problem with the other uploading. It could be something.
Yeah, it could be. You're actually right.
It could be another pipe. Let me just check it. I'm going to type that in. Successfully flushed the DNS resolver cache. Okay, that was easy. Let's see what happens. Play. Rumble player is so weird. Sometimes it works and sometimes it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
You gotta refresh the page. Sometimes it works. Oh, it looks nice and clean now, bro. I think that fixed it.
Yeah.
Gotta refresh the page. You guys notice a difference in the video on Rumble? Looks nice and clean now. What do you think, Cyber?
Hold on, it's I'm a little delayed here. You're drinking your coffee on YouTube right now.
Holy shit.
Hold on. It's behind. Because it clicked away.
Whore-dog.
I just need you to move.
Whore-dog, where have you been, bro?
I actually think it helped.
Yeah, crazy. Whore-dog, is Whore-dog Token Tony Z? I can't remember. Who is Whore-dog? Whore-dog is somebody. Whore-dog, who are you? Who are you? Whore dog, whore dog. Who are you, whore dog? You look so much happier. You have this glow to yourself now. You generally look better also, bro. I'm happy for you. Greg, it's not because I moved to Florida from California. It's because I work out and I eat better. And I cut my hair and I shaved my beard off. It makes me look better. It does. That's all that is. I am older now and, you know, I'm dying. So it's closer to death now than I was 2 years ago. Yeah, bro, last night when we were like, let's take the fucking blue house, dude, we owned that bitch. That was so fun. They could not get anywhere near it. We had every path fucking covered, bro. Somebody would pop out and be like, pop, got him. Pop, got him. You guys are like, got him. That was freaking awesome.
Really
I wish we could play that map every time.
Yeah, it's a good
I
map.
love that, man. I love how clear everything is, the colors, the blue and the pastels, because the dudes show up so much more clearly against that backdrop. I could see him so much faster. But that's going to be when I get this 240 hertz monitor. That's going to help a little too. I didn't realize what the difference was. Yeah, I'm thinking 30 frames per second is all the human eye can detect. You know, I'm like, what the fuck? Why do you need 240 if all you can see is 30? And then I saw a video that demonstrated the difference between 60 hertz, 150, and 240. And 500.
Remember CC Halo Gamer?
Yeah.
Yeah, he schooled me on that back in the days because I remember he and the guy we got the move from, him and CC Halo was sitting and then, I have fucking 180 frames and I don't know how much the other said. I said, yeah, but the human eye can only see 24, 29 frames per second, so why do you need all those frames?
Right.
That's not how it works.
Right, it's not how it works. And have you seen that NVIDIA's coming out with a 500 megahertz monitor?
Nope.
They haven't released it yet. They're saying, I think it's going to be in a few months or something, and it's probably going to be over, I'm thinking well over $1,000. But
yeah, okay.
They showed,
because my gaming laptop here has 175 megahertz. My old gaming laptop had 75, I believe, and there's a huge difference just from 75 up to 165. So I cannot imagine the gap from 165 up to 500. Jesus Christ.
Bro, it's so funny. Cannabis Heels just said, what's going on? You're zooming in and out as you move. I have a camera person.
That's the team, man.
It's funny as I move my head around it. As soon as I can afford it, I want to get a decent monitor for my PS5, my TV. What's the megahertz that the PS5 puts out? What's the max that it puts out?
I mean, the max frame rate on a PS5, I believe, is 60, right? They don't go over 60, and some games on PS5 and then Xbox is only 30 frames per second.
Now, frames per second isn't megahertz, though, right? Those are two different things.
But that's really important also, because if you have 30 frames per second versus 200 frames per second, you will get basically the same fucking jitteriness and clunkiness that you will get if you don't have a monitor who can support it. Try run a game at 30 frames per second and then try to run it just at 60. That's a huge fucking difference. You look up YouTube videos, who will show you the difference. That's a huge difference. If you look up gameplay of people who only do 30 frames per second, it's clearly noticeable. Where it's way smoother you go over 60 and over.
Well, this video, if you go to nvidia.com, here, I'll pull up the video, you can see it. It's a fucking badass video. It shows the difference between all those.
Yeah, but let's say you have a monitor who runs 165 like I do, but you have 200 frames per second. Those 200 frames per second you will not be able to see. You will only be able to see the 165 because your monitor don't go higher. You can have a higher frame count, even your monitor don't support it. You will just not be able to see it.
is?
So if your monitor now is 30 or something like that, and you are on 180 frames per second, you will never get over 30 frames per second because your monitor cannot go over 30 frames per second. That's how the megahertz and the frames per second try to go.
Dude, where is this? How come I can't find it? This is so funny. On their website, you type in monitor, you type in 500, doesn't come up. So here, let me do this. Oh shit, Alienware's already got a 500 hertz monitor out.
Oh, wow.
It's $829. It's a flat, it looks like a flat screen.
That's not bad. That's under 1,000.
What size is that? Jesus Christ. It doesn't give the goddamn specs. That's crazy. It's a flat screen. I want a curved. They've got it in 27 inch, and that one costs what? That's not it. They've got the 25 inch 360. Oh, here it is. Refresh rate 500. You have to pick it. Oh shit. 27 screen type. It can only be a flat screen, yeah. They don't have it in 27 inch. I see. You can only get the 25 inch in 500, and they're selling it for $649.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
$500 fucking hertz. It says DisplayPort 480 hertz. HDMI 255 hertz. So, isn't that funny? OC for the DisplayPort OC puts out 500. Isn't that funny? The cables or the connector can only handle so much. See that? The DisplayPort will put out 500 hertz. The OC one will. That's, I guess, the overclock DisplayPort. But the DisplayPort, the normal one, only put out 480 hertz, and then the HDMI one only put out 255 hertz. That's on the Alienware 25 inch monitor. So that's good to know if you're depending on which cable you need to run. There's a link in Discord. 500, make sure you click 500 hertz. Adaptive sync. Ooh, if you hit NVIDIA, okay, then it puts it up to $829. It's all about the options. I don't know why that AMD FreeSync Premium VESA.
But it's only a 1080 screen.
Yep, 1080. But it's got that 500. I mean, I'm running 1080 on these computers.
Yeah, but it's not like 1080 is bad, but to current day standard, it's kind of a low resolution, right? Even my laptop runs 1440, and I know that this Nowadays, basically everyone who don't have a laptop runs 4K, right?
I'm wrong. I'm running 2560 on my monitors. I didn't realize that. 2560, 1440.
Yeah, that's my base resolution on the laptop. So that's higher. That's even higher than that screen right there. That's 1080. That's what my old laptop runs.
Yeah, but you'd still be. I think you'd be better off with the smoother.
Yeah, but
hertz,
I
right?
think if you wait a few months, they're gonna come out with a higher resolution.
Oh yeah, well, like I said,
100%.
NVIDIA. I think it's NVIDIA. Is coming out with that 500 one, and
Yeah, but
it's
what's the
going to be.
resolution?
I think it's
Is that
20.
higher than?
I can't.
Is that higher than 10p? 1080?
That's why I was looking it up.
If you choose the
Why is it-
38-inch.
Why is it so hard?
Oh,
I
it depends. Oh, never mind. That's only 144
I
hertz.
found the video. They say world's fastest gaming monitor. Here, I got the video right here. Okay. Check this out.
Yep.
So that shows the 500 at the top and the 240 in the middle.
Yeah. It would be cool if they also showed the frames per second. But I guess they go with the frames per second.
It's like you don't even see frames, bro. Isn't that funny? You don't even see frames on the 500.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
but I would like to know how many frames per second it's running while showing it in that hertz, because frames per second and hertz ties together, you know. So that would be nice to know. Just not showing the hertz, but also how many frames per second the application is running.
Oh, dude, you see, it does say FPS, hertz,
Where?
and next to each
Yeah.
number.
Yeah, but frames per second and hertz is not the same thing, bro. The hertz is how fast your monitor updates. For every
Refresh rate. Your
500
refresh rate.
500.
It's your
Yeah,
refresh rate.
500 hertz is updates 500 times per second. Your graphic cards run, let's say, 280 frames per second. That's how many frames your graphic card produces per second. And that has to fit with the screen, you know. So if your screen only can update 165 hertz per second and your graphic card run 280 frames per second, you will never get a higher output on the screen than 165 frames per second. That's why I thought it would be nice to know the frames per second, you know. But I guess, I don't know. But yeah, that would be a fucking nice monitor, bro.
This was from over a year ago. This is what he's talking about, old
Oh, really?
technology. Well, no, this one right here.
Have ruled esports for years.
This, I want to hear what he says. He might be talking about
GeForce
frames on this
RTX
one.
GPUs can easily render top esports games well above 360 FPS at 1440p. And today, we are announcing a new class of 1440p 27-inch G-Sync esports displays with esports vibrance and reflex analyzer. We invited Jordan Nothing Gilbert to check out the new technology.
So this right here is the world's first 360 hertz 1440p 27-inch panel. From your perspective, why do you think competitive gamers have always played on lower resolutions?
In my mind, it's a couple reasons. They thought they were going to get better performance, and in some cases, Counter-Strike, when they would stretch the models, maybe people
Dude, it won't let me
thought
go to full
that it was
screen.
easier to shoot them.
I think it's the same reason
Can you
why we're
believe
seeing
this?
a performance benefit
Fucking so stupid.
Bullshit.
at 27-inch 1440p is the exact same reason why people play Fortnite.
Well, that is-
Great.
Okay, so what can I play, Seth?
Let's jump in.
I think things are a little bit bigger. I think you do feel a little bit more
Yep,
closer
there you go.
to being in the game. Like I'm zoomed in without zooming in. Once I got into the game, not only did I feel like longer distance fights were a little bit easier because everything kind of pops more, I really started to notice the definition of the models, and it just felt like that visual somehow translated into a smoother experience, which gave me confidence from an aiming perspective.
How did you feel about the size?
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely feel and see that it's bigger, but it wasn't overwhelming. Distance fights can be one of the most nuanced thing in FPS, so having that feel more compact and clear is definitely a game changer.
So talking about the resolution.
God, he was moving his mouse
Even though
way
the high
over.
resolution and everything was bigger,
Yeah.
it's actually looked cleaner, and a lot of those long distance fights that I was worried would like maybe look skewed, just look sharper at a higher resolutions. Maybe it's just like some kind of effect of it feeling smoother, so the performance of what I'm getting feels amplified.
So in this next generation of esports,
Do you know,
we
Cyber-
added a specific vibrance mode powered by.
Do you know what DPI you use on your mouse when you're gaming?
Yeah, I have mine at 1200, but you have bigger screens than mine. I was talking with Ice about this the other day. You have a way bigger screen. I'm on a laptop, 17 inch, so my DPI is probably way smaller, smaller than you will have on your bigger screens. But I have mine at 1200.
Okay. I don't know what mine set at. I don't know how to tell.
You use a what mouse do you use? You
The
don't use a Razer.
no, the Razer wasn't working. I'm using a Red Dragon. It goes up to 3200 DPI.
Hold on, the Razer didn't work?
Nope. It was all fucking up. And I didn't like the way it felt. I was having all kinds of problems with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's sitting, I can't remember what I did with it. Oh yeah, it's hanging right. Is it right here? Yeah. It's plugged in still. Yeah, it's still plugged in and working, man. I just don't use it. I have both mice plugged in. That's funny. That's probably fucking with my gaming. But I don't know.
Mini
It probably
LED,
could.
which is a new
I don't know.
backlight that goes up to 1,000
Bongs up,
nits
bongs up,
and
bongs
makes
up,
the colors
morning.
look incredibly
Hey,
vibrant.
420 bong
Sounds
man.
overrated for someone who plays an FPS. You'd think that
Four
would
dogs
be
from the
worth
freaking
it.
Oracle
Like,
show.
You can
Oh,
really
okay.
see the value when you get into situations where there's a lot of colors, a lot of depth.
Whore dog,
or
that's
maybe
where I
even
know you
different
from.
parts
That's
of
right.
Space, and all these things happening. If a target's popping out just the edge of that smoke, you're gonna have a much easier time seeing that if it's.
He said smoke.
With the 27-inch 1440
Okay.
panels, we're adding a feature called dual format. And what it does is it basically downscales it perfectly to 25-inch and puts it in a 1080p format for gamers who might want to play at 1080p.
I know a couple of those guys. Get people on the monitor. They can use their old settings if they really want to. I see zero compromise in using this monitor.
Last time we talked, we were just releasing the reflex latency analyzer. Now, when we've made a number of updates, all you have to do is hit Alt-R and you're measuring system latencies.
The reflex analyzer changes are
Here it
definitely
is.
nice because it's super dialed in and super easy. And
He's getting
don't wanna be lazy, you can still
550 frames
access
per
this.
second, bro.
And just do a quick check and see how this is.
Nice.
For gamers playing
I've
at
never
1080p,
seen that before.
144 hertz monitor, do you see this as a good
Dude, I've never seen 555 frames per second before. That is fucking crazy. And this was a year ago on the 1440p esports monitor.
If you boot up Quake, you're probably gonna get at least 300 or 400 frames per second, because that game takes nothing.
Yeah, on this machine, probably, right?
Yeah. Because
Oh,
I
absolutely,
think
it's
I
1080p.
don't remember how much I get, but I know I get. I don't want to say it, but I know it's a lot. Because I don't remember. I know I checked the frame, but I know I got surprised over how many it was running in that game, because it's an old engine still. It's just been updated. So
Right.
yeah.
Dude, I can't wait till this dude brings my fucking monitor. I'm gonna be so stoked.
To 1440. If you're playing at 1080p 144 hertz, for instance.
All right,
this is
cheers,
gonna be
Cyber.
massive.
Cheers, everybody.
Not only
No
are you
Organic
gonna
Cannabis,
see-
Nick.
With the level of clarity you're gonna get,
Oracle,
they're gonna probably laugh
Whore Dog,
because they're
Steve
gonna take
Running,
inside the game, right from
Bong
those
Man,
kind
of course,
settings.
Bong
So
Man,
I would definitely
Dave
recommend
Fishing,
At least give
Cannabis
it
Heals.
everything to
Yes,
do
bro.
with being a pro
Cheers,
gamer.
everybody. Hey,
There's no
Nick.
small
Cheers, Nick.
improvements. Having gear like this that performs at the highest level is always going to be well received, and I think always going to be key to us constantly pushing those limits at what we do.
With new esports displays at 1440p and 360 Hz, gamers can play their best with zero compromise. The future of esports monitors is upon us.
That's the RTX, man.
So I've spent a few weeks now with three of the newest, hottest gaming monitors on the market. The 360Hz 1080p TN from Zowie, the 360Hz 1440p IPS from Asus, and the 240Hz 1440p OLED from LG. By now, I figure most people watching this video have consumed various deep dive videos of these monitors. I spent the past few weeks upgrading the testing capabilities here at the studio, so we will have objective data going forward. And of course, I'll still be giving you my subjective opinion about some of the more important or controversial things you may have heard about these displays. Initially, a few months back, Zowie sent the XL2566K. I really enjoyed it. I mained it for a long time, and I was nearly finished with that review when Asus sent their PG278Q in. 27-inch flat, 1440p, 360Hz IPS is pretty much my dream format, so that changed a lot of the conversation about the Zowie for me and dulled some of the enthusiasm I had for that panel. Then, just as I'm getting my thoughts together about those two monitors, LG comes in with the 240Hz.
I wonder if that's his microphone lapel that he's wearing.
1440p OLED, and I quickly rushed out and bought it. With Asus getting ready to drop their 240Hz
It says DJI, like he's got a drone fucking filming him, and that you wear that tag so it knows where you are. I don't know what the fuck he's got on his goddamn lapel.
1440p OLED. I had to get this video out.
That's a USB microphone, I believe. A lot of people have started using those. It's kind of like the size of a lighter or something like that, and they just fucking clip it too.
Dude, it's from a drone. It's from a drone manufacturer. That's funny. DJI.
For that conversation potentially changes one more time. So the XL2566K from Zowie comes in at $599 US. That's a full $400 less than the LG and $450 less than the Asus. And the specs support that too, as the Zowie is a 24.5-inch 1080p versus 27-inch 1440p on the other two. That kind of begs the question, what's the point in comparing a display like that to these two other displays that cost significantly more? That's totally valid, but here's how I see it. One, this panel is aimed squarely at competitive FPS gamers, and honestly, it caters to them really well. The stand is fully articulating, it's got markers, so you can make adjustments really quick. It has a very small footprint on the desk, so you can move it really close to you without it getting in the way of your mouse pad or your keyboard. It's got a carry handle, side blinders,
because he's playing the same game we're playing, so...
It's like a wired remote. They call it the S switch, and obviously it allows you to access your settings, but more importantly, it allows you to switch between 3 different presets on the fly without going into the menu. It also gives you the ability to store all your color profiles and your settings on the puck itself, and then you can use those with any compatible Zowie monitor. So if you're going to a LAN or a competition, you just bring the puck with you, plug it in, and all your settings are right there ready to go. The design's also kind of nice if you do travel with your whole monitor, because the power supply is inside the monitor itself, which means all you need is just a generic 3-prong power cable. There's no external brick to lug around like with the other two. Two, it just performs really well. It's 360 hertz, obviously, so it's really fast, and it uses DIAC Plus, which is Zowie's own version of backlight strobing to help reduce motion blur. If you've never used DIAC before, it is safe to say it's a cut above other implementations of this. The motion is just crazy clear on this panel. And that's a big reason why they opted to stay with TN on this release, because it plays really nice with that DIAC technology. There's a lot of people out there that say $600 is too much to spend on a TN panel in 2023, but you really have to consider the specialized use of this monitor. This is not a well-rounded do-everything monitor. This is specifically aimed at getting the clearest, fastest performance you can for first-person shooters. Once you experience in person the cumulative effect of all the display tech working together here, and you don't just look at paper specs, I don't feel like it's priced too high for what's on offer here. To test the colors, I'd have to get outside my comfort zone a bit, because I mainly play COD, and its color palette is mainly mud and sand and stone.
Not anymore.
Not exactly eye-popping stuff. And the colors are better than most TN panels I've seen. I'll give them that. But overall, they're still going to be flatter and less dynamic than VA or IPS or especially OLED. But DIAC is the star of the show here, and it's just crazy good. Normally, we see this tech greatly decrease the overall brightness of a monitor, sometimes to the degree of not being usable for me. Standard brightness here is 357 nits with DIAC off. It goes down to about 330 on high, and on my panel, moving to premium doesn't cost any additional brightness. So that's why I opted to include this display in a video with two panels that cost significantly more. It says something to me that the speed and clarity of that panel keep it in the conversation here. The other two don't have any sort of tech comparable to DIAC, and we are at 360 hertz here, while the the LG OLED is at 240. You do have the option to disable DIAC and use FreeSync Premium as your variable refresh rate. This comes in handy because most of your AAA single-player games are not going to run close to 360 Hz. There are a couple really important, potentially gotcha things that I don't hear a lot of people talk about with this panel. Number one, there's no HDR support at all, regardless of platform. And number two, if you're using this on a console, the variable refresh rate doesn't work. No PlayStation, no Xbox. If you're purely a sweaty, competitive player, you may not need to spend more money than this. If you put a big priority on motion clarity, this is the one, but it's not going to be a recommendation for somebody needing a more well-rounded gaming panel.
I'm
so
watching
the
that.
PG27AQN got my attention.
I'm watching his gameplay, and I can't believe how he just walks up to dudes and they don't see him. And he shoots them, and they don't turn and see him.
That happened. All those kills I got yesterday, half of the kills were people like that. I come up behind them just from the
Holy
side and shit like
shit,
that.
dude. Every time I ever go after someone in COD, it's usually they spot me first. Alright, they usually they spot me
You
first.
move around. How fast are you moving around? I'm always on the move. I never stand still, basically.
No, even when I'm running around, dude, I'll come up face to face with people, or someone comes up behind my back, or whatever. It's all the time. Fucking, it's crazy. I just have really bad luck when it comes to moving around a map, and sometimes I will do nothing but run and gun, and still, it's like if I'm faster, then I win. It's not, oh, I see Ice playing like that. Ice, every time Ice is going through a map, dude, he's coming up behind people, coming up behind people, coming up behind people, coming up behind people, coming up behind people. And I'm like, it looks so easy from him. And then I'll get in the game, and it's always people fucking right in front of me, dude. Like, I'm out in the open, or they're fucking right in front of me, or they're coming from my goddamn, up on my flank. Even if I'm running, it doesn't fucking matter, dude. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's weird.
Yeah, but I have games like that also. Remember, last night I have shitty games also, where I placed last and shit.
Yeah, what he's showing right here, it makes it look so easy. Look, he's shooting guys and they don't even turn, man. It's like there's not even a gunfight. And he's like he's like this. He's like, pop, pop, pop. Oh, there's another guy. Pop, pop, pop. You know, and I'm like, oh, maybe this is in slow motion or something. Because I just don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't understand why it's so relaxed.
That photo right there could also be staged, you know. Even taking
because
only
it's
the
360
best.
Best, right? Where,
Yeah,
times where he just walked up on people.
It's got 3 key features over standard IPS, including a new dual
Or you
layer
know
voltage
what?
driver that draws
You know
the screen
what?
from 2 corners instead of 1.
You might be using a speed thing, one of the perks. You might be on speed perk, using a lightweight gun, whatever, and being able to run way faster than everybody else. Maybe that's what Ice does.
Faster than me because he used that perk where you can run a little faster. Yeah.
Yeah. We should switch to that. Me and you both should go to that speed shit.
Yeah, I don't recall why I don't use it.
Does my LMG slow me down because it's a heavy gun?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
This is probably the problem I'm having.
If you pull out, I don't actually know if it is like that in Call of Duty, but I know it is like that in Counter-Strike. You run faster with your gun out than you do with your LMG out or your assault rifle.
You gotta run with your knife, bro. You gotta run with your knife.
Yeah,
remember that?
The lightest weapon get you to run faster.
Remember Boom headshot?
Yeah. Yeah, Choppin said that the new Counter-Strike 2 came out. I actually downloaded it last night. I haven't tried it.
So the response time should be very good. Finally, I thought I'd be able to just have one monitor on my gaming desk for both competitive FPS and for casual gaming because honestly, 25-inch 1080p TN doesn't really hit for me on games that have crazy visuals, but I like the format for
a microphone does sound
good. I was really happy to see that they included an esports mode here where it reduces the displayed image to 24.5 inches, and you can use either 1080p or 1332p. That's a weird number, but the scaling looks much better than 1080p because the pixels per inch math doesn't work out great when you're going from 1440 to 1080. And it did actually work out that way. I do feel like I can just use one monitor on my desk.
That's crazy that they capped that motion blur and you can literally see it in the still shot. It's so blurry. Look at how blurry that 1080p is on the left. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Here, let me go full screen, man. This is crazy.
Yep.
Wow, man. I mean, his leg could be to the left, it could be to the right. You can't tell where it is. It's fucking blurry. Holy shit.
Pixels per inch math doesn't work out great when you're going from 1440 to 1080. And it did actually work out that way. I do feel like I can just use one monitor on my desk, but not because of the esports dual mode. I tried it a couple times and it really doesn't feel like anything I'd ever use.
Here goes
Assuming you're on at
Bitcoin,
least the 3070,
26,606.
it doesn't really tax the GPU that
24
hard to
hour
run
high on the show
1440p versus 1080p in most competitive titles,
Right.
and their performance delta is minimized even further at 1332p.
24 hour high
Personally, whatever
Bitcoin, we
motor
just hit it.
memory I'd learned being on that form factor for the better part of a year wasn't really an issue. I adjusted super fast and I liked the increased detail at 1440p, particularly in something like COD where it's hard to pick out small targets at a distance. After all, that's really why you're looking at this panel, is to get 1440p 360 Hz at 27 inches. That's the big draw, and it looks really, really good here. Unsurprisingly, the colors here are very good, even right out of the box, with no tweaking the settings and no calibration. The white point here is solid, and the default mode right out of the box, the colors don't look unnatural or oversaturated at all. It also has a wide gamut color mode for 98% DCI-P3 coverage. That offers a much more vibrant color experience that I prefer when I'm gaming. Gotta say too, this panel gets super bright. Max brightness in SDR mode comes in at a crazy 465 nits. That means you can use this panel in pretty much any ambient room lighting situation, and you're not gonna have any issues at all. But none of that stuff really matters if you've got bad ghosting or motion blur issues, or if the panel itself just doesn't feel fast when you're playing, and I can tell you, you're not going to have a problem with any of that here. This feels as fast in gameplay as the Zowie. Diac does beat it out purely in terms of motion clarity by a pretty decent margin when you capture a screenshot of a test like this, but in actual gameplay, the difference is not that noticeable. Not enough, in my opinion, to trade off for the excellent colors that you get on the IPS. This panel doesn't have any kind of backlight strobing tech to compete with Diac. What you get here instead is G-Sync for variable refresh rate. Variable refresh rate and backlight strobing generally don't play well together. You can't use them at the same time. But if I had to pick one or the other, on a display that's intended for more than just competitive FPS, I'm glad we got G-Sync. Not every
the monitor
competitive
for
game,
this
particularly
laptop
COD
is
and
G-Sync. NVIDIA G-Sync.
What's G-Sync?
It's do that, as I said, it's a variable frame rate. It adjusts the frame rate so you get a smoother experience on the display. To be honest, I don't exactly know what it is. I just know there's a little sticker, say NVIDIA G-Sync on it, right beside the QHD 165 Hertz 3 milliseconds sticker.
Huh.
Packs are always going to dime out at a clean 360 hertz, and no shot those big AAA single-player games will either, so it's nice to have the variable refresh rate. If you are super into peripherals and input latency stuff,
Yeah, I know. It looks like Cyber's making Jimmy Pop popcorn. We've said that for years. It's so funny. He's toasting tobacco. He takes cigarettes, he pulls the tobacco out, puts it in the tin foil, he roasts it over a candle, a flame, and then he could take that and it activates the tobacco so he can mix it with cannabis or hash and smoke the hash. That's what he does. He does a mix.
Yeah, it's the European way, I guess. I grew up that way.
He knows I really, really, really love it that he does that.
Yeah. It was Nate who got me into it.
Oh, man. Live support. Yeah, we don't care about that shit. Live support, Rumble. So, go take that shit somewhere else. Nobody's interested in that bullshit. I mean, if you know, reading about frickin' delete this message. Let's mute you forever.
Bye.
If why am I still seeing that? I don't want to see your bullshit. Good, it's gone. If why am I still seeing that? I don't want to see your bullshit. If you're out seeking out that kind of material, then that says something about you. You have some kind of an interest in that. Then that means that you're probably guilty of it. So don't fucking bring that garbage around here. All right, with the guise of you're trying to protect people's children. And you're not. You're just interested in hearing about that shit because you're a fucking pervert. Now get the fuck off my live stream and don't ever come back. Anybody else like that, you're going to get the same shit. Oh, well, we gotta watch a documentary. Hey, let's watch Cuties on Netflix and learn about the industry. You fucking child sniffing pedophile cunt bags. Oh, sorry, man. My friend from Morocco lives here 10 years. He still mixes tobacco. Here in Orlando. Love me some Jiffy Pop. Haha, says freaking Oracle. Freaking Oracle. Alright, back to our...
Also has NVIDIA reflex...
Dude, here goes crypto again. 606. Guys, get ready. Get ready. Here we go. 608. Boom. 24-hour high. Again! Boom goes the crypto. Boom goes the crypto. Holy shit. You're seeing this happen live right now, guys. You're not going to see this in too many other places, but we catch it while it's happening, man. We catch these market money moves while they're happening live. Now, I have to go take my blood pressure pill or my mom's going to have a fucking hissy fit. So let me go grab my fucking... it makes me cough. Stupid fucking pill. I'll be right back. Great. I'll live another day. I'll live to scream another day. We got market moves. But you know what I've just noticed is I haven't had to move. I haven't had to move the crypto down. Like it seemed to have gone way up, but I haven't had to adjust it down. That's weird. Is it because I basically opened it right when it was up pretty high, I guess? We started up high. Dude, why am I still seeing this fucking cunt job? Mute user forever. I did that. And then what, it doesn't delete the shit? Yeah, delete that shit, motherfucker. Fuck that fucking cunt. I don't know why I saw that again. Oh, because I had two chats up and wow. It only worked on one chat. What is that? Is that fucking local? That's bullshit if it is. That's some bullshit.
That sounds weird if it's a local, if only on the browser. Out of the window. I have a ball pack. We missed 420.
Okay, me too. Cheers, Cyber. Cheers, everyone. No law regarding cannabis.
Yeah, bro. Cheers, everybody.
Watching this fucking massive fucking money market move.
Nice.
All right, enough about this. Moving on. Boom, 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 bam. Dude, now I got a whole bunch of fucking monitor gaming requests fucking in my fucking library account.
Now when you have
Go.
searched after it,
Yeah, I got
you're gonna get flooded with fucking ads and shit.
Oh, I'm not even signed in to YouTube. That's fucking weird. Holy shit. I don't get it.
First time that happened to me was because I lost my Cyber Reload channel. But you're streaming live, so you have not lost your channel. Well, I remembered clearly, oh, why I'm not logged in? But then I couldn't fucking log in. But you're definitely live on YouTube, so that's not the problem.
Oh, this is fun.
Thank you very much for joining me on this Thursday. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. Twin systems out there. This is not super common to have two systems close by. It makes
The
forecast
perfect storm.
challenging, but I want to show you what happens if two systems can get together. Now, here's the Caribbean. The first one is here. That is Philippe. That's a classified system. The one back behind it, not classified. That's the one that's been trying to become Rena. It's hard for it to get its act together because, again, Philippe is so close.
So if they become one, does that mean that it's a transitioned,
A tranny.
I didn't mean to say a transitioned hurricane? It's now transitioned into, it's transitioned from male to female?
With fake boobs and wig and all this shit.
Close by. So what does this mean? What happens with two systems that are so close by? Well, there's some options. Now, the first thing they could do
I meant to say
rotate
transsexual.
around
That's the
each
word.
other.
It's a
And in second,
transsexual hurricane.
I want to show you kind of what would happen, how that looks. I'll take you back in time. I'll show you that in a second. They can also merge. But if you have two systems out there that merge together, that doesn't make a mega hurricane. It's not an additive effect. It doesn't mean we're going to have this massive system out there.
It's going to be a transsexual hurricane.
Usually the stronger one absorbs the weaker one, and the weaker one just kind of goes away.
Right.
So that's what happens there. You don't get a mega hurricane.
So the male becomes a female.
So as far as what happens with these two, not sure yet. Very complicated forecast with two systems nearby. Now look at this. This is way back in time. You see these two systems, how they kind of almost pinwheel around each other. That's called the Fujiwara effect. Here it is again. You see this. This is in the Pacific. I think this was imagery from 2017.
Why are you showing this? Don't show. I don't want to see that.
So that's one option. This named after the scientists who discovered this, who researched this, the Fujiwara effect. So you can have two strong systems. Usually if they're the same strength, they will rotate around each other. So we've seen that. We've seen that happen over the years. These are just so close together that it leads to uncertainty, because here's why. I am not sure which one wants to be the stronger one at this point.
It's got questions about its gender. It doesn't want to know if it doesn't know if it wants to go male or female.
Watching these,
This is the problem. See, this is the problem that hurricanes are going to have now if we don't do something about this now, everybody. This is a very confused system out here. And we're going to have to address this with legislation.
Sitting out there at this point. And this is reflected in what the National Hurricane Center has been putting out in the track. And they've been saying it. They put out a track, but basically no one is certain. So if you're hearing anyone saying that this is coming in a certain direction or anything like that, or if you're hearing anyone saying this is going to make a mega system, that's
here
not
goes
the
Bitcoin.
Case.
Holy
you see the track
shit!
Here, basically, as you go out in time, just kind of sitting around there for days and days, because they're not sure. I'm not sure which one takes over. That's what happens when you get two systems together. Some forecasts are easy.
It just hit 658
with Adalia. The forecast track was so locked in with that.
And then
that
dropped.
was an easy forecast. This one
Big
a little more
rejection.
difficult. Unfortunately,
Big
we're not dealing with
rejection.
a Category 4 or 5 hurricane with these, but here we are in the Caribbean. So this is the European model. I want to show you the American model with this.
We're getting support from all the other cryptos, though. Here we go. We're going to try again.
The first one is Philippe. Now, the European model, it keeps going back
Here comes the
forth,
support,
depending on
man.
what time of day
Here
you
comes
look at
that
it,
volume.
Has what is Philippe just kind of weakening as we go on time. This is by the time we get into the weekend. This is by the time we get into Sunday. Sunday, it shows what is Philippe just trying to weaken right there and fall apart, and it's showing the system back behind it a little bit better organized. But also, one thing I want to point out is that there's a lot of wind shear here. So the European model is saying, hey, both of these are going to stay weak. Not sure what exactly happens with it. They could just drift toward the Caribbean.
And Florida's just completely covered with precipitation in that map. It's, if you look where his hand is, where his thumb is right next to the state of Florida. And it's all green coming over the state. And that's all we've been getting is just rain. Massive rain. It's probably going to rain today, too. It's fucking crazy rain. Mikey Hernandez! Mikey Hernandez, everybody. Mikey! What's up, Mikey Hernandez? Wait, I was going to go through my library and delete some of this computer stuff. Oh, that's right. That was on another... Oh, I wasn't logged in, so none of that got traced into my freaking history. Because I wasn't logged in. That's cool. So it's all my shit. How anti-vaxxers treat autistic children. An hour. Attack on embassy. Washington.
So that mercury and microchips in the vaccines that make people fucking autistic, I guess.
Oh yeah, let me break down the GOP Republican debate really quick. Yeah, Trump won. I hope that concludes my assessment of the entire evening. You're welcome. Oh, that's right. Trump wasn't there, but he still won. Is Nay a Bernie bro? By Bernie bro, what do you mean? Paige, what's your definition of a Bernie bro? Fucking shorts. Dude, get rid of this shit. I don't want it. Every time I click on those things, they always come back. It's like fucking nightmarish. It's like the ads on Twitter. The more you block them, the more you see. Paige Turner, are you not going to respond to me? You asked a question. You said down with the Burnster. Yeah, well, you know, that's where we're at today, unfortunately. He's fucking supporting Joe Biden and, you know, endless war in the Ukraine. He's got allegations from 10 months ago. First Biden impeachment inquiry hearing. Here we go. Here we go. Holy shit.
Will the clerk? We wouldn't have a clerk. Okay. Will the clerk get prepared for the roll call?
Right on.
Mr. Raskins made a motion.
Roll call.
And then Mr. Jordan made a motion to table.
Jim Jordan.
And was seconded.
Jamie Raskin is fucking crazy, dude.
On the motion to table Mr. Raskin's motion to subpoena Rudy Giuliani.
And Lev Parnas.
That was Jamie that just said that.
Will the clerk take the roll?
Dude, this is serious. Let's see how this goes. This is crazy. They want to bring in the subpoena Rudy Giuliani.
Neither Mr. Giuliani nor Mr. Parnas is in jail now.
He's right up there next to that dude. He's to the left of the main guy.
Is it live?
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is the motion to table Mr. Raskin's motion.
That's Jamie Raskin right there to the left.
Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes aye. Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Ms. Fox. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Palmer.
Why doesn't she say their votes out loud?
Mr. Higgins.
This is such a failure.
Mr. Sessions.
They're all voting against.
Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr.
Yeah.
Biggs.
She's only saying the ayes.
Mr.
Okay.
Biggs votes aye.
I got it.
Miss Mace. Miss Mace votes aye. Mr. LaTurner.
Oh shit, dude.
LaTurner votes aye.
Dude!
Mr. Fallon.
They might subpoena fucking Rudy Giuliani.
Mr. Donalds.
Oh my
Mr.
god.
Donalds votes yes. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes yes.
Was
Mr.
yes as
Perry.
I, right?
Mr. Timmons.
Oh,
Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Burchett.
I'm confused.
Mr. Burchett votes yes.
I don't
Ms.
know what
Green.
I is.
Miss Green votes aye. Miss McLean. Miss McLean votes aye. Miss Bobert.
Does anybody know what
Miss Bobert votes aye. Mr.
Bobert
Fry.
voted aye?
Mr. Fry votes aye.
I
Miss
must
Luna.
be against?
Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Miss Norton.
No.
Miss Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch. No. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Connolly.
Nay.
Mr. Connolly votes nay. Mr. Krishnamurthy.
That's me. That's me.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes nay. Mr. Khanna.
That's me.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Fume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes
That's the only
no.
reason we watch
Mr.
this.
Ocasio-Cortez.
Okay, we can turn it off now.
Mr. Ocasio-Cortez votes nay. Ms. Porter.
Oh, that's funny.
Ms. Bush. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms.
Pink,
Brown.
pink salt.
Ms. Brown votes no.
Himalayan sea
Ms.
salt.
Stansbury. No. Ms. Stansbury votes
Yes.
no. Mr. Garcia.
No.
Mr. Garcia votes no.
Okay,
Mr.
420
Frost.
Bong Man, I'll look into that.
Mr. Frost votes no.
Himalayan
Ms. Lee.
pink sea salt.
Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar.
No.
Mr. Kassar votes no. Ms. Crockett. No. Ms. Crockett votes no. Mr. Goldman.
Nay.
Mr. Goldman votes nay. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Chairman.
Bro, this is
Mr. Chairman votes yes.
this is
Mr.
the
Gosar is not recorded.
Senate,
Mr.
not the
Gosar
House,
votes yes.
right? Or is
How
this the
has Mr.
House?
Fallon been recorded?
Is this the House or
Mr.
the
Fallon
Senate?
is not recorded. Mr.
This is
Fallon
the-
votes yes.
House. The House, the Republicans have the Democrats outnumbered in the House. So this thing should get, they're going to ignore Raskin's
Regular order, Mr. Chairman.
subpoena, I bet. Because he's
Chairman,
outnumbered.
a request for regular order. We're seeking regular order, Mr. Chairman.
We have members en route to vote. How is Mr. Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not yet recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
There it comes down to every vote. I wonder how close it's going to be. Here goes Bitcoin, everybody. We hit 696. 706. Here it is. You're seeing it happen live right now, man.
Motion to close
706.
the vote.
706, everybody.
Mr. Chairman,
Second.
We just hit it.
Mr. Chairman, how is my vote recorded?
Has Ms. Green been recorded?
That's Marjorie Taylor
Ms.
Greene.
has voted aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons.
how am I recorded?
Mr. Timmons has voted aye.
They want everyone to hear how they voted. They know how they voted. They know it was all said already.
Ms. Bobert has voted aye.
Bobert wants to know. She wants everyone to
Mr.
hear.
Chairman,
So
Mr. Chairman.
stupid. They're such little showboaters. Fuck the three of you. You fucking three little cunt bags.
Chair recognizes Mr. Fallon.
how am I recorded?
How am I recorded?
Mr. Fallon has voted aye.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Chairman,
Shut
parliamentary
up.
inquiry. Mr. Chairman, there was a motion to close the vote, and it was properly seconded.
There is, will the clerk call the roll?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20, the nays are 19.
The motion passes to table the Raskins motion. Now,
wow, 19 to 20, bro.
Who each bring experience and expertise to today's hearing. I'd first
not
like
going to subpoena
Professor
Giuliani.
Turley, who is the Shapiro Chair for Public Interest Law at George Washington University Law School. Professor Turley is a nationally
Republican
recognized
U.S.
legal
House to
scholar
hold first
who has
Biden
published work in
impeachment
areas
inquiry.
ranging from constitutional law to legal theory. Next, we have
Here goes
Ms.
Bitcoin,
Eileen
everybody.
O'Connor,
729.
who is a former Assistant Attorney General at the United States Department of Justice Tax Division. As former Assistant Attorney
We just
General
hit
for
729.
DOJ Tax for 6 years, Ms. O'Connor supervised DOJ litigation of civil, criminal,
Here goes
trial,
Harmony
and
1.
appellate tax cases. Next, we have Mr. Bruce Dubinsky, who is the founder of Dubinsky Consulting, a forensic accountant. Mr. Dubinsky has accumulated over 40 years of financial, investigative, and dispute consulting experience, served as an expert witness over 100 times, and has testified in over 80 trials, including trials involving criminal and civil financial fraud. Lastly, we have Professor Michael Gearhart, who
Throw the
serves
Rico
as
act
the
there.
Burton Craig
The
Distinguished
Rico.
Professor of
The Rico.
at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Professor Gearhart has been a law professor for more
Holy
than 30
shit, here
years.
goes Bitcoin
He's
again.
the author of 7 books and has written more than 100 law
Here we go, guys.
articles and dozens
This
of
is
op-eds
it.
in the nation's leading news publication.
Oh my
Pursuant to Committee Rule
God.
9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand.
732 is the new high on Bitcoin. 732.
Do you all solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Wow, bro.
Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. Thank you all. You may be seated.
Wow.
We appreciate you all
What is
being
going
here today.
on
Look
with
forward to your
Bitcoin?
testimony. Let me remind the witnesses we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record.
I wonder if it's
Please
got
limit
something to
your
do with this
oral statements
Biden
to
hearing.
5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow.
I am
When the red
so
light comes on,
glad
5
that I
minutes
found
expire,
this
we will
fucking
ask that you
Biden
please wrap up your
Biden
testimony.
fucking
I now recognize
impeachment
Professor Turley to begin his opening statement.
inquiry hearing.
Thank you, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, members of the committee. It's an honor to appear before you today to talk about what is undoubtedly the most weighty constitutional decision that you have under Article 1, other than the declaration of war, and that is the potential impeachment of a president of the United States. It was roughly 25 years ago that I appeared in the impeachment proceedings with other experts in the impeachment of President William Clinton. It was 4 years ago that I appeared in the impeachment proceedings for President Donald Trump. And then it was just 3 years ago that another impeachment occurred without any hearings at all. The shortening intervals between impeachments should be a cause of concern and circumspection for all the members on both sides. And I want to emphasize what it is that we're here today for. This is a question of an impeachment inquiry.
No, I don't know what
It's not a
documents you're
vote
referring to.
on articles of impeachment. In fact, I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment. That is something that an inquiry has to establish. But I also do believe that the House has passed the threshold for an impeachment inquiry into the conduct of President Biden. Having said that, I want to just address 3 inescapable facts that led me to that conclusion. First, President Biden has indeed spoken falsely about these foreign deals. The Washington Post and other newspapers have noted that some of his past comments are demonstrably untrue. Second, President Biden was the focus of a multi-million-dollar influence peddling scheme. And then finally, President Biden may have benefited from millions of dollars as a part of that scheme. Now, those facts should not be taken out of context. They're merely allegations, and they should not become presumptions of impeachable conduct. Indeed, as I've said in past impeachments, self-dealing is a difficult issue under the impeachment clause. The framers sought to avoid ambiguous standards. That's one of the reasons that perfidy was rejected. While it may not sit well with many, President Biden and other presidents can be dishonest, can even lie to the American people, and that would not constitute an impeachable offense. Indeed, most presidents have lied to the American people. That's why I've not liked any president since James Madison. Now, dishonesty alone is not impeachable, and so what I lay out in my testimony are what I call guardrails or best practices. Those are designed to protect this process. Frankly, a number of the things I lay out benefit President Biden, as I say in my testimony. Because presidential impeachment shouldn't be a closed question, it shouldn't be a rush to judgment, and you should avoid the type of confirmation bias that can occur in this process. This is, as people say, a political process, but it is also a constitutional process. Influence peddling is a form of corruption. The United States has signed treaties to combat this form of corruption around the world. And that is also an inescapable fact. We need to find answers as to some of these questions.
Good.
I'm running out of time.
Because I know that motherfucker's guilty.
If I may. These are constitutional moments that demand the best from each of us to transcend the politics and passions of our time. It calls for something that's difficult. It calls for solemnity and clarity for members. We have become a nation addicted to rage, and we can fuel that. This body is a powerful teacher, as Brandeis said, and you can teach that, or you can teach a respect for this process. It begins here and now. We can disagree with each other without hating each other. These are important issues, and I think they're close issues. And I think some of these issues really do gravitate in favor of the president. So I would simply say that this is a moment where members and citizens can stand together without prejudging the evidence. And I thank you for the honor of appearing before you today.
Thank you, Professor Turley. Ms. O'Connor.
Demonstrably
Mr. Chairman, Ranking
lied.
Member, members of the committee.
You've got all kinds of evidence.
The chairman invited me to share my thoughts on the conduct of the tax investigation into Hunter Biden. I make my comments on my own behalf as a private citizen and not on behalf of any person with whom or group with which I might be or have been affiliated. When I learned that experienced IRS special agents had compelled to report to Congress about the obstruction of their criminal tax investigation, I felt compelled too, to share my understanding of how things are supposed to work with people who have no reason to appreciate how disturbing the whistleblower's allegations are. Without context and a frame of reference, it's difficult to know sometimes how seriously to take things. In an October 2022 meeting,
26,800
prosecution team, U.S. Attorney Weiss admitted it was not his decision
Holy
whether
shit,
the
guys.
charges the investigation had proven should be brought. This directly contradicted Attorney General Garland's sworn testimony 6 months earlier.
850.
This was the final straw. After more than 3 years of having his investigation stymied, but nonetheless having proven substantial criminal charges, Supervisory Special Agent Shapley realized he had to come forward. In fact, he had come forward before, internally within the IRS, using the procedures developed for that purpose. He had complained up his chain of command as early as June 2020 about the obstruction he was encountering, but there had been no response. Once Shapley had taken steps to come forward to Congress, Special Agent Joseph Ziegler did the same. It was not the whistleblower's testimony, however, but what followed that compelled me to write. My first Wall Street Journal article was called "Throw Hunter Biden's Plea Deal in the Trash." Given the substance of the whistleblower's testimony, the plea deal Weiss had worked out with Biden was a miscarriage of justice. After that commentary was published, I heard from many people who were similarly appalled at the unfolding injustice. Many were knowledgeable and experienced tax professionals. Perhaps the most commonly commented on aspect of the handling of the Hunter Biden matter was that Weiss had permitted the statute of limitations to expire on prosecuting provable offenses. This was appalling. It is not insignificant that the plea agreement was announced on June 20. Let's review what came just before. On August 19, it became known that IRS employees were going to let Congress know about the obstruction they were encountering. Later, Shapley and Ziegler sat for hours of sworn and subscribed testimony with the House Ways and Means Committee staff. It was expected that the committee would make the testimony public. It did, on June 22. U.S. Attorney Weiss, with his June 20 announcement of a plea deal, beat the publication of the whistleblower's testimony by the skin of his teeth. 2 days. If the whistleblowers had not come forward, would Weiss have brought any charges at all? My second Wall Street Journal commentary was published on July 25. It was called "You'd Go to Prison for What Biden Did." Given what Shapley and Ziegler testified they had proven, and the charges the tax division reportedly had authorized, the plea deal represented serious injustice, not only to law enforcement, but also to people who have been caught up in this system and have suffered the consequences the law provides. I received a great deal of positive feedback on this commentary too. People understand that for laws to be respected, they must be enforced. The nature of any investigation is the following of leads. That didn't happen here. This team was not permitted to search the guest house of Joe Biden's Delaware mansion and Hunter Biden's storage facility in Virginia, to interview family members and business associates, to examine Hunter Biden's abandoned laptop. By November 2019, the FBI had confirmed the devices were Hunter's and the contents were authentic. But the Hunter Biden investigation must not be viewed in isolation, rather as part of a broad landscape of corruption. Don't forget that a full year after that, in October 2020, FBI officials were telling Twitter that the laptop was Russian disinformation. The whistleblowers tell us that the tax investigation of Hunter Biden was an offshoot of an investigation already underway into an online pornography platform. That is how investigations develop. Agents follow wherever the leads take them. And when they take them in the direction of a new investigation, they open one. Question: if U.S. Attorney Weiss had been in charge of that pornography investigation, would he have blocked the investigation into Hunter Biden's tax crimes? I thank the committee.
Wow, dude, that's pretty scathing.
Good morning, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, distinguished members of this committee, guests, and my fellow citizens. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today.
Pretty scathing,
First,
guys.
at the outset,
Cyber, you got something to smoke
and in
over
no
there?
uncertain terms, that I agreed to testify today, not because I have a political agenda or axe to grind, because I do not. Rather, I agreed to testify in this proceeding in order to help this committee and the American people gain a better understanding of how frauds are committed, how complex business arrangements using limited liability companies, sometimes those being shell companies, are used in frauds, and how money is moved by fraudsters to facilitate the conduct of illicit activity. Let me be clear, I am not prejudging the facts that have emerged.
I hate when people say "let me be clear." Fucking Biden says that all the time.
Its origins from foreign sources. I am not here today to even suggest that there was corruption, fraud, or any wrongdoing. In my opinion, more information needs to be gathered and assessed before I would make such an assessment. I'm here today to lend my expertise to answer questions that this committee may have while they advance this investigation and gather more facts about the business dealings surrounding the Biden family and associates businesses. Throughout my 40-year career as a certified public accountant, a forensic accountant, and a certified fraud examiner, I've worked tirelessly to uncover the truth when it comes to cases involving allegations of fraud, corruption,
no tiles.
I've investigated some of the world's largest frauds, including have investigated and testified in the criminal case of the United States Department of Justice on the Bernie Madoff Ponzi, the world's largest Ponzi. I've worked on cases like the Enron case, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters election corruption cases,
34.
as well as some of the United States' largest cases of tax fraud, to name a few. As the age-old proverb goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. As a fraud investigator, when I see smoke, I immediately look for the fire. The critical question facing the American people today is whether behind the smokescreen clouding the Biden family and associates businesses, was there or is there a fire? And if there was or is a fire, how big is that fire? Why were members of the Biden family and close business associates receiving millions of dollars of payments from foreign entities and individuals? What services, if any, were being provided? What was the substance of the alleged services being provided? Was the money being paid for a fair amount commensurate with those services? Were political favors being traded and disguised as services? These are the questions that, as a forensic accountant, I routinely am asked to answer when I'm hired to investigate allegations of corruption and fraud. There's a great deal of evidence that has been collected to date by this committee and others trying to answer these very
No Laura
questions.
Yarny Cannabis. Cheers, Cyber.
However,
Cheers, everybody. Hoot
much
and
more
howl.
information is still needed
Page
in order to be able
Turner.
to answer these questions and make a final determination as to whether or not the Biden family
420
and its
420
associates
Bong Man.
businesses
Dave
were involved in any
Coefficient.
improper or illicit activities, and importantly, whether those activities, if any, were connected to President Joe Biden or then Vice President Biden. In my experience, fraudsters purposely create a labyrinth of limited liability companies to create an opaque network of entities that are then used to hide improper conduct. In many instances, these complex business arrangements are typically centered around illicit activities and involve moving money around the globe in a manner designed to avoid the detection of the underlying illegal activity, as well as the movement of the money tied to that illegal activity. Gone are the days, for the most part, when suitcases full of currency or gold bars are exchanged as payment in the conduct of illegal activities. Today, more sophisticated methods are employed to obfuscate the true nature of such illegal activities and to hide the movement of money. The importance of following the trail of money is a critical component of any fraud investigation. The term shell company has its origins in the world of business and finance. The term shell, as you would note, implies that the company is like an empty shell, lacking substance or real activity. Shell companies typically have no employees, no offices, no real operating businesses.
Seashells
Mailing addresses.
Seashells by the seashore.
While I will note, shell companies can be used for legitimate business
She sells
activities. More
seashells
often
by the
than not,
seashore.
they're associated with fraudulent activities like tax evasion, money laundering, hiding of assets, and other illicit practices.
887.
It takes a heavy lift to pull the covers back on these shell companies to determine who the true beneficial owners
898.
are, where the money went, and to expose the true sham nature of their existence.
904.
However, through the use of legal subpoenas and proper investigative methods and a great deal of persistence, fraud investigations can and do expose the identity of the wizards behind these curtains and the extent of their illicit activities. In closing, let me underscore the importance of conducting a thorough, independent, and unbiased investigation of the matter before us today before you reach any conclusions. The American people deserve to know the truth. The rigor and discipline of a well-planned and executed investigation should not be subverted by political motivations or aspirations. To do so would critically undermine the integrity of any such investigation
908.
and any conclusions
Here we go.
reached. Thank you again for this opportunity to be here today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Gerhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the ranking member as well and distinguished members of this committee. I appreciate the honor and the privilege to be able to appear before you today to talk about the basis for an impeachment inquiry of President Biden. I think a good place to begin is with the Federalist Papers. And in the Federalist Papers, Alexander Hamilton warned of the dangers of trivializing impeachment through petty partisanship. He foresaw that impeachment may, and now I quote, agitate the passions of the whole community and to divide it into part more or less friendly or inimical to the accused. In many cases, it will connect itself with pre-existing factions and will enlist all their animosities.
Bye. Drive safe. Love you.
Interest on one side or on the other. And in such cases, there will always be the greatest danger that the decision will be regulated more by the relative strength of the parties than by demonstrations of innocence or guilt. I think Alexander Hamilton knew what he was talking about. And I think what he said may well describe the current set of proceedings. One thing I might add to all of that is that the framers designed an impeachment process to follow or comply with several safeguards. And it's important that we keep these safeguards in mind as these proceedings go on. The first is the necessity for credible evidence of the commission of treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. There is not, at least not that I've yet heard, such credible evidence. Let me give you an example of what I fear is similar to the current proceedings. Hunter Biden is arrested for speeding in a car owned by his father, and the police go after the father. I don't think that's how the law should work. I don't think that's how impeachment should work. I respect members of this committee enormously. Believe me, I'm just a law professor and citizen.
Dude, this is about him selling his power. It's not about Hunter breaking the law, with minor infractions and his little felonies, whatever the fuck he did. This is about Hunter going over to Ukraine, getting involved in a business over there, and selling his access to his father, who was vice president of the United States. That's what this is about. This guy is delusional.
Not yet any proof about any kind of complicity of President Biden. And lastly, Joe Biden gave a speech. If that's what exists as a basis for this inquiry, it is not sufficient. I say that with all respect. And I think that that is part of the problem.
It's called access.
I think, and many Americans think, may exist with respect to these proceedings. A second safeguard is the Fifth Amendment Due Process Clause. It requires fundamental fairness. And I think in these proceedings, something has happened to President Biden that was said to have happened to President Trump in 2019. And that is, the burden has flipped to President Biden to prove his innocence. Any further investigation is being done to ensure that Mr. Biden has to prove his innocence rather than the committee being able to connect the dots in a convincing and persuasive way. It's not me you have to persuade. It's the American people whose trust you deserve.
I trust them. I trust
maintain.
these people to do this one thing. Absolutely. I think they're doing a good job so far. I've been enjoying the show. I hope you guys are enjoying the show too. Give me a thumbs up. Don't forget to hit follow over there on the Rumble while you're there.
That in fact, it has to conduct an investigation for a legitimate purpose. A fishing expedition is not a legitimate purpose. Moreover, the court
we hit 26,911 and dropped back down to 796
for the House or House
but 911
to be conducting the function of law enforcement. And I heard many references here to criminal misbehavior, to whether or not somebody should be thrown in jail, criticisms of a prosecutor, Mr. Weiss. That sounds to me like an attempt to really substitute for the proper legitimate proceedings of the House. Two other safeguards real quickly. One is that these proceedings should be based on principle, not partisanship. And I fear that what we're hearing today, which can be traced all the way back to 2019, and accusations made against Mr. Biden as far back as then, are really driven by partisan animus more than they are by principle. And a final safeguard is for the House, the full House, to authorize an impeachment inquiry. That does not come from me. That comes from Speaker McCarthy. He said there should be the full House's approval. It also comes from Mr. Trump's Justice Department, who said there must be a committee must be authorized by the full House. That has not happened here. My concern is with the Constitution.
Go clean my bong. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okay, bro.
And I hope all of us understand that there's nothing more serious than honoring our Constitution and following the design the framers gave us. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I do want to state the fact in 2019, the D.C. District Court judge ruled a vote of the full House was not required to commence it. Now we're going to begin the question and answer phase. We have 47 members here today that are going to ask questions, so we're going to abide by the 5 minutes. I will begin, followed by Ranking Member Raskins. This week, the Oversight Committee issued another bank subpoena targeting specific wires originating from Beijing. Most of our bank subpoenas have been for Biden family associates' accounts, resulting in thousands of pages of bank records. We've identified these bank accounts based on suspicious activity reports filed with the Treasury Department after being flagged by the banks. The bank records obtained this week showed that on August 2nd, 2019, Jonathan Lee and Miss Tang Ling in Beijing sent Hunter Biden $250,000, listing Joe Biden's home address in Wilmington, Delaware. The wire stated it was for a personal investment. A second wire showed that on July 26, 2019, Miss Wang Xin sent $10,000 listing Joe Biden's home address in Wilmington, Delaware. The $10,000 wire said it was a loan to beneficiary. Now let's talk about the $250,000 personal investment. Sure looks like Jonathan Lee was making a substantial investment in the Bidens months after Joe Biden announced his run for the presidency in April 2019. Now, who is Jonathan Lee? During Devin Archer's interview with the Oversight Committee, he explained how Vice President Biden developed a relationship with Jonathan Lee. Vice President Biden had coffee with Jonathan Lee in Beijing. He talked with him on the phone and even wrote a college recommendation letter for Mr. Lee's children. Hunter Biden even met with Jonathan Lee after flying on Air Force Two to Beijing with Joe Biden. The Beijing Bidens cultivated a relationship with Jonathan Lee and other Chinese nationals for one reason and one reason only: to access their wealth. As we all know, the Bidens had nothing to sell except the brand, which was Joe Biden. Hunter Biden sold the brand well, making the Biden family millions from China and elsewhere. While Joe Biden was vice president, Hunter Biden became an investor in a Chinese investment fund with Jonathan Lee and owned a percentage of BHR Partners through one of his many LLCs. This was a political problem for his dad, the big guy, who was running for president. In October 2019, 2 months after the Beijing wires, Hunter Biden's lawyer claimed he served only as a member of the board of directors in an unpaid position. This was Hunter Biden's lawyer. He was in an unpaid position. Abby Lowell now claims the money is a documented loan from a private individual. Now, these wire statements are very concerning, and the Biden's defenders' justification for the money isn't consistent with what we know from the suspicious activity reports from Treasury. Mr. Dubinsky, I'm very skeptical of Abby Lowell's statement that the $250,000 payment from Jonathan Lee and another woman was a loan, because the wire states it was a personal investment. We've also reviewed documents at Treasury that don't support Mr. Lowell's theory. In your experience, are international loans of this amount supported by documentation such as loan terms, interest rates, and repayment schedule?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. They typically would be. You would see that. You would see documents setting forth the interest rates, terms of repayments,
Absolutely.
all of those.
Absolutely. So would it be important to review Hunter Biden's bank records and see if Hunter Biden paid back the money to Jonathan Lee, or if he sent the money to someone else, I don't know, using a cashier's check, for example?
Well, as somebody mentioned earlier, it's very important to follow the money.
Absolutely.
And that's very important in this situation.
Thank you. Professor Turley, we all know what this payment's really for. It's for influence peddling and selling the Biden brand. Now, to date, we have shown that the Biden family and their companies received more than $15 million without providing any known legitimate services between 2014 and 2019. If you include the business associates and their companies, they've received over $24 million. Based on evidence we've developed so far, what are some of the potential laws we should be analyzing during our impeachment inquiry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually lay out what are the most obvious potential articles of impeachment without saying that those have been established, but the ones that I recommend for the committee to focus on. And one of the things I recommend is that the committee actually start by looking at potential crimes, because I've said that in the past two impeachments, that it's an important thing to front load criminal acts for the reasons I laid out. It gives a very high standard for impeachment, quite frankly, higher than it's binding. I said in the last two impeachments, you can impeach for non-criminal conduct. So I suggest starting there. But as I talk about in my testimony, bribery, obstruction, conspiracy, abuse of power, those have all been raised in past impeachments. Abuse of power is the article that is common. It tends to be a catch-all, and it is the one that I've always been a little bit uncomfortable with, which is why I suggest you end there rather than start there, because that's the article that brings in a lot of non-criminal conduct. And frankly, I think that you need to focus as much as you can on the evidence and whether you can establish these connections.
Very good. Thank you. Chair now recognizes Mr. Raskins of Maryland for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Oh,
Mr.
boy,
Chairman.
here we
Mr.
go.
Gerhardt, has there ever been an impeachment process launched in the middle of a government shutdown?
No.
Well, why did the Office of Legal Counsel opine that there must be a vote of the full House before a committee launches into an impeachment investigation? Why did Speaker McCarthy insist on it and in fact say that there would be one in this case?
I think the Office of Legal Counsel said that, at least in part, because an impeachment inquiry is deadly serious. It is, again, just about the most serious thing any House committee ever undertakes. And one safeguard against a committee acting on the basis of just, let's say, the party membership is to ensure that the full House is behind the impeachment inquiry.
A dozen of our colleagues on the Republican side have already called for impeachment. I'm struck by the fact that of the 4 expert witnesses brought together today, not a single one of them argued that a sufficient quantum of evidence exists today to justify the impeachment of President Biden. Is there any precedent in our country for launching an impeachment inquiry absent evidence of wrongdoing by the president?
No. And in fact, I would just point out that Richard Nixon and Bill Clinton and President Trump in 2019, the full House authorized those impeachment inquiries.
Lev Parnas sent us a letter in which he said, it was addressed to Chairman Comer, in which he said, the narrative you are seeking for this investigation has been proven false many times over by a wide array of respected sources. There is simply no merit to investigating this matter any further. And he says, please abandon this effort to investigate the Bidens, which is nothing more than a wild goose chase. And he was Rudy Giuliani's right-hand man, gallivanting all over the world to try to put together a case back in 2019 that Joe Biden had done something wrong. Do you agree that, given that the evidence we've looked at over the 8 months comes down to this discredited Burisma conspiracy theory, we should hear from those responsible for concocting the story in the first place, specifically Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani?
Absolutely.
What did you think about the fact that the very first act of the committee in its impeachment investigation was to reject the idea of subpoenaing Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani, who are at the heart of the story that's the basis for impeachment?
I think if there's going to be an investigation into the president, all the evidence, that is to say, all the participants, anyone that has knowledge, should be spoken to.
We have lots of colleagues on this committee and off the committee who've called for the impeachment of Joe Biden, who also voted against impeaching Donald Trump for inciting a violent insurrection against the Union. And hundreds of people have gone to jail in subsidiary acts under the umbrella of that insurrectionary process. Now, can you come up with a theory that it would allow someone to say, I am going to vote to impeach Joe Biden for offenses unstated and evidence unknown, but I will oppose and vote against the impeachment of Donald Trump for inciting a violent insurrection against the Union, which is something that concurrent bipartisan majorities voted for in the House and the Senate?
I cannot, and I might just add as a law professor, that one of the things I suggest to my students in trying to assess the constitutionality of any governmental action is to take the names out, switch the names, or switch the political parties, and see if the outcome is the same.
So if Joe Biden had incited a violent insurrection against the Union and said, you go and fight like hell, and if you don't, you won't have a country anymore, would you consider that in the ensuing mayhem and chaos
Absolutely.
To be an impeachable event?
Absolutely.
Or, to your mind, in applying the law to the facts, have you seen any evidence that Joe Biden has done anything remotely comparable to what Donald Trump did, which earned him his impeachment in the bipartisan vote of the House?
I have not, and I also just might add, with all due respect, I heard the phrase Biden family many, many times, but I don't know who the Biden family is. I don't know who's being referenced when people talk about the Biden family.
Thank you, Professor Gerhardt. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move for unanimous consent to introduce Lev Parnas' July 18th, 2023 letter to you and to me and the rest of the committee into the official record.
Hey, Vicky.
Without objection to order, Chair now
Hi,
recognizes
thank you for
the
spending it
Chairman
with
of the
me.
House
So
Ways
good
and
you
Means
could make
Committee,
it.
Jason Smith from Missouri for 5 minutes.
Glad to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's amazing to be sitting in your committee. It's a pleasure to be here. Yesterday we had a committee to release over 700 pages of documents that came from the 2 IRS whistleblowers based on the last oversight hearing when they presented before this committee, where members, both Republican and Democrat, asked for additional information, and they provided it and we brought it forward. What was interesting is the other side of the aisle actually mentioned Trump a whole lot more than they ever mentioned Biden. And it's happening over here too. So I think it's kind of consistent both in the Ways and Means Committee and in the Oversight Committee. But Ms. Connor, my question is yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee voted to release additional information provided, like I said, by Gary Shapley and Mr. Ziegler. One of the documents shows that Assistant U.S. Attorney Leslie Wolf ordered investigators not to pursue leads into possible campaign finance violations. We know that over $2 million of Hunter Biden's tax liabilities were paid off by a big Democrat Party donor and Hollywood lawyer who's named Kevin Morris. James Biden, the president's brother, told investigators he did not know how Hunter Biden even knew this individual, but was later asked to thank him for the payment, quote, on behalf of the family. The Biden family. The family. So how would such payments that essentially pushed under the rug the president's son's tax problems, at least for 1 year, be considered a campaign finance violation on part of the Biden campaign?
Thank you for the question. I have no idea. I thought you were going to ask me why would Leslie Wolf say don't look into that. And I think the answer to that probably is that if it's a campaign contribution, then it implicates political person number one. And that apparently is a big barrier that had been created throughout this entire investigation. And as far as it being a campaign contribution, that $2 million actually was intended to satisfy the liabilities for 2 years of Hunter Biden's late filed and unpaid taxes.
Is it unusual for an assistant prosecutor to
We're
say,
going to try hit 9/11 again.
Don't look at this
Bitcoin's
going to
try hit 9/11. It's 896.
As I mentioned in my opening
895.
statement, that is how investigations develop. The agents follow the leads wherever they take them. And in this case, a legitimate investigation was being done of money that was being paid, and for the assistant U.S. attorney who is orchestrating the investigation to say, don't look at that anymore, I think the reason is related to another instruction of hers that she didn't want to get public integrity involved. And that tells us that she was looking beyond Hunter Biden and into a person whose activities would be subject to public integrity at DOJ.
One thing that I want to ask, since you work tax division for DOJ, if Kevin Morris gave a gift of $2 million to help pay off Hunter Biden's debts, who has to report that on their taxes? Does Mr. Morris have to report it, or does Hunter Biden?
Well, as I understand, the party are claiming that it's a loan and that Hunter Biden will pay it back between 2025 and 2027.
Would that have to be reported on any tax records?
If it's a loan, no. But I haven't seen any of the documentation of that loan. And that is when I'm sure Mr. Dubinsky can tell you that calling something a loan is one way to claim that it's not taxable income.
So one quick question. We uncovered yesterday that the Biden family and associates received over $20 million from 23 different countries that they had business ties to or communications with. And they also had over 20 shell LLCs where they would transfer money in and out. If you were still sitting in your office in DOJ's tax division, would this web of entities and activities concern you?
I would make sure that my prosecutors were concerned about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Ms. Norton from the District of Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Gerhardt, pleased to have you with us today. In your testimony, you referenced Alexander Hamilton's warning about the dangers of trivializing impeachment through petty partisanship. Let me ask you, Mr. Gerhardt, do you think that initiating an impeachment inquiry against President Biden without any evidence of wrongdoing by the president meets any basic standard of proof?
Not credible proof at all, in my opinion. And in fact, I think one thing to keep in mind about a hearing like this or any kind of anything that calls itself an impeachment inquiry is the critical importance of building
This is
public
like the
trust.
Democrat skeptic.
And that gets built in part on the basis of credible evidence.
Well, Professor Gerhardt, what is the risk to our Constitution and even for the rule of law if impeachments are initiated without any evidence of wrongdoing by a president?
They trivialize impeachment. They trivialize the Constitution, and they ride roughshod over the rule of law. Nothing good comes from abusing of power, whether it's done by a president or by Congress.
Professor Gerhardt, do you believe that initiating an impeachment inquiry without any evidence of wrongdoing by a president is consistent with the rule, with the view that impeachment is a grave and solemn duty?
Impeachment is a grave and solemn duty, all the more reason why all evidence, for example, relating to Burisma, ought to be heard and considered. That would actually add credibility to what the committee's doing.
I would be remiss if I did not add that it is incredible that we are holding this sham hearing 2 days before the government will shut down. Instead of this hearing, we could be discussing how to fund the government. Or we could discuss my bill to exempt from federal government shutdowns the federal and independent agencies that are exclusively or primarily federally funded but have jurisdiction over local D.C. civil and criminal justice matters. Or we could be discussing how we are going to provide back pay to federal contract workers if Republicans unfortunately do push us into a shutdown. Instead, we are holding this sham hearing. I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Raskin.
Thank you kindly, Ms. Norton, for that. Mr. Comer referred to a 2019 wire to Hunter Biden while President Biden was not in office. He was a private citizen, so of course was Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden has never held public office. Mr. Smith referenced a DOJ email from 2020 during the Trump administration. So, Professor Gerhardt, I mean, what do you make of the idea of impeaching a president while he's in office for something that his son did or may have
about what his
received
son did, man.
When the president wasn't in office?
It's not consistent with the American legal system. Just imagine if the names are switched. Just imagine if this is Jared Kushner, or one of President Trump's sons.
Mr. Smith talked about $20 million that he thought Hunter Biden had received and put in the names of different family members. I think the Washington Post has debunked that as recently as this weekend, saying it was like 8 or 9 million. But let's say it were 20 million. That's 1% of the $2 billion that was brought back by Jared Kushner from Saudi Arabia to a company that Jared Kushner created the day after the Trump administration ended. But assuming there were no other evidence, would it be fair to attribute that $2 billion that Jared Kushner pocketed with the $25 million management fee every year that Jared Kushner pocketed, would it be fair to attribute all of that to Donald Trump because it's his son-in-law?
No, not without any evidence actually showing the president knew it.
Yeah, so
or approved.
Because the principle of American law is that people are responsible for their own conduct and not the conduct of their adult children. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you, and to the gentlelady for yielding, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Professor Gerhardt. It wasn't just a speech. He leveraged $1 billion of American tax money, and he did so at a time when our government was supportive of the prosecutor. Here's what our government said. The Assistant Secretary of State, we have been impressed with the ambitious reform and anti-corruption agenda of your government, written to the Prosecutor General, who Joe Biden leverages our money to get fired. The United States fully supports your efforts to fight corruption, she further wrote. The Interagency Policy Committee said this on October 1st, 2015. The IPC recommends moving forward with a third loan guarantee to Ukraine in the near term. And even after Joe Biden gives the speech on December 9th, the European Commission said, their report said the anti-corruption benchmark is deemed to have been achieved for Ukraine. But the most telling evidence is what his business partner said. Devin Archer, when we deposed him under oath just 2 months ago, said this. Here's the question. The request was help from the United States government to deal with the pressure they were under from their prosecutor. You know what Mr. Archer's response was? That's correct. Next question. What did Hunter Biden do after he was given that request? He called his dad. That's what we're investigating. That's one of the three things Professor Turley talked about, the influence peddling scheme.
Exactly.
I want to go those three things, Professor Turley.
Exactly.
False statements, influence peddling scheme, and Joe Biden might have benefited. Let's do the third one first.
So quit trying to say this is about Hunter, Democrats.
Can a benefit to your family be a benefit to you?
It does you no good.
There's been repeated statements that you need to show that President Biden accepted direct money in order for this to constitute a benefit, even under criminal cases that deal with bribery, extortion, the Hobbs Act. The courts actually have rejected that. They've said that money going to family members is in fact a benefit, and I don't really see any legal basis for that. Obviously, the strongest case is if you have a direct payment. But this idea that you can have millions going to a politician's family and that's not a benefit, I think is pretty fallacious.
Yeah. How about the false claims thing? In your written testimony, you said to the extent that the president has used the White House, I think this is a little broader. To the extent the president used the White House staff to maintain false claims or resist disclosures, it can fit into the type of Nixonian abuse of power model. We know all kinds of false statements have been made by the White House. Joe Biden's made it. Said it was a lousy question when they asked him, have you ever been involved and talked to any one of your son's business partners? We know that was false. Ron Klain said, the president's confident his son didn't break the law. Press Secretary Jen Psaki said, never spoke to his son about his overseas business dealings. What do you think about all those false statements from the White House in this abuse of power issue?
Well, the involvement of White House staff and executive branch staff has been really one of the tripwires that we saw in Nixon, and to some extent even in Clinton. The degree to which you enlist support for a false narrative or to obstruct Congress can go into things like abuse of power. One of the things that I suggested is that if you look at past impeachment inquiries, and once again, this is an inquiry to find evidence, you're not voting on articles of impeachment, those allegations tend to develop last, and you look at what you have found.
Yeah. How about the Attorney General? I'm concerned about statements he made. March 1st, 2023, in front of the Senate, he was asked a question about Mr. Weiss's investigation. He said this in response to Senator Grassley. Mr. Weiss has full authority to bring cases in other jurisdictions if he feels it's necessary. Last week, the Attorney General told us that Weiss had the authority because I promised him he would have the authority if he asked me. That seems to me to be something different. What he said to the Senate, he's got full authority, no problem. Last week he told the House Judiciary Committee he had authority because I promised if he come talk to me, I would give him the authority that I already told the Senate he had. You see a concern there with false statements coming from the Biden Justice Department.
Well, there is a concern. You don't have to prejudge the evidence to say that obviously this is part of the inquiry. And what I don't understand is the opposition to the inquiry itself. It seems to me the test is, would the alleged conduct, if proven, establish impeachable offenses? And is there a credible basis for those allegations? I think the answer is clearly yes, that there is a basis to look at the president's conduct without prejudging whether that it qualifies at the beginning of that inquiry as an article of impeachment.
Welcome back, bro.
And let's be clear, you don't need a full vote of the House to proceed in an impeachment inquiry phase of our constitutional duty to do oversight. In fact, the Democrats did it. 4 years ago, I was in an impeachment deposition run by Adam Schiff in the bunker in the basement of the Capitol, and I went to the floor. So I'm in an impeachment deposition, and I went to the floor to vote on opening an impeachment inquiry. They did the same darn thing because you have that authority as a congressman. The Speaker of the House makes that designation.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi did in fact initiate the impeachment. In some cases, then you have a later vote. I've said in my testimony, I consider that the best practice to have a vote of the House. But the court that was referenced earlier looked at this and said that the Constitution does not require a resolution. Actually said if you look at all the
Welcome back, bro.
often there wasn't a resolution. That doesn't mean it's not a good practice, but the Constitution itself does not require such a resolution.
Thank you. Gentlemen, time's expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Leach from Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
First of all, I do want to agree with the chairman that the witnesses we have here today do bring an awful lot of experience and expertise to the issue. But what they don't bring is facts, right? They don't bring evidence. None of you are able to really elucidate or illustrate actions by the president with respect to this inquiry. Ms. O'Connor, I do want to ask one clarification. You mentioned in your oral testimony that you had written a commentary entitled "You'd Go to Prison for What Biden Did." That was "You'd Go to Prison for What Hunter Biden Did." Isn't that
That's exactly right. I was cutting down the words to stick it in my file.
You realize, yeah. That's an important word, though, that you left out. So the article, just for the record, and I'd like to enter into the record unanimous consent.
Without objection to order.
The article, Ms. O'Connor, is "You'd go to prison for what Hunter Biden did." I think that's an important word. Yeah.
It is.
Thanks.
I did not delete it intentionally. Only.
Oh my God!
Claiming my time. So, when I walked into the hearing room,
okay, turning 2 lights on.
Where's Rudy Giuliani? You know, this is supposed to be an inquiry on the facts against the president for potentially impeachment, articles of impeachment. And the one person who was an agent of President Trump was sent to Ukraine to dig up some dirt, find some dirt on Joe Biden. Just like he said to the
Who cares?
election officials in Georgia, find me 11,780 votes.
Who cares?
Find me some dirt on Joe
He
Biden.
didn't say find me. He said, I just want to
we're not-
find you,
we're not
fucking
allowed
idiot.
to ask
Quit
him
making
questions.
shit up.
Idiot.
Idiot.
Professor Gerhardt, would it not be helpful to have a factual witness here who was, and let me just read from, this is an excerpt of the call between
Donald Trump's not
Mr.
as
Trump
stupid as
and
you motherfuckers
President
wish he
Zelensky.
was.
He says
That's a problem for the Democrats.
Rudy very much knows what's happening, and he is a very capable guy. If you could speak to him, that would be great. The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General and Rudy would be great. And then, so he's actually placing Rudy Giuliani in Ukraine with the imprimatur of authority for the president. Wouldn't that be a useful witness to
It seems obvious that he should be brought before the committee.
Yeah, you would think so. What we have here is a lot of allegations. I've heard about, emails from Hunter Biden from China. Hunter Biden cashed in, the IRS interview with James Biden. And I hear a lot about the Biden family. But look, this is an impeachment inquiry about President Biden, and I would try to discern what the allegations are for the president, because they're non-existent at this point. Is there a reason? The other question is, why hasn't Rudy Giuliani, if he's such a key witness and was on the ground on this and had direct authority from the president, why isn't he here? And I think, and Professor Gerhardt, maybe you could elucidate on this. Rudy Giuliani also lost 60 cases. He brought 60 cases across the United States with respect to the big lie, and he was a midwife for the big lie. He brought 60 cases and lost them all for lack of evidence. So that, I believe, hurts his credibility, does it not?
It does. His credibility has been hurt in a number of different ways.
Right. He also
made allegations against Dominion voting machines. And now he's being sued by them because he falsely declared that those machines were unfairly helping President Biden. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Wouldn't that also lead to a drop in credibility on behalf of Mr. Giuliani's testimony?
I mean, I agree with you, and I would just add that because Mr. Giuliani's a lawyer, he has to abide by and comply with the rules of professional conduct, and he's in trouble because he hasn't.
All right.
Gentlemen,
My time's expired. I yield back.
Gentlemen, time's expired. Chairman recognizes the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Mr. Turner from Ohio.
Professor Turley, thank you so much for the materials that you provided to this committee. Your legal analysis is first off incredible in its historic foundations, but also its legal descriptions of the aspects of how do you conduct an impeachment investigation, what are the standards for an impeachment investigation, and taking, as you relate in that memo, some of the public facts that you're aware of and comparing them to congressional authority and oversight responsibilities. I think it really does help the overall discussion, and I think it gives validity to
really? Is this it?
The need for this committee to move forward on an investigation as you look to historically what's happened before. Now, you made some comments in your opening statement about your description that I think are important.
Okay, I guess it's doable. My fingernails are too long.
To focus on and trying to guide our investigation. You said that it's not criminal for a president or vice president to lie. You also said that it's not criminal that Hunter Biden received someone paying the child of a vice president for doing nothing isn't necessarily criminal. Those are my words, not yours. But you did take that next leap that using your office, taking official actions to benefit individuals or third parties to induce them to financially benefit your family would be a crime. Would it not, Professor?
It is. That's if you take a look at some of the treaties and sources that I cited, the United States has for years combated influence peddling as a prototypical form of public corruption, and much influence peddling follows that pattern. Many people now accept that what Hunter Biden did was rather raw and open influence peddling. So the only question is, was the president involved in that? And I'm not prejudging that, but there's an argument that now that you hear that they were just selling the illusion of access. The fact is, you have to ask yourself one question: how do you know? Even if you accept that selling the illusion of access is not misconduct, how do you know?
Well, before I'm going to go next, because there's also another concerning aspect of President Joe Biden's actions as vice president, for which there is currently an active criminal investigation, and that is his misuse of classified documents. There has been appointed by the Department of Justice, by the Attorney General, a special prosecutor for the purposes of investigating the federal crimes that could have arisen as a result from this president's misuse of classified documents. The fact that he had them at the Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement and the Wilmington, Delaware private residence of President Joe Biden, as well as other matters that might arise from it, places where there were other people. One of those other people happens to be Hunter Biden. Now, this committee, in its scope of this investigation, indicates that these classified materials are also relevant because, for example, the Oversight Committee has requested information regarding the classified materials discovered in the president's home where his son has resided during the time period relevant to the investigation and personal office. The White House has not provided this information. Obviously, his son was receiving payments from Romania, Russia, Ukraine, China. If there are in those documents that relate to, for example, the prosecutor in Ukraine, or Burisma itself, or other aspects of Ukraine, or any of the parties or individuals, obviously, that were making payments to Hunter Biden, that would be relevant, wouldn't it?
It would be relevant. One of the things I address in my testimony is I say that the most concerning line for me in this inquiry is pre-office conduct. And what I say is that there should be a type of rebuttable presumption against bringing in pre-office conduct. But there is precedent for it when it forms.
Well, and this, he was in office at the time because he wouldn't have had access to classified documents. These are not things that he did as a private citizen. He had these documents given to him. I want to ask you another. In his scope as both senator and as vice president, there's been a lot of talk that perhaps the president inadvertently ended up with these documents. Now, first off, there's an unbelievable number of documents. He's clearly a classified document hoarder, and he clearly was mishandling them. Can't you infer intent by knowledge of the law? Here, the President Biden knows how to handle classified documents and what mishandling is. Wouldn't that be attributed to his intent?
Well, that can all go to a question of establishing intent. And in all these cases, you obviously don't have a confession. I'm not too sure if the documents matter will become relevant to an impeachment inquiry. I've said earlier that the issue that concerned me about the documents is that they ended up being distributed to different sources, it appears, that they went to different locations. And there are accounts of being in the president's home. The question is, were they divided and why? But it's not clear to me whether that would amount to an impeachable offense or not.
Right, you have to make that nexus, which is
Mr. Chairman.
step. I've seen some of these documents as the chairman of the Intelligence Committee. I can tell you they are of the highest level of concern and threat to national security. I think we do have to get to the bottom of why was he taking these and what was he doing with them.
Chair now recognizes Mr.
Chairman, I
Connolly
have a
for
unanimous
Virginia.
consent motion. Mr. Chairman, unanimous consent motion. I ask unanimous consent to introduce page 131 of the transcript of Devin Archer's testimony, where the question is asked, but he did not provide the Burisma executives with actual access to his father. The access to his father was an illusion of access.
Gentlemen's out of order. You'll have time in your 5 minutes. Chair now recognizes Mr. Connolly.
Gentlemen's out of order.
5 minutes.
Gentlemen's out of order.
Is it admitted?
I object.
Hey, it's Josh G. What's up, hippie chick? Hello.
What's the objection?
Don
Mr.
McRae,
Taking
yo.
your time, Mr. Connolly.
Hey, Josh. Hey, everybody.
You have it's your
truly because
your
they're
terms
adding
distract- yeah, you're
hormones
taking
and
food away
other
from the
outside
fairly.
materials
Distract,
to make the flower
deflect,
grow faster.
Simple. Hold on to those
That's
two
crazy,
words,
hippie
distract
chick.
and deflect, because I think this hearing's all about look over here, not over there. So, Professor Gerhardt,
Isn't that what you're about to do?
I've heard concern about branding. So, shouldn't we be concerned about all those Biden towers all over the world where foreign partnerships were formed and influence was used here in the United States? I've seen these towers in
Trump. He's
Indonesia,
talking about
in the
he's
Philippines,
being-
in Turkey. I even saw one in Chicago. Shouldn't that be a source
He's
of
gonna be
concern
oh wait, that's
of
Trump.
this committee in terms of influence, both foreign
He's gonna
and,
look down at his
and
notes.
domestic when
This is so dumb.
President Biden became president?
If there were such things as Biden buildings,
Well, was there anyone who did have them?
I think we all know who had.
Well, could you tell us? Because, you know.
Well,
just give
I
me
think-
the name, Professor
I think
Gerhardt.
we're talking about Mr. Trump.
Thank you. So, when President Biden appointed his son to manage U.S. foreign policy, both in the Persian Gulf and the Middle East peace, by the way, his son who couldn't qualify for getting a security clearance, but President Biden apparently granted it to Hunter anyhow. And then, after leaving the White House, getting a $2 billion deal, because we're told by Mr. Dubinsky, follow the money, especially foreign money. Shouldn't that be of concern to us that maybe a sweetheart deal occurred with the blessing of the president with foreign money? And shouldn't we look at Hunter Biden for that, given the fact that he handled Middle East peace in the White House?
It should have been a concern with President Trump and his son.
Oh, Trump, I got that wrong again. I'm sorry. Well, let's see. I'm looking at. I heard again. I think it was Professor Turley talking about, because he's not prejudging, of course, but he's just suggesting that maybe we want to look into criminal activity like obstruction, fraud, and abuse of power. So let's take fraud. So shouldn't we be concerned that a New York judge just found President Biden's organization committed fraud every year for the last 10 or 15 years, and that under the Martin Law in New York, that
The way that you shoot to kill me. Oh, yeah.
Because of the fraudulent activity. Shouldn't that be of concern to us?
That should be of concern with respect to Mr. Trump.
Don't tell me you love me.
Mr. Trump again. And in this case, we're not speculating. A judge actually made that ruling?
Yes, sir.
Should we be concerned about the personal? I mean, while we're at it, since we're loading on, should we be concerned about the personal behavior of the president? For example, President Trump or President Biden being found guilty of sexual assault and defamation associated with that activity, again in a civil court, in this case in New York?
We should be concerned as it relates to Mr. Trump, yes.
With Mr. Trump again. I just think that one of the reasons we're here is because somebody has been indicted in four different sets of concerns with, I think, 81, 91 actual counts, and has been found guilty in two civil proceedings. One involving sexual behavior, and one
Don't tell me you love me. Don't tell me you love me, love me, love me. Yeah.
And we don't want to talk about any of that. We want to speculate about discredited testimony from discredited witnesses like Rudy Giuliani, whom we're afraid to subpoena. That's what this is all about. This isn't about our need to defend Joe Biden. This is about their need to make sure we get off topic, that we no longer talk about the pending criminal trials of the former President of the United States. And if anything's worthy of examination, that is, not this. I yield back. Chair, now recognize Mr. Donald.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order. Down here. Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Donald for 5 minutes. You'll have 5 minutes.
It's not my 5 minutes. The point of order.
No, you're out of order. You're out of order, Mr. Goldman.
I have
when your time is,
I
will
will
be
to
recognized.
introduce
Chair
something by
recognizes
unanimous
Mr. Donald for 5 minutes.
Is it being introduced?
Chair recognizes Mr. Donald for 5 minutes.
That's
Byron,
crazy.
Rules require you
Thank
to
you, Mr.
recognize.
Chairman.
That's crazy. They're ignoring him.
Yes, for a point of order, they absolutely do.
Chair
He's
recognizes
ignoring the
Mr.
rules,
Donald.
dude.
The motion
He's
is
in
Mr.
violation of his
Donald
fucking.
order.
No,
Of
Mr.
his,
Donald's
what
time
he's
is not
supposed
going
to
to
do.
take.
It's
Actually,
crazy.
Mr. Chairman, I request this clock be set back to 5 minutes.
Set
so
the
we can.
clock back to 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make a parliamentary inquiry then? Are we not to make points of order on either side during?
You keep speaking about no evidence. Why don't you all just listen?
I'm trying to introduce evidence.
You've already introduced. You've already had your
This is so funny.
Is it
share
in?
of evidence.
Are you
Now,
admitting
Mr. Don.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dubinsky, I want to come to you quickly. A lot of talk about evidence. On the screens in the room, we have an organizational chart from the IRS investigative team that was looking into the business practices of Hunter Biden and his associates. This org
It's always
chart is
sunny
from
in Philadelphia.
2014.
I love it.
Now, Mr. Dubinsky, when my former life,
You
I was
see,
in community
it's
based.
all tied in
I'm
from
comfortable
over
with
here.
looking
It
at
all
organizational
goes.
charts.
It all
When I
goes
first saw
right
this
to
chart,
there.
the first
It's
thing I
all
thought about
makes
was a real
sense,
estate
man.
holding company or a developer, and this is not to demean developers in the great East State
Atomic
of America.
Ray.
But developers typically have multiple companies that float with various business interests and business lines. But the funny thing is that in the business dealings of Hunter Biden, there is no real estate. None at all. So, Mr. Dubinsky, in your professional experience, looking at this organizational chart of business structure, what do you see here? I see a very complicated structure of entities that are interrelated and would give me concern. If I were an investigator, I would want to know what's going on in these entities, who's behind them, how's the money moving between them, and what is the substance of the transactions? What's really going on here? Mr. Dubinsky, do you think it's in the interest of this committee that is now in an inquiry phase to actually find out all of the flow of money between these entities and what the purpose was? Absolutely. Next slide, please. For my colleagues on the other side, we're going to start talking evidence now. This is now a slide of the organizational chart of the Hunter Biden business companies and with associates from 2018, from the same IRS investigators who broke down the business structure in 2014. Does this slide cause you the same concern, Mr. Dubinsky? Yes, it does. Okay, now let's talk about some more. Actually, one point I want to make on this. Ladies and gentlemen,
And I know it's kind of small, so I would love to submit. I will submit all this for the record. I would love my colleagues on the other side to see this. In 2014, one of the key owners was Devin Archer, who did testify and was under deposition under oath by the Oversight Committee. In 2018, Devin Archer is no longer listed, but his wife Krista Archer is now listed. Mr. Dubinsky, when you see a situation where ownership interest moves from one spouse to the other, is that a concern of some level of fraud potentially?
I would call it a red flag. That's something I would look at and again, try to get to the bottom of what happened there. Was it just transferred? Was there money behind it? What was going on?
Okay, thank you. Next slide. Now this is to a text message. This is a text message between, it's going to Naomi Biden. That's what this one is. Hold on, let me get my stuff back. There we go. Sorry. This is the WhatsApp text message between Jim Biden and Hunter Biden. In this text message, it clearly says, anyway, we can talk later, but you've been drawn into something purely for the purpose of protecting Dad. This is between Hunter Biden and Jim Biden. Last time I checked, the father of Jim Biden and Joe Biden is now passed away. So I'm assuming this is Hunter Biden saying to Jim Biden, the president's brother, that you've been brought in this for the sole purpose of protecting Dad. Miss O'Connor, do you think that this text message would lead this committee to get further information about the business dealings of Hunter Biden and how that actually links to Jim Biden, the president's brother, and why they are so concerned with protecting Dad, aka Joe Biden, aka the President of the United States?
Yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. This is a text message between Hunter Biden and Naomi Biden. And this one is a famous one. Everybody knows this one. This is a famous one that says, I hope you all do what I did and pay for everything for this entire family for 30 years. It's really hard. But don't worry, unlike Pop, I won't make you give me half your salary. Mr. Dubinsky, if you saw a text message like this in a potential money laundering operation or a potential pay-for-play operation, would you be looking for information related to money going from son to father?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Thank you. Next slide. Oh, this is fun. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is from 2018. This is about 4 months before Joe Biden launched his campaign for President of the United States. December 2018. The highlight is, this is a text message between Jim Biden and Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden was in a bad way, by the way. He was really strung out. He lost a bunch of money. He needed help. Jim Biden says, this can work. You need a safe harbor. I can work with your father alone. It'll probably take several months and everybody can read the text. Miss O'Connor, Mr. Dubinsky, if you saw a text message like this between the president's brother and the president's son, wouldn't you be concerned about them trying to give plausible deniability for the president of the United States to not have any knowledge of said business dealings?
It's worth.
Gentlemen's time's expired, but please answer the question.
It's worth investigating.
Mr. Dubinsky?
I would agree. I would investigate this.
I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Before I recognize Mr. Christian Marte, Mr. Goldman, I will give you an opportunity to quickly recognize you for your point of order.
Yeah, you
I
need
just
to.
want to
You have to. It's
make
your
sure
job.
that page 131 of the transcript of the Devin Archer interview is entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
There you go.
Chair
That's all you had to
recognizes
do,
Mr.
man.
Morte from
There's no
Illinois
need to
for
be
5
rude. The Democrats are
Thank
being
you, Mr.
obnoxious,
Chair.
but
Professor
that means
Turley,
you don't have to be
Hunter Biden is a private
unprofessional.
citizen, not a
You know, let the
federal
Democrats
official,
be
right?
stupid, and you
Yes,
look
sir.
like the bigger
A
man in the
special
room.
counsel investigating Hunter Biden recently indicted him for various illegal acts. I'm sure you're aware of this indictment. I have it in my hands. But nowhere in Hunter Biden's indictment is there any allegation of Joe Biden having committed any wrongdoing, right?
That's correct, sir.
Not a parking ticket, not a moving violation, not a library fine, not a high crime or misdemeanor. In fact, on page 19 of your witness statement that you submitted, you said, quote, the current record does not establish any crime, let alone an impeachable offense. Now let's further explore what's been established about Joe Biden. The Hill reports Senator Marco Rubio, quote, noted that House Republicans are discussing a special impeachment inquiry to obtain evidence of criminal behavior that they have not been able to dig up through the House Oversight Committee. And Rubio warned that setting up a special impeachment counsel without strong evidence of a crime could trivialize the process. Now, sir, Senator Rubio is a Republican, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about whether this evidence that Mr. Rubio was referring to exists. Our colleague Ken Buck, a senior member of the Judiciary Committee, said the following regarding evidence linking President Biden to an alleged crime. Quote, "That doesn't exist right now." Now, sir, Ken Buck is a Republican, correct?
Yes, sir.
Senator Mitt Romney of Utah said, quote, "There hasn't been any allegation yet, any conduct which reaches the constitutional standard for impeachment." And sir, Mitt Romney is a Republican as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me turn to another topic here. Ms. O'Connor, here I have a poster of an entry from your professional LinkedIn account. There's your picture. And it says, Law Office of Eileen J. O'Connor. We printed here what you posted roughly 1 week ago. It says, quote, "The Biden administration is promoting and enabling the invasion." That's what your post says, right?
Yes, it does.
And it further goes on to say, if this doesn't stop quickly, then the entire USA will be invaded with millions of military-aged men from many different countries who are ready to cause total havoc while getting paid $2,200 a month in welfare to do so.
Did I write that?
You reposted it, and it says it is an engineered death spiral. Now let me show you another posting that you put up on your professional LinkedIn account.
May I respond? If there is
you can respond when I'm done. When I'm done with my question,
ma'am. Demolition of the United States of America.
Ma'am, this is another posting from your professional LinkedIn account. It says announcing Michigan telethon to raise funds for 16 alternate electors who crooked Dana Nessel wants to jail. Now, ma'am, that's your professional LinkedIn account, right?
It is.
Now, let me turn to you, Mr. Turley. Professor Turley, in 2006, you wrote an op-ed in The Guardian entitled, quote, "Stop Persecuting Polygamists." There, you likened polygamists to, quote, "persecuted minorities," and you said polygamy is, quote, "a practice with deep and good faith religious meaning." Isn't that what you said?
I represented the sister wives, family, in challenging a polygamy prosecution.
The answer is yes. You've been crusading for legalizing polygamy for years. In fact, in an op-ed in the USA Today, you said that a Utah polygamist named Tom Green, who was also convicted of pedophilia for raping his 13-year-old stepdaughter, should not have been charged with polygamy. Now, Mr. Chairman, we're counting...
Because that's not, can I respond? Because it's not entirely accurate. I actually criticized him. What I was dealing with was the constitutionality of what is called morals legislation. And I admit I'm pretty libertarian.
Was Tom Green convicted of pedophilia and rape? Was he convicted of pedophilia and rape? The answer is yes. Mr. Chairman, we're counting down the hours until a government shutdown, and here we have a hearing where we have one witness who defended a polygamist who was convicted of pedophilia and rape, and we have another witness with LinkedIn accounts with extreme views posted. I think that, unfortunately, this speaks to the credibility of the witnesses and the credibility of the
Yeah, she have met more credible witnesses for sure.
Point of order, right?
Shame on the Republicans.
Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs. What's your point? Mr. Chairman, when a member of the committee impugns the integrity of a witness, is it against the rules to allow those witnesses to respond to that malicious statement?
I'm quoting the...
I'm asking... I'm not asking you. I'm asking the chairman. I've asked for a ruling on that.
Mr. Chairman, he can use his own time to question any witness he wants.
I was recognized on a point of order.
Point of order.
I mean,
my point is that
I'd ask for a ruling on my point of order.
The way we've always proceeded,
I'd ask for a ruling on my point of order.
Mr. Chairman, in
I'd
order
ask
to
for a ruling on my point of order.
Chairman,
first.
Okay, here's the ruling. The witnesses have the opportunity to address that during a line of questioning. If Mr. Turley wants to
address that during another member's line of questioning.
He's kind of
then
comical
more than
looking.
welcome to do
He looks
that.
like he's got a big marshmallow for a
Reminder,
head.
We're on their 5-minute clock, and now
Marshmallow
the chair
Man.
recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2019, Representative Raskin didn't think a House vote was needed for an actual
He looks like a Lego
inquiry.
character.
And to quote
He looks like a Weeble
Representative
Wobble.
Raskin, he said in 2019, there's no formal constitutional or statutory or even the House rule for how an impeachment inquiry is to begin. And so it means different things to different people. I don't want to hear another word from the left or anyone across the other side of the aisle about impeachment inquiries.
was gonna be the day that they're gonna throw back to you.
Today we're going to bring the facts. Today we're going to bring the evidence. In 2017, Joe Biden
I don't
family
believe
teamed up
that
with
anybody
CEFC
feels the way
to
I
make
do
millions off of
about
gaining
you
access to Joe
now.
Biden. Hunter even arranged for Joe Biden to share office space with the CCP-aligned company CEFC. My Democrat colleagues say none of this is relevant because Joe Biden
Dude,
wasn't vice president
Bitcoin
while his
just came
family
$2
did
away
shady
from hitting
deals.
27,000.
Turns out that's complete and total bullshit. It's a lie.
Nice.
Hunter Biden referred to access to his father as the keys to his family's only asset. Those words are going to come back and haunt Hunter Biden and his family forever. Yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee released an
I've said all
FBI
kinds
memo
of
on the
fucked up
interview they
shit.
had
I
with
mean,
Tony
so you say
Bobulinski,
something.
a former Biden
You guys on
partner in
crack.
crime.
What do you
I'll
want?
read a bit
There it is,
about
$27,000
The
Bitcoin
work
live on the show.
conducted by
Woo!
CEFC, Gilliard, Walker,
Yes!
Hunter Biden, James Biden, and
Awesome!
2 years was discussed
Celebrate!
in detail.
Celebrate
in particular, CEFC was
good
closing
time.
significant
Come
investment
on!
deals in Poland, Kazakhstan, Romania, Oman.
I obviously don't know that
during
song.
this period of time. Period of time is in reference to the years
How would that be?
2015 and 2016, when guess what? Joe Biden was vice
Woo-hoo!
president. As an aside,
It's a
Rob Walker, in
celebration.
previous testimony, also confirmed that Joe Biden attended a meeting with the head of CEFC. So now we know CEFC was working with the Biden family while Joe Biden
Come
was
on.
vice president. And I'll continue reading from Tony Bobulinski's report, which says, quote, Bobulinski, Hunter Biden and James Biden did not receive compensation because Joe Biden was still vice president during this time period. There is a
party
concern
going
it would be
on
improper
right
payments
here.
to be made to Hunter Biden and
A
James
celebration
Biden
to
by
last throughout the
CEFC due to its
year.
close
So
affiliation
bring your
with the
good
Chinese
times
government.
and
Hunter
your
Biden and James
laughter
Biden both
too.
wanted to be compensated
We
for
gonna
the assistance they
celebrate
had
your
provided
party
to
with
CEFC's
you.
ventures.
Come on now,
In particular, they believe CEFC owed them money for benefits that accrued
We's
to
gonna
CEFC
celebrate and
through
have
use
a
of the
good
Biden
time.
family name to
Yeah.
advance their business deals.
Wow, $27,100 Bitcoin. Celebration. Come on. We're gonna celebrate and have a good time.
Shortly after Joe Biden left office
It's
as
time
vice
we
president.
come
Now,
together.
you know why? Because it was
It's up to
back
you.
pay.
What's your
I'm going to show another image. This
pleasure?
is a text message between Hunter Biden and Hunter
Everyone
Dong, an agent of
around the world.
CEFC.
Come on.
Hunter says, my uncle will be here with his brother in all
on.
caps, who would like to say
It's
hello
a
to the chairman.
celebration.
He goes on, Jim's brother, if he's coming, wants to say hello. His
Come
uncle's
on.
brother. I wonder
Come
who
on
that
in celebration.
figure it out. Hunter puts brother in all caps, and it doesn't take a genius to figure this out, but since I'm not always dealing with geniuses, and Washington, D.C. has been illustrated today, I'll spell it out. The brother of Hunter's uncle, Jim, is Joe Biden. Why was Hunter so secretive about his father? I'm going to tell you why. It's because Joe Biden didn't want the American people to know he and his family were getting paid millions and millions of dollars from a company closely tied to the Chinese Communist Party. CEFC knew paying Biden family members was bad, so they covered it up. Hunter knew Joe Biden hanging out with CCP businessmen would be a bad look, so he tried to pull a genius move on us with this whole my uncle's brother bullshit. We already know the president took bribes from Burisma. I also want to add, betraying your country is treason. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this text message between Hunter Biden and Gan Dong and the FBI memo regarding their interview with Tony Bobulinski, showing Joe Biden's connections to CFC during his vice presidency.
Without objection, so ordered.
Professor Turley, we got 30 seconds. In your experience in reviewing cases of fraud, do people who are conducting legitimate business usually go through these efforts and hoops to keep their foreign entanglements hidden?
Yes, the issue with influence peddling is that It can, in some circumstances, be legal, but it's not something that necessarily is made public. The public does not buy into the idea that you can sell your family brand if it's influence peddling. So what happens with influence peddling is that you often have the commission of crimes to conceal it and to take steps so that it's not public. That may include, but it's not necessarily the reason in this case, but it may include the failure to pay taxes, the failure to register as a foreign agent. And part of the purpose of an inquiry is to see if there is a linkage between those acts and, more importantly, a linkage to the president. Can I briefly respond to the earlier attack? You may have additional questions. I don't want to take your time.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry the gentlelady's over time, but we'll work with you on that because I do think you need to respond to that ridiculous statement. Now, Chair recognizes Mr. Khanna.
Wow,
for
that's
5
funny.
minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Curley, you testified or in your written statement about best practices for the House, and you say that it's not legally required for the House to vote to have an impeachment inquiry, but it is a best practice. Could you explain why you think it is a best practice for the House to have that vote?
Certainly. I think that what the courts have said is it's not required, as you noted, so it's not a condition for this initiation of an inquiry. I just think it is a good practice, whether it occurs after the initiation. I think still a vote of the entire House it brings the solemnity and the weight to the decision, and I do think it's one of the best practices that I suggested in my testimony.
And what would it mean if the votes weren't there? I mean, hypothetically, if they had a vote and 10 or 20 people voted for it, I mean, you're a student of constitutional history. What would that say? I mean, why is it important in your view as a best practice to have majority support for something like this?
I think that the public expects members to take this process seriously, and part of that is to go on the record whether you believe there's grounds for an inquiry. So I think that in terms of the best practices, that gives, I think, the weight of the House to the efforts, and so that's the reason I criticized the move of Speaker Pelosi.
And it would give you pause if there was a vote which said that the House didn't think that there should be an inquiry, right? I mean, you would give that weight as a constitutional scholar, correct? I mean,
if the House as a body said that there should not be an inquiry, then clearly
The deer came running into the backyard.
On the merits of the inquiry, there has some weight.
Yeah.
So it would be your recommendation to Speaker McCarthy today to bring up that vote, correct, for a House inquiry?
I've always said that I thought it was a best practice.
And your recommendation to him today, I mean, he's listening, I'm sure his staff are, would be bring that vote to the House floor?
I always think it's a good idea to bring it to the House.
And it would be your testimony, based on what you've said, that if that vote failed, that should have some real consideration in whether we go forward with this. I mean, let's put members on the road. Because my view is they don't have the votes. I think it's going to be a very lopsided vote against it, and that's why they're not bringing it to the floor.
Yeah, I can't speak to that.
Let me ask you this. You also said that I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment. And I want to be careful because you said it, you think it supports an inquiry, but not the articles of impeachment themselves. So I want to be precise in what you've said. Can you explain to the committee and the country why you believe that the current evidence does not support the articles of impeachment today?
Well, at the moment, these are allegations, and there is some credible evidence there that is the basis of the allegations.
But I understand that, and I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning what you don't think today, if you were going to vote, if this was the case, you would vote no.
God, why would I fuck that up?
On this evidence, certainly, because
Okay, and my question is, if someone said to you, okay, Mr. Turley, why are you voting not to impeach President Biden based on this evidence? Where do you think the evidence is lacking? Where does it not rise to the level where you think it needs to be? What are the places that you think is missing?
Well, I said in my testimony that the key here that the committee has to drill down on is whether they can establish a linkage with the influence peddling, which is a form of corruption, and the president, whether he had knowledge, whether he participated, whether he encouraged it. We simply don't know, and we don't even know if this was an illusion or not. But you can't find the answers to that. I mean, the back end of these financial transactions, which I have read is where the committee is going, may shed light on that. But without that type of nexus, then no, I don't.
And currently it's your testimony that that nexus has not been established, correct?
No, I think that's the purpose of the inquiry, yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with, have you read Ken Buck's op-ed in the Washington Post, where he basically was one of the Republicans, which is why I think it'd be a lopsided vote against an inquiry, saying that that evidence doesn't exist?
I did, and I respect members of both parties that, can stand alone. He has his reasons for that. I personally think that the threshold for an inquiry has been surpassed.
Me too.
You have a duty to
Don't all of you in the chat think the threshold for inquiry has definitely been met, and that there needs to be an investigation? Absolutely. Have you guys seen enough? Even if it's third-hand evidence,
your testimony
that's
today
worth investigating and seeing if the evidence is real or not, because the evidence is already incriminating.
When Speaker Pelosi took this step, I gave the same advice, that I think it's a best practice to go to the floor.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes Ms. McLean from Michigan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I start with my line of questioning, I just want to make 2 comments. First, to Professor Gerhardt, I love the analogy that you used about the speeding ticket with Hunter Biden. Let me also see if you would agree with this analogy. If a criminal pulls a trigger for a murder, he's guilty, right? We can prove it.
What about the person who sold him the gun?
Don't you also agree with me, if somebody ordered that hit, we would charge him too? It's interesting that you don't use that analogy.
Yeah.
That's number 1.
Ooh, she's Republican.
Number 2,
She's Republican.
Yeah, because it doesn't fit the narrative is the reason.
Doesn't fit the narrative. Ooh, I love her language.
And I love the fact that Trump lives rent-free in the Democrats' heads every day. That is a beautiful thing, even though we're here talking about the impeachment inquiry of Joe Biden. With that said, I want to talk about the damning evidence of Joe Biden's role in his family's business schemes in Romania. While Joe Biden was president, he was directly involved in the United States policy and anti-corruption efforts in Romania. That's a fact. On May 21st, 2014, the then Vice President Biden delivered an anti-corruption speech in Romania, right? On September 28th, 2015, the president visited with the then Vice President Biden. The Romanian president visited with the then Vice President Biden at the White House to discuss anti-corruption efforts, right? Got a theme of corruption, anti-corruption, right? Gabriel Popovich, a corrupt Romanian oligarch, is the subject of a criminal probe. He's a subject of a criminal probe and prosecution for corruption and bribery in Romania. This committee has reviewed transactions showing that the Biden family received money from a foreign company run by this Russian oligarch, corrupt Gabriel Popovich. 5 weeks after the Romanian president visited with Vice President Biden, Popovich begins paying Hunter Biden and his associates, Rob Walker, through his company, Bladen Enterprises. The money from Bladen Enterprises is deposited directly into Robinson Walker LLC. Now, this LLC is directly operated by Hunter's known business partner, Rob Walker. These are all facts, right, that we found through the investigation.
There you go.
In November 2015 and again in March 2016, Hunter Biden, who is not registered as a foreign agent under FARA, meets with the U.S. ambassador to Romania. Red flag. Then, coincidentally, over $1 million flows to the Bidens. I'm not much for coincidences, and I don't think the American people are either. Let's run through the numbers together.
Here we go.
Between November 2015 and May 2017, Bladen Enterprises deposited over $3 million into Robinson Walker's LLC business account. But then the Biden family accounts received more than $1 million from Robinson Walker's accounts after these deposits were made.
Oops.
Ironically, 16 of those 17 payments occurred while Joe Biden was vice president. Now, I think most Americans would find it suspicious that ironically, these payments ended shortly after Joe Biden left office. Another coincidence. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the Oversight Committee's May 10, 2023 Second Bank Records Memorandum showing Joe Biden's involvement in his family's business schemes in Romania.
Without objection, so ordered.
I see three problems here. One, while Joe Biden is touting anti-corruption efforts in Romania, Hunter Biden is employed by a corrupt Romanian oligarch.
No shit.
Interesting.
Wow.
In direct
How
violation of
hypocritical.
FARA, Hunter Biden meets with the U.S. ambassador to Romania while being paid by Gabriel Popovich. What was Hunter Biden selling to the Romanian oligarchs for millions of dollars?
Access to his father.
I'd still like to see a contract of that.
Access
Professor
to his
Turley,
father.
I know I'm almost out of time, but you've previously said that Hunter Biden could be charged under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. Can you explain why?
Gentlelady's time's expired, but please feel free to answer the question, Mr. Turley.
Much of the conduct described in these disclosures does seem to fit what we saw with the charges of Paul Manafort in terms of being a foreign agent. Some of this does appear to be that type of lobbying on the part of Hunter Biden. The failure to register as an agent, of course, helped conceal that, but that's not necessarily the motivation behind it. The question is, should he have registered as a foreign agent during the course of this conduct? And it just seems to me, looking at the Paul Manafort indictment, that there's considerable overlap in terms of the type of actions taken.
Perhaps there's a two-tier justice system.
Mr.
Then I
Chairman,
yield back.
may I ask unanimous consent to enter Ms. McLean's chart into the record?
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Mafume from Maryland for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I did not plan to, but I'd like to follow up on the gentlewoman's comments and assertions about Romania and Hunter Biden and the fact that he worked for Romanian executives facing corruption charges.
Biden should probably watch this so he can get a refresher course on his demented mind of what he's being charged with, because I'm sure he's really forgotten some of it.
Consent that a New York piece entitled Giuliani is drawing attention to Hunter Biden's work in Romania, but there is a problem being entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to this Burisma theory because it seems to me that if that's what's triggered all of this, and we are sitting here now wasting precious time while the country is about to shut down, and it's all found its genesis with Rudy Giuliani, that we ought to have Rudy Giuliani here. Now, I know there was a motion made earlier. I'd like to disaggregate that motion.
You need
without
to
mentioning
channel
the
your
other
sound
person's name
sources so you
and
can
offer
mute
a
your
motion
mic
again
while burning
that
down your home.
Rudy Giuliani be required to come before this committee.
Prosecuted action corruption.
Is there a
I
second?
swear to God, are you plasma cutting thick steel?
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask that the
You're funny, dude.
clock be paused while the...
Pause the clock.
Thank you.
2 days till government shutdown.
Chair recognizes Mr. Groffman. Motion to table. Motion.
2 days till all hell
Table by
breaks
Mr.
loose.
Groffman. Is there a
Dude, what's
second?
going to happen to the stock market? What's going to happen to
Ms.
crypto?
Fox.
Should we all pull our money out? Holy shit, is everything going to drop?
Mr. Groffman's motion to table.
We got up
Mr.
to
Mafume's
27,199, guys.
This
Almost
is about
27,200.
Giuliani,
Almost 27,200. Almost.
We'll do
$6
this,
away.
vote. All those in favor say
I'd like
aye.
a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Aye. All those
Chairman,
opposed,
I request
no.
recorded-
Marshmallow heads taking a vote.
In the opinion of the chair, the motion has it. The ayes.
I'd request a recorded vote now. I request a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
1659 Ethereum.
Clerk,
Let's get that
please
66
to have
Ethereum,
a
guys.
vote.
That's
Another
what we
motion
need.
by the minority
I'm not
party.
kidding you. We need 1666 Ethereum, and then Bitcoin will explode again. So watch for 1666
Chair
Ethereum.
recognizes Mr. Palmer.
Okay? It's right there. It's this number right here, 1659.
There's a motion for a temporary
We want that
recess.
59 to go to
Second.
66.
Motion second. All those
Mr. Chairman,
in-
there's already a motion on the floor. There's already a motion on the floor.
If it was at 12 o'clock, we would give them a bathroom break.
There's already a motion on the floor.
Cyber, cheers to you. Cheers, everybody. No longer got any cannabis.
All right, with the clerk,
Cheers, bro. Cheers, everybody.
call the roll. Will the clerk call the roll?
To be clear, this is on the motion to table Mr. Mfume's motion for unanimous consent to call Rudy Giuliani as a witness before the Oversight Committee. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes aye. Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Ms. Fox. Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Higgins.
Higgins?
Mr. Higgins votes aye.
Get the Ferrari,
Mr.
Magnum.
Sessions.
We're going
Mr.
to get
Sessions
groceries
votes aye.
for his master.
Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Ms. Mace.
Mr. Chairman, what are we voting on?
This is a motion by Mr. Groffman to table the motion by Mr. Mfume to subpoena Rudy Giuliani.
Got it. That has a lot to do with this. I'll vote aye.
I'll vote aye.
Aye. Mr. LaTurner.
Such a fucking bitch.
Mr. LaTurner votes aye. Mr. Fallon.
They're all protecting Rudy Giuliani for Trump.
Mr. Donalds.
Is that a Burns-o-matic?
Mr. Armstrong.
It's a
Mr. Armstrong votes
It's a
yes.
special
Mr.
blue.
Perry. Mr. Timmons.
It says something on the side.
Mr. Burchett.
Burchett? Mr.
Ms.
Burchett?
Green.
What the fuck is he all about?
Miss McLean.
Someone tell Billy Valentine about Mr. Burchett.
Miss McLean votes aye.
It says continuous.
Miss Gilbert.
There are no other
Mr.
names.
Fry.
It just
Mr.
says
Fry
special
votes
blue.
Aye. Miss Luna. Mr. Edwards.
Luna,
Mr.
ee, look at
Edwards
Luna.
votes aye. Mr. Langworthy.
Luna, look at you, Una.
Mr.
Over there
Burleson.
singing a tuna.
Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Nope.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Miss Norton.
No.
Miss
No.
Norton.
We want to record our vote.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Connolly. Mr.
27,193.
Mr. Khanna. Mr. Mfume.
1656.
votes no.
We need
Mr. Mfume
1666.
votes no.
1657.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
We need to go up $9 more.
Ms.
No.
Ocasio-Cortez votes nay.
No.
Ms. Porter.
Nay.
No.
Trendy nay.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Bush. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Brown.
58.
Stansbury.
1658,
Ms.
guys.
Stansbury votes no.
Watch that Ethereum
Mr.
price. I'm
Garcia.
telling you, if it breaks 1666, we're
Mr.
going
Garcia
up on.
votes
We're going
no.
over 27
Mr.
too
Frost.
easily on Bitcoin.
Mr. Frost votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar. Mr.
Kosar the
Kassar
Kosarian.
votes no. Ms. Crockett. No.
Miss
votes
Crockett,
no.
king of the
Mr.
Senate
Goldman.
floor. 59.
Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz
1659
votes no.
Ethereum.
Ms. Tlaib.
Rashida
Ms.
Tlaib.
votes no.
That's Rashida to you.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman votes aye. How is Mr. Fallon from Texas recorded?
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Fallon is not yet recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Fallon votes aye.
How is Mr. Langworthy from New York recorded?
Mr. Langworthy is not recorded. Mr. Langworthy votes aye.
How is Mr. Timmons from South Carolina recorded?
Mr. Timmons is not yet recorded. Mr. Timmons votes aye.
How is Mr. Gosar from Arizona recorded?
Mr. Gosar is not recorded. Mr. Gosar votes aye.
So they have proxies in there for them that are voting
Mr.
for
Connolly is not yet recorded. Mr. Connolly votes no. Mr. Krishnamurthy is not yet recorded. Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no.
How is Mr. Armstrong recorded?
Mr. Armstrong is voted
8
aye.
hours in jail.
Mr. Chairman,
Ben
how am I
Armstrong. Crypto
Ms.
Kid.
Mace is recorded as voting aye.
How is Mr. Donalds from Florida recorded?
1659, guys. 1650, and look at Bitcoin at 174.
Donalds votes yes.
Madam Clerk, how am I recorded?
Okay.
59. We need 66. 66.
Mr. Raskin, you are recorded as
We need
voting
one.
no.
Seriously, we need 166.66.
Mr. Gomez, you are recorded as voting no.
59.
Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, how am I recorded?
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez is recorded as voting no.
I don't know. Maybe buy some Ethereum, everybody.
Ms. Brown is not yet recorded.
Everybody buy Ethereum right
Ms.
now.
Brown votes no.
Will the clerk please tally the votes?
1660. Holy shit. $6 more to go and 66 cents.
We can do it.
It's so close.
Mr. Chairman, on this
The low
vote,
is
the ayes
59.
are 20, the nays are 18.
The motion to table passes. Mr. Bafume, you're recognized for your final 3.5 minutes.
We're
Thank you, Mr.
reconsolidating.
Chairman. I
61.
reclaim my time and I ask the question, where in the world is Rudy Giuliani? That's how we got here, ladies and gentlemen. And this committee is afraid to bring him before us and put him on the record. Shame. And the question was raised, what does this have to do with it? It has everything to do with it. Professor Gearhart, in your testimony, you said in every impeachment inquiry
Rudy Giuliani.
beforehand, the House has identified some credible evidence of wrongdoing committed by a targeted president. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Professor Gearhart, are impeachment
61.
inquiries typically utilized
198.
as a
Bitcoin,
frontline
198.
tool to go fishing
201
or
Bitcoin,
for the
guys.
First time go seeking evidence.
Bitcoin. Okay, Ethereum 662.
Professor Gearhart,
229.
would you
Here goes
say the
Bitcoin.
House Republicans
Holy
have made
shit.
an unprecedented
Dude.
overreach of
Dude,
congressional
Bitcoin's exploding before Ethereum does.
It strikes me that it is. Yes.
And Mr. Gearhart, would you say it's fair to
Here
assume
we go.
that
Here we
the
go.
extreme
Dude.
MAGA Republicans in particular have misused, if not abused, committee's resources and the taxpayer dollars in this prolonged investigation that has gone on for almost a year, subpoenaing documents, having hearings, providing boxes of evidence, and no wrongdoing?
Sir, I appreciate the question. I'm not sure who the MAGA Republicans are. So.
I can point them out to you.
Everyone that just
Mr.
laughed.
Chairman,
Everyone that just laughed.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that the gentleman please point out the Republicans he's referring to.
Oh, come
He said
on.
he could.
I'm reclaiming my time.
That's bullshit, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Point
this
out the
clock
MAGAs. Dude, here we
is
go.
showing what's
1665. Here we go.
happening to
One more
our
dollar, guys.
country
One more dollar.
While we debate over and over and over again, not any wrongdoing by
It's just
President
got to go
Biden,
one more dollar.
trying to
Bitcoin's
leak
about to hit
what his son may or may not have
27,300.
done to him. People are going to be hurt when this time runs out.
665, bro. It is hitting that. Come on. 666.66.
These are children. These are women. These are military officers and soldiers and civilians.
There, we hit it.
These are law enforcement
We hit 666, guys.
These are senior citizens looking for paychecks.
Both
for Social
flow.
Security. Why
Let's see
in
if
the
we can
hell
get
are we
above it
playing
now.
This game? And why don't we be honest? If it were so important, it could wait. This is what is important.
Trigger the
Protecting
666
this government
buys.
and protecting the people who pay taxes here. But we want to play games with all of this. So where is Rudy Giuliani right now? I'd like to know. And I'd like to know why we can't bring him before this committee like we brought these witnesses and everybody else. I yield back my time to the ranking member.
Well, I want to thank the distinguished gentleman from Baltimore for his passionate and lucid comments here. And I appreciate the fact that you introduced a motion to subpoena Giuliani before I'd introduced a motion to subpoena Giuliani and Lev Parnas. And Lev Parnas wrote us a long letter saying that all of this is based on a fraud, a tissue of fraud. He went all over the world with Rudy Giuliani looking to find
Is
dirt.
he alleging the China money was a fraud?
Are you asking me to yield? Are you asking me to yield? I'm happy to yield for a second. What is your question, Mr. Chairman?
What fraud are you?
Well, I've introduced it in the record in case you haven't read it yet. The letter that Lev Parnas wrote to you and to me. In it, he called.
Man, it didn't hold 666. That's the problem. It's got to get over
Because
it.
of China.
It hit
money
it,
that
but
the
it's got to
Bidens
get
received.
over it.
No, because all of this is based on the Burisma
It was support. It's become resistance.
Well, I've seen
You're
a lot
trying
of
again.
China
Mr.
money
Mafume's
from the
time's
family. That's
expired.
what you're referring to.
Someone can yield. Now it's Dr. Fox from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
62. I need
Thank you very
666
much,
if I'm
Mr.
gonna
Chairman.
if
This
I'm gonna
is
party
not
with
a
Bitcoin.
game. This is very serious business.
Check her out.
And I think at the end, it will be proven to the American people that this is serious business. And we need to get on with it. And we need to have the other side to stop playing games. Ms. O'Connor, in a column published in the Wall Street Journal, you stated that the typical timidity of IRS criminal tax lawyers in recommending prosecution is, quote, common knowledge
64,
in the tax enforcement community.
63.
End quote. Can you explain where this timidity
Holy
comes
shit,
from?
64?
I don't know the source of it. Thank you for the question. But it is common knowledge in the
65?
tax enforcement community. The tax division is required to authorize any criminal tax charges that are going to be brought. In order to inform itself,
We are trying to break through right now, guys. This is happening live right now.
Before it
This
gets
is
to the
huge.
tax division, IRS
If it can get through
criminal tax
666.
attorneys review it. They are.
Satan shall allow it.
Sorry, having
All
trouble
hail
answering this,
Satan. I think all hail Satan.
Hell,
Okay.
Satan.
Hail Satan. All hail Satan.
IRS criminal
Satan,
lawyers,
allow
as you're
for this to
alluding
happen. All
provide
hail Satan.
advisory views to the
Satan,
special agent
allow for this to
report.
happen.
Is that correct?
666.
Right, and they are
My
they
sweet
are
Satan.
advisory only.
666.
And the IRS, as any
Satan,
prosecutor
Satan,
is
Satan.
very determined to have a very high conviction rate. So they wanna be
665,
very, very careful that
664.
If they bring a case, they will win it.
All right. So can you describe a typical special agent report and the special agent report specific to Hunter Biden's
Dude,
case?
this is so critical.
Certainly, the
665.
whistleblowers have testified that nearly 1,000
Plenty of volume, guys. There's plenty of volume. It's gonna go. It's gonna go. 665. Boom. We're gonna go right through. Here, watch
A
this.
discussion of what they had discovered.
Plenty of
but
volume.
Also, every bit of evidence that they found that supported each element of each crime for each year for which they were recommending
6540, 66637. There it is, guys. 66649. 668.
Received this report.
Oh my goodness gracious. 667.
99-page memorandum
66696.
supporting the recommended
66646.
charges. Is that correct?
66589. We could get there. We can see it. We can see the light at the end of the satanic tunnel.
I understand that the tax division did produce a 99-page memo.
All hail
all
Satan.
the charges the special agents had recommended.
All hail
So Ms.
Satan.
O'Connor,
I wonder
you
if
said DOJ's tax division recommended
is on
6
this hearing
felonies and 5
Chuck,
misdemeanors.
the butter substitute, Fleischman.
That's correct.
Hunter Biden was only initially
Doesn't help a damn thing.
charged
Grandma
with
yelling
2
doesn't help a
counts of
damn thing.
willful
Atomic Ray's
failure
going
to
crazy in
pay
the chat.
Federal income taxes.
I should bring that chat up here.
Is that correct?
Right, for just 2 years.
And these are misdemeanors.
Right.
Okay. But the maximum penalty for these charges is a fine of $25,000 as well as up to 1 year in federal prison. Is that correct?
Or both.
Or both. Yet Hunter Biden owed more than $100,000 in both 2017 and 2018. Correct?
That's what the criminal information alleged. I think that's a ballpark figure.
Okay. Based on the answers you just provided, it's extremely difficult to believe that an individual who is not the son of the sitting U.S. president would be treated this way. We're told the Department of Justice treats all citizens equally under the law.
668's the new high. We just have to get back up above 666 again.
That is not
Definitely a
what
point
is
of resistance.
What happened in Delaware. Based on your experience, would you agree that that's not what happened in Delaware?
Exactly.
Porta Johns, I agree with you.
Just in the next the next state, in New Jersey, a mechanic was being sentenced to 2 years.
Or his
for
twin
having
brother, right?
Not paid like $100,000 in taxes.
So, In this case, there was not equal justice under the law being proposed.
Absolutely
it was
not.
Totally unequal justice. That is not what this country stands for. We want everybody being treated the same under the law, and my colleagues should feel the same way.
She's
Thank
a
you, Mr.
fucking
Chairman.
badass in a pink jacket, bro.
Good lady yields back before I recognize.
Look at her just standing out in there. Look at her just boom, standing out up there on that
letter from
on that panel.
Parnas, who
It's fucking
Mr.
awesome.
Raskins
She's a
continues to
fucking
refer to.
badass.
It's actually a press release from the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York. It's Lev Parnas sentenced to 20 months in prison for campaign finance, wire fraud, and false statement offenses.
Yeah, he worked with
Without
Rudy
objection,
Giuliani.
so ordered.
I'm glad I had the chat up.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Ocasio-Cortez for 5 minutes.
Oh, God, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, it has been repeated, and I would also like to repeat that the allegations being presented by the majority are extremely serious, and the prospect of impeachment is also a gravely serious matter, which has been echoed by our witnesses today. And any serious impeachment investigation or inquiry relies on firsthand sworn testimony of witnesses to high crimes or misdemeanors. Today, the Republican majority has called in 3 witnesses to advance their case. Mr. Turley, I have a simple question for you. In your testimony today, are you presenting any firsthand witness account of crimes committed by the President of the United States?
No, I'm not.
No, you are not. Ms. O'Connor, you are the second Republican witness here today. Have you, in your testimony, presented any firsthand witness account of crimes committed by the President of the United States?
I have not.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Dubinsky, as the third and final Republican witness in this hearing, have you, in your testimony, presented any firsthand witness account of crimes committed by the President of the United States?
I have not.
And Professor Gerhardt, given that you are the minority witness, I assume the same, correct?
I'm not a fact witness, correct.
Thank you. And to clarify, 2 individuals presented today who do have firsthand accounts surrounding the progeny of these allegations are being blocked from testifying by the Republican majority. And I want to explain why this is important. Members of Congress, all of us in this hearing, are not under oath, as we are presently covered by the speech and debate clause. Isn't that correct, Professor Gerhardt?
That is correct.
And the speech and debate clause covers all statements by a member of Congress, whether they are factual or not. There are only 4 people in this room that are presently under oath in their testimony. And those are the 4 witnesses here today. Is that correct, Professor Gerhardt?
That is correct.
And so the direct testimony of the 4 individual witnesses here today are the bona fide words that this committee must use in order to proceed or substantiate an investigation. And I want to emphasize why that's important. Earlier today, one of our colleagues, a gentleman from Florida, presented up on this screen something that appeared to be a screenshot of a text message containing or insinuating an explosive allegation. That screenshot of what appeared to be a text message was a fabricated image. It was a fabricated image.
I like the way she looks at that.
I don't know where it came from. I don't know if it was the staff of the committee, but it was not the actual direct screenshot from that phone. And in fact, I would like to submit to the committee the actual full context from the Ziegler affidavit number 1, exhibit 402, of the full text of that exchange. Do I have permission from the chair? Importantly, what was brought out from that fabricated image excluded critical context that changed the underlying meaning and allegation that was presented up on that screen by this committee and by members of this committee. Now, they are well within their right to do that because they are covered by the speech and debate clause.
Holy shit.
This was not submitted.
Dude, my USB hub is hot as hell to the
That was
touch.
not submitted by a material or fact witness under oath. The
1,
impeachment
2,
inquiry,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's an 8 plug
extremely
hub.
serious matter. Professor Gerhardt, In the impeachment inquiry into President Clinton, were there key fact witnesses that were presented during those proceedings?
So that's not hard at all. Is it active or
There were in
passive?
the Senate. Now, in the impeachment,
It's just plugged into a USB port.
investigations with
Dude, my camera keeps freezing.
Yes, ma'am.
there were. Are there any
So
key
fucked
material
up.
fact
I
witnesses?
must admit, I don't know, but I don't think it should be hard if it's not active.
We are wasting our time.
Dude,
When we talk about a threshold of
I'd get a fan for it.
inquiry, was there a House
I've got a
floor vote
fan
that had a majority of members of Congress
in my
that
bedroom, man.
opened
I'm gonna go grab it. A little
into
electronics
President
fan.
Clinton?
Then now you
There
froze up.
was there a
Yeah. Well, my other in
opening
the top. You
impeachment
can see me
inquiry
moving in the
into
corner,
President
right?
In 2019.
Is there one here for this?
I'm here, Cyber. I'm up here,
There is
man.
not one here for
I'm up here, bro.
I see you. I see you.
an embarrassment to the time and people of this country. And I would ask that the chair and I would ask that this committee elevate to the promise of our duties here and comport ourselves with the consistency and practice that is required of our seats and our duty and our oath
So,
to our.
if you Google it, it actually says yes, it's completely normal that adapter get hot during use, or even nothing being connected. I didn't know that. It can get as hot as 52 Celsius. That should be normal.
I think Americans are beginning to think this behavior by the Biden family is normal. I'm kind of afraid that they're going to say, well, President Biden's a politician. They're going to look at the news with regard to Senator Menendez.
I have to reboot the computer. I'll leave it off for a while.
I don't think it's the way it works. I think this is this corruption that appears to be. We have all sorts of smoke.
That's probably a good idea.
Fire with all sorts of smoke is almost an historic low for our country, and it deserves a strong response from this body.
All 8 ports are plugged in, but one of them is just a USB drive, so that can come out. That's a thumb drive. That doesn't even.
But if you Google it,
doesn't even have to
a
be.
lot of posts pop up with saying it's normal and shit. With people panicking and shit.
But here we're talking about the presidency. If the response
There, now
is
it's only
Hunter
7
Biden
ports
was an
active.
elected politician, I have to know just what was Hunter Biden selling. We can't become numb to these facts. The allegations are extraordinary.
I've got a hard drive plugged into it too, dude. That could be unplugged.
Accused of bribery, accused of taking payments, whether it be
I think it's plugged in. It might be plugged in somewhere else. I can check that.
And these are not empty allegations. We continue to have evidence.
I got that extra mouse plugged in. That could be unplugged.
Is President Biden compromised? It's particularly relevant because of the interaction, interaction between our country and China.
Oh, I don't see my box here yet.
Mr. Turley, I want you to really discuss how
I wonder what time it's supposed to get here.
Really is. What do you think is the most concerning piece of evidence that you heard of today?
I think the most concerning, obviously, you have to start with the bribery allegation that was the subject of the FD 1023. Now, I say in the testimony that you have to
10
only take that so far because you have a lot of information about second account. But when you put it into
it's out for delivery.
Context of this labyrinth of accounts and companies used to transfer money, and you have the statements of Hunter Biden,
Come on,
that's
Chuck. Where's
what
my
makes this a credible inquiry.
Where's my truck at, son?
And the question is, did the president know? Did he encourage this type of corruption? And the key here, once again, which is what I stressed in the testimony, is you have to begin with a recognition that what Hunter Biden and his associates were doing was corrupt. That's what influence peddling is. It's a form of corruption that our
That's what
country
influence peddling is.
Has combated.
It's corruption.
Now, the only question is for an inquiry is whether that body of corruption, which it is, also encompass the actions or the knowledge of the President of the United States.
Which it did.
The only
They can
way
prove
you
that.
will be able to get that information
With this investigation.
is to follow this evidence.
Exactly.
And what I suggest is you do so without any prejudice. You do so without any assumptions. In fact, I hope that the President will be able to show that there is no such nexus. But you won't get those answers until you ask these questions.
So we're really obligated to have this inquiry.
I believe it's your duty to determine if the President is involved in what is a known form of corruption. And that's what I believe has already been described. I believe many people have accepted that this was influence peddling in its rawest form.
Okay, could you elaborate for us the impact bribery of a public official can have on the execution of their duties? And how about if it was the president? You explain why the American public ought to care about this.
Well, Alexander Hamilton talked about impeachment in Federalist 65 as a violation of the public trust. And that's really what this ultimately goes to. I'm hoping that there's not much disagreement that public corruption falls within an impeachable offense, because if it does not, then it makes a mockery of what the framers were talking about. During the Clinton impeachment, Michael and I testified, and there was a lot of, I think, good faith discussion between us and the other experts as to the executive function theory and what constitutes an impeachable offense. I would hope that it would be agreed that if a nexus was established with the president, that he participated in the corruption of influence peddling, that it would be a potential impeachable offense, or it would be the basis of an
We have millions of dollars flowing to the Biden family. That's been proven overwhelmingly. Are you aware of any precedent in this country where there's been any case of bribery and corruption of a public official or of a president of this magnitude? I mean, is there any historical precedent in this country where on
Gentlemen's time's expired, but please answer the question, Mr. Turley.
Certainly, this has the assumption, as the ranking member, has contested the degree to which all of this money went to the Biden family members. That has to be, as the ranking member said, it has to be established. But no, in terms of the figures, I've been a critic of influence peddling by both Republicans and Democrats for 3 decades. I've been writing about this a long time. Influence peddling is the favorite form of corruption in Washington, D.C., and this city is awash with it. But have I seen anything of this size and complexity? No. Just as an observer, no. But we still need to know the scope of this and whether all of these financial transfers link the president in any regard, and I'm not going to assume that it does.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous
Chair now recognizes Mr.
Unanimous consent motion just to introduce an October 2020 article in Politico where Mykola Zlochevsky, who was the source of the FD 1023 that Mr. Turley just referenced, stated that neither he nor anyone else from Burisma ever had any contact with Vice President Biden or people working for him during Hunter Biden's engagement.
Without objection to order, Chair now recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we sit here just 2 days away from a complete government shutdown, House Republicans want to distract the American public from their funding failure with a baseless impeachment inquiry, lacking facts and foundation.
Whatever. Why don't you wait till the investigation concludes?
The livelihood of millions.
You're wasting
of
everyone's
federal
time right now.
workers, small business owners, seniors, and veterans, all of whom live in the districts of every member on this committee.
Yeah, well, it's too bad you guys didn't put up a better candidate, but you put up a crooked crook. So this is your fault.
I cannot overstate
We could have had Bernie
the
Sanders.
impact this Republican shutdown will have on mothers and babies receiving WIC.
Blame yourself.
In Ohio, there are 180,000 women, children, and infants whose benefits will be at
Yes,
risk.
and this is all your
And
fault.
in case that statistic isn't sinking in, let me
Oh, it
just
should
paint
sink
a
into
picture
you
for
really well because
A
it's
new
all
mother
your
in Cleveland
fault
is trying to
and
buy
your entire
infant formula
party.
for her baby at the grocery store next week, only to discover that she has no WIC benefits to access. She cannot pay. If Speaker McCarthy and our Republican colleagues continue to value their egos over the well-being of American families, stories like this will become a terrifying reality for millions. Yet, House Republicans continue to prioritize political warfare over people's welfare. The Speaker seems committed to promoting political gains and protecting people's benefits over protecting people's benefits. Americans and our economy are being held hostage to the demands of the most extreme members of his party. It is painfully clear that Speaker McCarthy has once again handed control of the people's house to MAGA extremists. Rather than work with Democrats to get us out of the mess they created, Republicans are tripping over themselves trying to distract and deflect the American people with their The Department of Justice and the FBI under former President Trump spent five long years looking into these Republican conspiracy theories and debunking
Blah, 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 blah. Nobody cares what you're saying, lady.
House Republicans want to keep So, Professor, what would you say is the primary flaw in the House Republicans'
Nobody cares what he has to say either.
My cousin, lots of assumptions, lots of accusations, but not
These falsehoods about President Biden didn't change the will of the people who are the listeners. Yet, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are at this holding another year on
It's kind of cute. Actually, but I still don't care what she has to say. I did like a little glasses.
Thank you. You testified before that the 99-page memo gave a full authorization for the charges. Is that your testimony?
That is what the whistleblowers reported.
Actually, the whistleblowers reported that it was a discretion finding. And since you worked in the DOJ tax division, I'm sure you understand that there is full authorization, there is discretion, and there is declination. And when they give a discretion determination, that is because there are serious holes and flaws, and they leave it to the discretion of the U.S. attorney whether or not they want to charge it. Isn't that correct?
No, not at all. Discretion is not based on holes and flaws. It's based on the ability of that particular district to prosecute that case. And in fact, that 99-page memo is referred to several times in the testimony.
Excuse me.
And
What do you mean
only in
the
one
ability?
time did it mention discretion. All the other times it did not mention discretion at all. And
So you're
that's-
disputing that it said discretion?
Gentleman's
Are you
time is
disputing that it said
expired. The chair now recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very disturbed about what I've heard here today. There's a saying among country lawyers that if you have the facts, you pound the facts. If you don't have the facts, you pound the table. When you can't pound the table, I guess some of my Democratic colleagues choose to pound the witnesses. That was inexcusable. What just happened in this committee, attacking the witnesses personally instead of addressing the merits of the evidence being presented, indicates to me that my Democratic colleagues know the evidence is becoming increasingly conclusive. It reminds me of a line from a movie, A Few Good Men, Jack Nicholson.
Oh,
You can't
Mr.
handle the
Palmer,
truth.
I must say, sir,
The evidence will either
you have
convict
quite
or
the
acquit.
wit.
In any criminal proceeding.
Quite
or
the
civil
chess
proceeding,
player.
if there's no wrongdoing, the evidence or
Well
the lack of
played,
evidence
Mr.
will support
Palmer.
that
Well
conclusion.
played.
The problem of the suspicion of wrongdoing is compounded by the withholding of evidence, the misrepresentation of the evidence in hand, and the obstruction of an investigation but not denying access to information that would be or could be evidence. At this point, there's a growing public perception, and it's reflected in the polls, Mr. Chairman, that President Biden, his son Hunter, other family members, and business associates were engaged in some form of criminal activity. It is the responsibility of this committee to pursue the truth and report it to the American people. I'm not sure that's what's happening on the other side with my colleagues. It is vitally important that our efforts be conducted openly, without prejudice, with no other agenda other than arriving at the truth, regardless of our politics. It is vitally important. As Professor Turley has pointed out, you don't undertake an impeachment inquiry lightly. This has profound implications for the future of this country and our ability to govern.
I've never seen an impeachment hurt anybody, really.
repeated
I don't even understand how they work. What good are they? They seem to be paper tigers.
To deny this committee
So
access
you impeach
to
somebody.
information that's material
Big
to this
deal.
investigation. Now I want to ask Professor Turley a question.
You put them in jail? Did you fine
is the
them?
promise of
Did you
foreign
prevent
access
them
to
from being a president?
Government official.
Oh, that's right.
Vice
No,
President
none of the
anybody
above.
else, that only materially benefited a family member.
It's fucking dumbest
Could
shit
that
I've
be
ever seen.
influence peddling?
Yes, and as I point out in the testimony, courts have found that various benefits to family members can be attributed as a benefit to the principal. That has included everything from throwing a golf contest in the favor of a son of a politician to paying for gifts.
I
In fact,
foresee a
was
very
lead
near
counsel
future
in the
where if
last,
someone's not
Porteous
impeached, they're not going to be a
trial, the last
desirable
impeachment trial
presidential
for a
candidate.
judge. And that was the trial in the U.S. Senate. My client, Judge Porteous, was accused, among other things, of benefits going to his family. And so there's certainly precedent, not only in criminal cases, but in impeachment cases for making that next.
Okay, I want to be more specific. If Vice President Biden used his office to influence domestic or foreign policy for the financial benefit of his son, even though Vice President Biden may never have received a dime, but it resulted in millions of dollars going to his son or his brother or other family members or business associates, and used his office to influence either domestic or foreign policy
We have a crime.
for their benefit,
That's right.
could that be a violation of the public trust?
Absolutely. In fact, it's perhaps the most quintessential violation of the public trust because you're not acting in the public's interest. It's a form of public corruption that this government, this country, has declared as corrupt in other countries around the world. Sir, I don't want to jump on your time because I know you all have important things to do, but I would like to respond to the attack that you mentioned.
You may do so.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to explain what that attack dealt with, if nothing else, for members of the committee than for my 3 children here, who may be a little surprised by what they just heard. As they, I think, know, I've spent my life challenging what is called morals legislation. What the Democratic member attacked me for are laws that dictate to others how they should live their lives. Some of those laws have been used against gay and lesbian couples. They've been used against minorities. The individual that the member described, I condemned. I represented the sister wives in a case challenging that law on the basis of individual rights. The trial court ruled in our favor and struck down that law the first time that type of law had been struck down. The 10th Circuit later dismissed on technical grounds. But I just want to end with one other thing, and that is, it's not going to make a difference. You know, this has become a pattern of witnesses, whistleblowers, FBI agents, journalists being attacked in Congress. It won't make any difference. It won't change the constitutional standard. It won't negate any evidence that you have. But at some point, you've got to say enough. You know, that we have to have something the public has something in Congress to look to have faith. And I have to tell you, it's not that I think that absurd attack meant any difference to my children or to the people that are watching. It makes a difference to our process.
Shame on the Democrats.
Witnesses should not have to...
Mr. Chairman, I hate to interrupt Professor Turley, but could our witness get equal time then? Because we're over a minute over.
Chairman, I think gentleman's time has expired. He responded to the false allegations by your members, and I apologize for how you all been treated. I apologize to the American people watching this hearing for the parliamentary.
Thank you, marshmallow-headed man.
The other side is pulled. I think people in America care about public corruption. The title of this hearing is an impeachment inquiry. And I think that Mr. Turley's done a good job explaining the basis for why we need to take impeachment inquiry and move forward. We have led this investigation, and now we need the impeachment inquiry status as we move forward to get the information that we have been obstructed by this administration and by this family. And that's what the purpose of this hearing is. Don't create utter false narrative. With that, the chair recognizes Mr. Gomez from California.
Mr. Chairman, well, what obstruction were you referring to there?
Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico. Mr. Gomez was next on the thing, but Ms. Stansberry, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Donald Trump for calling this hearing today. As it demonstrates the House GOP and Donald Trump's continued attacks on our institutions and on our democracy, and the House GOP's complete inability to govern in a serious manner. As they're holding this hearing, as we see just 2 days before a potential devastating government shutdown, and the fact that most Republican members on this committee didn't even bother to show up for the hearing this morning. Their own star witness said right here in this committee this morning that he doesn't even believe that there's enough evidence to meet the standards needed for impeachment. And in doing this, our colleagues across the aisle are making a mockery of this institution and of our Constitution, peddling in conspiracy theories, peddling the conspiracy theories that Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump themselves tried to get the American people to believe, and which Donald Trump's DOJ debunked. It's outrageous. So let's be clear about what this hearing actually is. It's an effort to undermine our democracy, to diminish Donald Trump's own 2 impeachments, his first impeachment for trying to illegally bribe a foreign government to help him with his campaign, and the second for a deadly insurrection in the halls of this Capitol after he asked his followers to tear through the halls of Congress, which they did with zip ties, looking to execute the former vice president. And we know that Donald Trump has called for this impeachment inquiry because we have the direct evidence from his own social. You can see it right here. He says, impeach the bum. And we also know that he's been directly coordinating with members of this committee, as reported by the New York Times. Right here, a member of this committee has been briefing Donald Trump on this inquiry. We also know that if Donald Trump doesn't get his way, he wants his loyalists to shut down the government. How do we know that? Because he posted it right here on his social media. And his loyalists in this committee, who are doing his bidding for him today, retweeted it. And in fact, it actually says right here that the reason why they want to defund the government and impeach is because this is the last chance to defund these political prosecutions against me. So folks, this is not a serious inquiry. This is not a serious hearing. In fact, the witnesses here don't even believe there's enough evidence to impeach. Their own members don't even believe there's enough evidence to impeach. In fact, they refused to hold a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives because they didn't have enough Republican members who would vote for it. That's why we're here today. It's outrageous.
So what is this hearing actually about? It's a campaign strategy. It's a misuse of official resources. It is this committee and loyalists of Donald Trump doing his bidding to bolster his chances of winning back the White House and securing their majority.
It's, yeah,
in
whatever
the
it
next
is.
election.
Biden's
And
guilty.
in the process, to diminish the name of impeachment, which is enshrined in the U.S. Constitution, which we take an oath to uphold, and to make Donald Trump's crimes, including his 2 impeachments and his 91 criminal indictment counts,
Which mean nothing.
look like they're not serious crimes. When you think about it, it's chilling. It's truly chilling. It's another attack on our democracy and our institutions. It's another attack on fair and free elections and the use of this committee to try to carry it out. So I just want to say, I think it's obvious who the grand puppet master is here. He tweeted about it on his own social. And we see the long arm, but little hands of
like to
Mr.
tweet.
Donald Trump,
I like to
whose
tweet it out.
fingerprints are all over this hearing and this sham impeachment. But we know that the American people are smart, that they're not going to be fooled by what's happening here today, and especially as they shut the government down in 2 days with catastrophic impacts for our communities.
That's messed up.
And with that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mess up
Mr.
if you allow
Turley,
that
Professor,
shit.
we're going to be moving quickly here. Let us retract from the absurdities of 21st century Twitter. Let's go back to 1787. Shall we? Article 2, Section 4. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. High crimes and misdemeanors is not and never has been limited to indictable criminality. Mr. Turley, Professor, please tell us briefly, sir, what was the actual meaning in 1787 of high crimes and misdemeanors?
Well, this has been a matter of obviously robust debate for many decades. What we do know is that there were various terms that were offered and were rejected, the most famous being maladministration, and James Madison was uncomfortable with that. But they were also uncomfortable with limiting it to like treason and bribery.
Exactly. It was never designed to be limited by writ of statute. Was it, Professor? Would Madison argue that, quote-unquote, betrayal of trust to foreign powers is an impeachable offense?
There are references into that type of betrayal of trust, but also if you take a look at past impeachments, they have gone to the violation of public trust, including the use of office to perpetuate false accounts or to obstruct this body.
Agreed. So impeachment is a mechanism of our congressional authority. It's not a criminal proceeding, is it, Professor?
It's not. What I've said previously is that I happen to believe you should start with the criminal code and look at things that would be crimes for others, because those resonate the most in terms.
And those criminal code violations would be revealed through the investigative effort of the congressional endeavor to inquire into impeachable offenses like this hearing. Would you agree?
That's right. This is
Moving quickly. There's one of the gentlemen said there's no credibility to this evidence. Let me say, as an investigator, there's perhaps no category of evidence that's more credible than bank records. And bank records is what we're working with. The House Oversight Committee, Judiciary Committee, Ways and Means Committee are investigating highly suspicious money transactions from foreign powers through shell companies to Biden family members. There's nothing more credible in an investigative effort, good sir, than bank records. I'm going to read from an email from Assistant United States Attorney Wolf, released by the House Committee on Ways and Means yesterday, identified as Exhibit 202 of the IRS whistleblower investigation. This email shows Ms. Wolf prohibiting the investigation team from looking into political figure one. Let me clarify that during that investigation, political figure one was a pseudonym agreed upon by the investigative team, the FBI, the DOJ, and IRS investigator. Political figure one is not a pseudonym created by Republicans or Democrats. Political figure one is President Biden, is Joe Biden. Leslie Wolf, as a priority, someone needs to redraft attachment B. There should be nothing about political figure one in here. This is a response to an email delivered by Joshua Wilson, FBI agent, that said, please see the attached draft for Blue Star search warrant. Blue Star Strategies is a longtime Democrat lobbying firm that Hunter Biden used to put pressure on U.S. government officials to end the investigation and protect Burisma. The Department of Justice was investigating Star for these activities and allowed to retroactively register as a foreign agent. Today, no one has been held accountable at Blue Star. That happened during 2020, just months before your presidential election, America. You should be very concerned about this. Mr. Turley, based upon the constitutional parameters of the House of Representatives, do you agree that our Oversight Committee, Judiciary Committee, and Ways and Means Committee should be judiciously investigating reasonable suspicion of impeachable actions by President Joe Biden?
I do. I think it is your duty to get answers to these questions and to see if the president was involved in what I think is a confirmed corrupt influence peddling effort.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired. I yield.
I now recognize Mr. Garcia for California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just begin by recapping for the American people what we've seen so far today. My Democratic colleagues have done a great job of showing that there's absolutely zero evidence linking President Joe Biden to any wrongdoing. Zero, none. This hearing is a complete waste of time 2 days before a MAGA government shutdown. And we also know that Hunter Biden never held any sort of public office. And there is no evidence that he ever influenced any kind of policy in the White House. There's no evidence that he and his father's finances were ever linked. And we've spoken to many witnesses to prove that. And in fact, none of the witnesses here actually have any direct evidence that there's any sort of wrongdoing that was repeated here by these witnesses. So instead, we're back to falling on MAGA conspiracy theories that Rudy Giuliani parroted over and over again. This farce is all about House Republicans trying to re-elect their beloved leader, Donald Trump. And what I want to know is why we're not actually investigating real family corruption. They want to attack President Biden's family, who actually never worked in the White House, which is incredibly hypocritical. Yet we have not yet talked about these guys that actually worked in the White House. And in fact, I want to talk about Jared Kushner, who's right over here. We know that Jared Kushner, who's Donald Trump's son-in-law, was given enormous power in the White House. When Jared joined the White House, he was so unfit and unqualified and with so many conflicts of interest, he couldn't even get a security clearance. His father-in-law, Donald Trump, had to intervene, overriding national security officials. We also know that just months after Jared left the White House, the Saudi royal family gave him $2 billion, with a B, into the Kushner hedge fund. And right now, Jared is pocketing an additional $25 million a year in fees. This is a man who was put at the head of Middle East policy in the White House. We know he personally intervened to give the Saudis a $110 billion arms deal that was opposed by folks all across the government. He supported the Saudis with their brutal war in Yemen, even after they murdered Jamal Khashoggi, a journalist, of course, who was an American resident. The Saudi crown prince bragged to other heads of state that Kushner, and I quote, was in his pocket. Even Trump's first Secretary of State complained that this is inappropriate. Now, Jared delivered for the Saudis over and over again, and he was rewarded. Even advisors to the crown prince advised against the $2 billion hedge fund investment, yet he went forward anyways. So we know that Jared Kushner, a senior White House aide and Donald Trump's son-in-law, was doing favors for a foreign government. Now, this is actually an enormous family scandal that this committee should be investigating. And I think Chris Christie put it well when he said that the grift from this family, the Trump crime family, in my opinion, is breathtaking. You also need to take my word for it. But this is actually what our committee chairman actually said about the Kushners. I'm just quoting our chairman. I have been vocal that I think what Kushner did crossed the line of ethics. Now, Mr. Chairman, I completely agree that the Kushners crossed the line of ethics, and I want to know what we're going to do about it and when that hearing is actually going to be here in front of us. See, if we're not too busy, maybe next week during the Republican MAGA shutdown, we can actually have a hearing with Jared Kushner, which is clearly in a very corrupt arms deal here, a deal around his investment firm. And the chairman can also be involved in that since he also thinks there's problems. Now, we do know today that we're not here because of any wrongdoing of President Biden, but because this is all part of Donald Trump's campaign. And his most extreme allies, including some members of this committee, are now retaliating. In fact, some members have been trying to impeach the president since day one. Now, this is a tweet here. I'm going to read it. It says, 2 years ago, I introduced articles to impeach Joe Biden on his first full day in office. We will impeach Biden, bolded with an exclamation point, and you see the actual resolution here. So we have the receipts to prove it. There really is no reason why. They don't care why they want to impeach the president, but they've been trying to do it now for years. Here you have, of course, a member of this oversight committee posting about introducing articles of impeachment on President Biden's very first day in office. And now the Speaker of the House is empowering these people in a desperate attempt to keep his job. Ultimately, the person pulling the strings here is Donald Trump, a dangerous man facing federal and state indictments who's out for revenge. And he's been doing this his whole career. And I want to show you a second tweet, again by a member of this committee. They are trying to expunge Donald Trump's impeachment, as you can see here, which is also unconstitutional. I'm going to read this tweet. Expunge the wrongful Trump impeachments. Impeach criminal Biden. These are political stunts to appeal to an extremist base, and they seize control of this conference. If we don't act, they'll threaten our democracy again.
500,000
This impeachment is a farce with no evidence, and with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman?
Chair recognizes.
Mr. Chairman, I would just
Mr.
add to the
Jordan.
gentleman's remarks that Jared Kushner was a key player in the historic
Is this a
Abraham
point of
Accord.
order? Or, excuse me, is this a point of order?
Chair now recognizes Mr. Sessions from Texas for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Gerhardt, you had been asked a question earlier that I heard a quick reply to, and the answer to the question was about the timing of a government shutdown and an impeachment. You quickly responded, never. Do you want to revise or extend that remark?
Jeff Sessions.
About the timing of a government shutdown and an impeachment occurring at about the same time, and you said never.
I understand the question, and if you're talking about 2019,
I am.
there was not a shutdown.
There was not. There's not now.
I understand, but
There's not now. So the people on this side are simply taking advantage of your answer. In fact, the indictment, the impeachment of Donald Trump was December 18th, 2019, and then the president signed the funding of the government December 21st, 2019, 3 days later. So the question that you were asked, perhaps you responded to correctly, never. But in fact, there is a nexus that suggests that people on this side of the dais are taken the wrong way. Second, Mr. Chairman, I also find that some of our members are talking about baseless accusations of a government shutdown. All you have to do is go to Google Ohio to apply it for WIC, which was the supposition brought up, can be gathered in all 88 Ohio counties. It is run by the state of Ohio, not the federal government. I think that we need to be careful when we make accusations here. Thank you very much. Ms. O'Connor, you have a history of understanding tax implications and inside the Department of Justice. These are serious matters, and when they
Would you
do...
yield to the gentleman?
I will
Gentlewoman
not.
from Ohio?
I will not.
I will not.
The implications of this endeavor that we are
It's so
attempting
funny.
to understand is
He's no gentleman.
decision-making inside the Department of Justice. And that inside the decision-making, we've already heard back a number of times how the Department of Justice
did not move forward in compliance, I believe, to their job to make a determination whether the facts would or should be taken further. With President Clinton, the FBI went and actually interviewed the president and the vice president about these matters and other people in the White House, and President Clinton lost his law license over that, and it ended up that there was an impeachment from the House side. Can you please talk about what should be done from normal and regular Department of Justice officials to see whether this has occurred? That we are entitled to ask questions about that investigation from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the DOJ.
Thank you, Mr. Sessions. I think you're more than entitled. I think that you're obligated to look into the allegations that the whistleblowers have brought. The whistleblowers were very detailed in the investigative steps that they took, in those that they wanted to take but were prevented from taking, but would have taken in any other investigation. We don't have a window into where the roadblock was thrown. We don't know who threw it.
Would you think it would be proper for this committee to bring those individuals and to properly vet them about that? Or is that the duty of the Department of Justice through the Federal Bureau of Investigation to get that done?
Well, I think it's your obligation. We know that the whistleblowers tried to remedy the obstruction from within the Internal Revenue Service and got no backup at all. They were left out to dry.
Does that include asking for metadata that might have supported any other investigation like this?
Absolutely. For example, the WhatsApp message where Hunter Biden says that he's sitting next to his father and is in the process of shaking down a Chinese businessman. The agents wanted to find out whether that was a true statement, and they could have found out, but they were denied the authority to pursue that inquiry.
By what authority?
We don't know exactly. All we know from the testimony is that they would request search warrants. They would.
So, Mr. Chairman, let the record reflect this as an inquiry for us to make a determination. Mr. Chairman, I'd also
absolutely
unanimous
without objection to order
placed into the record the articles which I had previously provided to this committee in testimony.
Mr. Chairman,
without objection
another
to order.
unanimous consent motion. I'd like to offer a press release from the same Southern District of New York that you introduced for Lev Parnas that's entitled Devin Archer sentenced to a year and a day in prison for the fraudulent issuance and sale of more than $60 million of bonds.
Devin Archer, Hunter Biden's business partner and best friend?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Without
your
objection
star
to order.
witness. Yes,
Chair-
your star witness.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gomez from California for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So, one of the things I want to kind of stress is that from the very beginning of this Congress, the Republicans had one thing in mind. Let's get Joe Biden, right? Let's get Joe Biden, and let's
who fucking cares?
Find the evidence that showed he did something.
God, man, you guys
But when
sound
the evidence didn't exist, they would make up facts or they
so
would exaggerate
stupid.
to an extent that it was like, honestly,
Yeah, well,
mind-boggling.
now they got evidence, so
And,
let's talk about the evidence.
I know. I want to
fucking
focus
idiot.
on one part first.
Okay.
The Republicans keep pointing out 20 shell companies of the Biden family. These are
Okay.
actually 20 shell companies of Hunter Biden. Okay, so anytime they say the Biden family, they're really saying Hunter Biden, because there hasn't been a connection between Joe Biden and these companies. To an extent, do we have the slides up? Go. First slide is, that's not the slide, but I'll show it. So there's an article from Washington Post, August 17, 2023, and it says how Republicans overhype the findings of the Hunter Biden probe. And it's specifically when it comes to these 20 shell companies, as they call them. They were actually, they were overhyped, and they gave them 3 Pinocchios. Mr. Chairman, I would like to unanimous consent to enter this into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Great. Next, so they keep focusing on these 20 companies, and then the Ways and Means reveals 700 pages yesterday. It was really dramatic, right? They used Section 6103 to get these returns, and they say, "Hey, we're gonna show that they did something wrong." The chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Adrian Smith, who also serves on this committee or sits on this committee, when asked a simple question, they pointed out that this actually the WhatsApp message of Hunter Biden allegedly was sent in 2017 when Joe Biden wasn't even president.
Dude,
when Joe Biden wasn't even running
when he
for
pointed
president.
out all those
So,
businesses,
unanimous
Biden's name wasn't on, but Hunter's was. Dude, you dumbass. The whole point of money laundering is to have the recipient off the goddamn bankroll list, you idiot.
Thank you so much. So let's dig into these 20 businesses. 20 companies. That's a lot of companies for an average American like myself. You know, I got a W-2. I file my income taxes. My wife and I have simple returns. But when it came to President Trump, how many companies did he have? Anybody want to take a guess? Ms. O'Connor, how many companies did Mr. Trump have?
I have no idea the number, but I know
Okay,
they all
stop.
did something.
I
They
reclaim
built
my
things, they
time.
sold
Thank
things,
you.
they
I
provided services.
reclaim my time. Reclaim my time. See, you can't even answer a simple question, right? He had over 500
Will the gentleman yield?
companies. No, I will not.
Oh.
He also had over 500 companies. Over 500 companies. I looked at the tax returns. Why? Because I was on the Ways and Means Committee and I got to actually dig into it. Over 500 companies, actually between 517 to 543 companies.
What's your point?
And Republicans had no concern about that. When
Why
it was-
should they?
They were structured in a way, they were almost like a set of Russian nesting dolls.
Oh, God.
Each one
Russian.
hiding the existence and who
I
controlled
love
the others.
these guys are idiots.
But did the Republicans bring it up? No. Did they have any concerns? No. But what happened last week or this week?
Donald Trump's a
Let's take a
businessman.
guess.
He owns businesses,
A
you moron.
judge said that President Trump committed fraud, business fraud, for inflating the value of his net worth and his companies. But when it comes to the Republicans, they have no problem with that. Right? They don't have no problem. They don't want to dig into that. When Trump controlled these 517 companies, when it came to
He got charged, man.
Hunter Biden controlling 20, we see a direct line to Joe Biden.
They just finished that
So
case
that's
on
what
him.
the problem is that they're cherry picking facts to connect it to Joe Biden, and when they don't have facts, they make it up, as they did earlier today when they put up tweets or text messages that were not connected. So the point is, everything they're doing is to muddy the waters, and I think it's disgraceful. Because when it comes to a president that committed fraud, a president that caused an insurrection, a president that was also sold our government's national interest to the highest bidder, silence. With that, I yield back my time.
Would the gentleman yield a quick question about the president's son's 20 companies?
I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to put up on the board in just a second, but this is the entire transcript of the Devin Archer testimony I submitted to the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much. So
His name's Mr.
in this
Biggs.
particular colloquy that's going on, highlighted up there, you'll see that Mr. Archer says, let's start at the beginning. Let's go somewhere else. He says, the question is, did Hunter talk about how bringing his dad, Joe Biden, either to Ukraine or using his dad as vice president would add value in the eyes of Burisma officials? Answer, yes. How did it come up? As well, we were business partners. It just came up. We're business partners. We're business partners. Okay. What kind of leverage was Hunter trying to get by using his dad? Answer by Devin. I think it's more defensive. Defensive leverage, that the value is there in his work. Also in this same document, I asked him, I said, the brand, he said, what is it? You keep talking about the Biden brand. I said, is it Dr. Jill? Brother Jim? No, just looks at me like I'm an idiot. He says, of course it's Joe Biden. Of course it's Joe Biden. Then you go back and you see Tony Bobulinski. What does he say? Quote, the Biden family aggressively leveraged the Biden family name to make millions of dollars from foreign entities, even though some were from communist-controlled China. And who is the Biden family asset? Is it Dr. Jill? No. Brother Jim? No. Any of the grandkids that got money from foreign companies? No. None of those folks. None of those folks. Then you get the stuff released from Ways and Means yesterday. This is Hunter Biden saying to his uncle Jim, BS, Jim, all around BS. Explain to me one thing Tony Bobulinski brings to my table that I so desperately need that I'm willing to sign over my family's brand. What's the brand? Joe Biden. And pretty much the rest of my business life. Why? Because that's the only product I got. Joe Biden, the vice president at that time. It's plain English.
I'll be back later. I'm gonna go make some food and shit.
All right, brother. Take care.
Would I give this marginal bully the keys to my family's only asset? Oh, okay. So, but we're told that there's nothing linking them. So I got to ask this question. Ms. Turley, I'm going to ask you a question. If the brand and what you're selling is Joe Biden, the then vice president, and
we have a pennant forming, guys.
Biden or his family is receiving some kind of benefit
on
by
Bitcoin.
the sale of access, or I'll leave it there. Selling of access, or even the illusion of access to Joe Biden. What does that lead you to conclude?
Well, if you look at actual cases that I've cited in my testimony, benefits to family members can be viewed as a benefit to the principal. So there's not much debate about that. The issue of the inquiry is whether...
Who's still here, guys?
Let me stop saying there has been progress.
Let me know in the
last
chat if
few
you're
weeks
still here.
that many people,
Biden
after
should be in
the Archer
jail.
testimony said,
I agree.
that it's influence peddling.
I agree.
Some have said it's the illusion of access.
But unfortunately, that's not what impeachment does.
But I think that calling it
That's
by its
not how
correct name
impeachment
is
works.
important, and it is a form of corruption. The benefits to the family
Okay,
members
rubber
can be
ducky,
attributed
you're
to
the one,
principal
rubber ducky, you're
criminal
trying
cases.
to
So
fun,
what
rubber
remains,
ducky.
the question is, did the
All right,
person
anybody in the
know that,
Rumble?
direct that, participate in that?
Well, we know that
Let
he
me
made
know if you're
20
here,
calls
guys.
To business associates. We know he's having dinners with those associates, which leads me to the follow-up question, which I think is critical here, because these guys are looking for the gold bars or the cash stuffed in the Menendez coat. That doesn't happen very often, in my experience, having tried a lot of cases. So my question for you is, tell us about when you have circumstantial evidence vis-a-vis direct evidence. What's its value? Can you rest a conviction on circumstantial evidence?
You can. One of the things I point out, though, in my testimony is the Supreme Court has narrowed some of the elements on things like bribery, denial of honest services. Those elements are now narrower than they were. But it is notable in the Menendez indictment that they brought the conspiracy on honest
It just showed that
services,
David
they still
Kushner
believe
or
that
Jared
these types
Kushner was
of
doing the
gifts,
exact same thing,
obviously
right?
can be based on a conspiracy theory. But you're clearly correct. I mean, if the allegations get
So
Senator
the
Menendez
Repubs and the
that's really
Dems,
old school
rubber ducky.
bribery, not
You know,
since Jefferson.
you need to
and
give
his-
fucking credit where
his
credit is
freezer
due.
Have we seen that type of raw
Camel toe.
evidence? Today it's a lot more
Yeah,
sophisticated.
I
I
like
think
that,
everyone in this
camel
room
toe.
has to acknowledge that influence peddling is the favorite
She's an
form
idiot.
of corruption in Washington. I think
And
that's
she's not black.
unassailable.
She
And
ain't
it's
black.
much more sophisticated,
And neither was Barack Obama. He ain't black
handing
either.
over gold bars or whatever is alleged in this case.
Mr. Chairman, I have a document I'd like to get in. This is
That's
I
becoming the
appreciate
more
that my
popular
colleague
opinion
trusts
because
the
it's
American
true.
people. And the CNN poll that says the majority of Americans believe Joe Biden as vice president was involved with his son's business dealings. Submit that for the record.
Without objection, so
Mr.
ordered.
Chairman, I have another unanimous consent motion. I'd move with unanimous consent to introduce an order from the Supreme Court of the State of New York from Tuesday where the Trump Organization was found liable for fraud.
Right.
And it's specifically on page 28 where there's a paragraph entitled, quote, "The Trump brand premium that was increased the value of Trump assets by 15 or 30% according to the Trump Organization."
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An impeachment inquiry is a grave undertaking that is supposed to be in response to evidence of a crime. Mr. Chairman, you have questions. Many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this hearing have questions, but questions are not the basis for an impeachment. Evidence is. Mr. Turley, on September 1st, Speaker Kevin McCarthy said that he would not launch a fake impeachment inquiry, a sham impeachment inquiry. But then on September 12th, just 12 days later, he completely changed his mind. My question is why? In those 12 days, did hard evidence appear that clearly and directly links the President of the United States, Joe Biden, to a crime?
I can't answer as to what was it that pushed the speaker to make the decision. The courts have said you don't have to have that vote on the floor.
I'm watching a hawk right outside.
But I'm very interested in those 12 days. And we know you're not a fact witness, and you're talking about things that are already public. But is there anything that came up in those 12 days that linked the President of the United States to a crime? Yes or no?
I don't have any recollection of those 12 days.
Yeah, nothing. I can tell you it's nothing. And we've heard even from you that this is why we have this impeachment inquiry. But let's be clear, this inquiry has been going on since the day we got here. Since the day I was sworn in at 2 a.m. on a Saturday night, this impeachment inquiry started. Let's pull back the curtain on what's really going on. There's no evidence of crime, only desperation and political pressure. This is what's going on. The far right called for the sham impeachment hearing with no evidence at the beginning.
It's a meme. They made a meme, guys.
This impeachment inquiry has been going on.
He fucking made a meme
we've had in relation to this.
Oh
On
my
September
God.
1st, the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, says, no, we're not going to do that. We don't have the evidence. We don't have the votes for it to pass on the House floor. We're not going to do it. A good decision, in my opinion. But then just 12 days later, 12 precious days later, something happens. I'm not sure what, but something happens, because then the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, comes out and says, yes, we will do an impeachment inquiry. So what happened?
You're a fucking idiot, Robert Ducky. You're a moron. Welcome to my block list.
3 threats from members of his own caucus at the direction of former
You're a fucking cartoon, dude.
changed his mind. Number one, the
you.
threat to force a vote on impeachment, which would lose on the House floor and be another embarrassment in the long list of embarrassments this Congress for the Speaker of the House. Number two, they would threat to shut down the government, something that will happen.
Go watch some
in
Crowder,
just 2
motherfucker.
days. And number three, and this is the one that really got to him.
Go
They
watch
said,
some fucking Matt
you about
Walsh.
to lose your job. And they said, we will remove you as Speaker from the House. And that scared him so much that Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House of the United States of Representatives, third in line of the presidency, completely caved due to the threats of people within his own caucus. This fake impeachment is based on desperate political calculation, not any evidence. And Mr. Chairman, you say this hearing is to establish.
Doesn't he
the
represent
basis
them, you
for
idiot?
This fake sham impeachment hearing.
This whole
but these
meme was so
witnesses are not
dumb.
giving us any
So
basis,
dumb.
giving us any evidence.
That's what Kevin McCarthy's job is to do, is to represent those people.
I have to stop because that's not
my
a
time.
true statement.
I reclaim my time.
He's
These
a moron.
These witnesses are
with
not
this,
giving any answers.
with
They're
this
just asking more
bullshit
questions.
fucking meme.
We have one witness who has
Hilarious.
a lot of questions, Ms. O'Connor. Dubinsky, one witness who knows something about accounting but has no real involvement in what's going on. And Mr. Turley stopping here on his way to his next Fox News hit. This is not a serious inquiry. And this impeachment is something that's very serious. And we have to ensure that we focus on the wants and needs of the American people. This is all for nothing. Half the crowd is left. There's no line outside. The goal here to distract from the government shutdown is not going to work. And to the Speaker, I have to say, you're being played by these extremists and Donald Trump. It's costing us our economy.
Bullshit.
And this entire fake impeachment
Shut
inquiry
up.
isn't about the United States. It's about Hunter Biden. And the
Fuck
only
off.
thing the president can be guilty of here is being a father.
Oh God! What? Oh, being a
Chair,
father.
now recognize Mr. Laturner.
Oh
You
yes,
yielded
such
to-
sweet words.
Yep.
Yes,
You
he could
the
be a father.
thing from Florida yielded back.
He's
Chair.
a father.
And he yielded back to the
I
vice
yielded
ranking
back. I
member.
yielded to the vice
Biden's
ranking
guilty
Thank you,
of
and I'll
being a
ask
father.
for
Everyone.
extra time back as well. Much of the Republican case and evidence has relied on words from Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden said this, Hunter Biden said that, therefore, case closed, there's something here. Professor Gerhardt, we know, I believe it's wide knowledge with the public, that Hunter Biden sadly was dealing with substance misuse disorder, correct?
Dude.
Correct.
He's been under indictment, correct?
Correct.
So
Is this a reliable witness? That
Oh,
would
what a
take-
bitch.
Probably not.
In your assessment?
Gentle's ladies, time's
Thank you
That's
very much.
bullshit,
Chair now
dude.
recognizes Mr. Armstrong.
What a bullshit
Recognizes
question. She attacks the,
Yes.
One
you
is a
know.
hearing notice from December, hold up. Sorry. June 10th, 2019, with an impeachment hearing with Joyce.
She attacks
Vance,
the
who was
son of the
fact
fucking
witness, Barbara
president, saying he's
McQuaid,
not a
who's
credible
fact
witness.
witness,
Wow.
70s story time.
Didn't he
with
used to
John
use
Key.
drugs?
Secondly, there's
Joe
another
Biden's son's not a credible witness. AOC, everybody.
Two witnesses here just a week before we voted on impeachment in 2019 with Michael Gerhardt and Jonathan Turley. Appreciate you both being here very much, but you were not fact witnesses at that point in time. And the Webster's definition of hypocrisy.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes.
Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous.
Chair recognizes Ms. Mace.
Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to enter an article into the record dated January 6, 2019. A member of this own committee, the day after she was sworn in, came into Congress, and this article says, Dem split in response to her words, impeach the mother effer, the day after she was sworn in. Some might even say these kinds of
I
comments,
think that's Rashida
not only are they
Tlaib.
hypocritical by the left in their arguments
I
today,
think that was the Rashida
but that this is
Tlaib.
an embarrassment to the time and people of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I'm afraid my friend, the gentlelady from South Carolina, just engaged in personalities against a fellow member of the committee.
Well, which she entered in the record was, I believe it was Ms. Tlaib's.
Well, it was the
word.
commentary that accompanied
It
it
was
that
an
I'm referring to.
article from January 6,
what she
2018.
said.
Dem
Right.
split in response to impeach
Yeah.
Said
the
it.
mother effer comment by a member of this committee.
Right, it was the commentary, and in any event, it doesn't make any
No,
difference.
she said it. She actually said it.
No, but Rule 17
She said impeach the mother
The
effer.
commentary of what she's presented.
The article
the
title is
the
Dem
gentlelady's
split in response
commentary.
to
All right,
impeach
guys,
the mother effer
let's get on with it. I mean,
That's
the
the title
government's
of the
about to
article.
shut
Mother
down.
effer, mother
Chair-
effer.
Order.
She
Chair
wants to keep
now
saying it.
recognize Mr. Turner from Kansas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The mischaracterization of what this hearing is about by my colleagues on the other side is astounding. Throughout the presidency of Joe Biden, the White House has attempted to claim that the president did not talk to Hunter about his business dealings. Joe Biden even said during the 2020 presidential debate that no members of his family received money from China. He said, and I quote, "My son has not made money in terms of this thing about China. Nobody else has made money from China," end quote. The White House strategy has been deny, 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 lie, and then counterattack, but the evidence and the facts have forced the White House to change its story time and time again. The White House handlers continue to shift the goalposts, and President Biden continues to lie. How can President Biden continue to maintain that Hunter's private business, simply that, private, when it's clear from bank records, emails, and testimony that Joe Biden was intimately involved in
Wolfie,
Hunter's
what's
pay-to-play
up?
schemes and crooked foreign business dealings? This image shows an email between Hunter Biden and his business associates stating the setup of equity in a Chinese-owned energy venture. This particular business deal was
It
with
doesn't plug into the
CEFC,
wall.
a Chinese-owned energy conglomerate. This email lays out the payment structure for equity in the company,
It doesn't
which was
plug
known
in.
to be
It's-
tied to the Chinese Communist
It just
Party.
plugs right into
through
the
its
USB
owner, Chairman
port.
Yi Jingming. The committee's investigation into the Biden family, including evidence turned over through various document productions, has shown that these men were all in business with Hunter Biden at one time or another. James Gillier, Tony Bobulinski, and Rob
Bobulinski.
Walker on separate occasions,
Bobaloo,
along with other
Bobulinski.
Hunter business partners have confirmed what this email
Did the government
said,
there finally
that they
look
were
into
all
Biden?
getting a cut.
That's what they're doing right now.
Who else?
They're
was
doing an
getting a cut?
investigation.
What is the date of that email, sir?
They're
This
doing
is my time.
An impeachment.
I'm just
hearing.
asking the date.
This is
You're
my,
entering something
This is
into
my
the
time.
It-
Mr. Chairman, I ask that my time be restored.
Please restore Mr. Turner's time.
Thank you. Who else was getting a cut? According to this email, 10% was going to the big guy. What I'm sure my colleagues on the other side are asking themselves is, who's the big guy? Well, let me tell you.
We learned in the FBI's FD 1023 that Zlochevsky called Joe Biden the big guy. Tony Bobolinsky also has corroborated that Joe Biden is the big guy. Rob Walker, an IRS whistleblower, say that Joe Biden is the big guy. And finally, the Justice Department obstructed investigators in Delaware who wanted to look into
The committee don't have shit. Guy. These fuckers don't know what they're talking about.
Folks, it is
we have better conversation with the USB hub. You want active power, not passive power, USB.
We have the president saying
restore
that
my
he had nothing
erection.
To do with, that Hunter Biden and no one in the family profited from China. And we have evidence here that the big guy was getting 10%. Let me read you a definition of a trendy word here lately. Gaslighting. It's a form of psychological manipulation in which an abuser attempts to gain power and control over the other person by distorting reality and forcing them to question their own judgment and intuition. I would say to the American people, look at the evidence before you and make a judgment, and do not allow the White House or our colleagues on the other side of the aisle try to convince you that what you're seeing isn't the truth, trying to convince you that you're crazy. Mr. Dubinsky, you have extensive experience as an expert witness and consultant in the areas of white-collar crime, financial fraud, and corruption. Is it characteristic of these types of crimes that actors hide behind nicknames or other pseudonyms to mask their identity?
It's very common.
What about this first email image is characteristic of financial crimes that you have investigated or provided expert testimony on in the past?
Well, typically you'll see code names used and money is being paid to somebody under that code name, and that's how these processes work.
Let me ask you something. You're very experienced. When conducting an investigation, if your boss prevented you from taking investigative steps, how would you react? How would it affect your findings?
First, it would be extremely troubling if I was told not to continue to investigate something, and if I was put in that position, I'd probably withdraw from the investigation.
Has the Department of Justice ever restricted any of your investigative steps?
No, they have not.
That's amazing. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognize Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 hours and 45 or so minutes into this, the Republicans' own witnesses have confirmed that they have seen no evidence of any evidence. I think that if my Republican colleagues had a so-called smoking gun, they would have presented it by now and would have talked about it non-stop.
Can the gentlelady read a bank statement, an email, a text message?
Are you asking her to yield,
reclaiming my time? Thank
you. Boom!
With no fact witnesses and no evidence in this sham so-called impeachment to distract from their inability to fulfill their basic duty to fund and run our government. Republicans know the American people don't want their shutdown. So instead, the Republicans on this committee are attempting to divert and distract the American people's attention by spending taxpayer dollars on this sham impeachment hearing 2 days before they shut the government down in hopes that the media, and I don't just mean Fox News, will fall for their scheme and give more airtime to the lies being told on this committee today than the real life impact their shutdown will have on even their own constituents' lives. In fact, in Chairman Comer's district, Republicans' shutdown will cost 8,937 of his constituents their paychecks. In Jim Jordan's district, Republican shutdown will cost 3,939 of his constituents their paychecks. In Marjorie Taylor Greene's district, Republican shutdown will cost 6,306 of her constituents their paychecks. In Lauren Boebert's district, Republicans shut down.
Democrats are the party of shutdowns. You guys love shutdowns.
Thank you very much. In Lauren Boebert's district, Republicans shutdown will cost 9,016 of her constituents their paycheck. In Paul Gosar's Arizona district, Republicans shutdown will cost 12,349 of his constituents their paycheck. In Byron Donalds, 3,235 folks paycheck. In Andy Biggs, 8,433. In Lisa McLean, 7,286. In Scott Perry's Pennsylvania district and the capital of my Commonwealth, Republicans shutdown will cost 5,445 of his constituents who will lose their paycheck. Indeed, when you add it all up, Republicans' shutdown will cost 217,583 of their constituents on this committee's paychecks, their income for
the monitor is here. The monitor is here.
Those are our mothers, our fathers, caretakers, brothers, sisters, moms, dad, grandmas, grandpas, friends, neighbors, beloved community members, veterans who won't know how their food or medicine will be paid for or where their rent money is coming from. Many of them vote Republican, but I bet you not one of them cares more about Hunter Biden's laptop or helping Kevin McCarthy keep his gig as leader or speaker of his
None of that has anything to do with the investigation, honey.
Receiving their paycheck
So,
and making their ends meet.
It doesn't matter. You're just wasting time. Blah, 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 blah.
Engaging in partisan bickering over their favorite buzzwords rather than talking about how the MAGA shutdown will crush all
make some
of
sense?
our constituents.
Both loud.
To be honest, I don't quite care about private citizen Hunter, whom the proper authorities are dealing with, or the cable news culture war distractions. I care about the 7 million babies, children, mothers across this country who after Sunday will lose access to food and formula, over 10,000 in my district alone. I care about 300,000 families to 20,000 veterans who after Sunday could face eviction from their homes. Rare diseases and cancer patients whose experimental trials will be delayed for months. And I care about our seniors unable to get help with Social Security and Medicare. And make no mistake, their attacks are targeted, both in who's behind them and who are going to be hurt most. The most marginalized folks bear the brunt of these MAGA Republicans' attacks. Black folks, brown folks, trans folks, poor folks, disabled folks. Keeping that struggle in mind, we had 2 hearings on the infant formula shortage on the subcommittee chaired by Congresswoman McClain. Yet with the 320,000 babies, women, and children in her home state of Michigan about to go hungry due to her party's shutdown, it seems like my Republican colleagues only care about an issue when they can point the finger in another direction. Much like what's going on in this embarrassment of a hearing today. Mr. Gerhardt, in one of your recent op-eds, and you have repeated it here, you mentioned that a good test for assessing the constitutionality of a governmental action is to switch the names of the political parties and the actors involved. If the outcome is the same, it's a good sign of neutrality. If the outcome is not the same, then there's a good chance that partisanship is the driving force. I think we can safely say that this inquiry would fail that neutrality test. And since I don't have time, I think we can say that we are here, America, in this sham hearing, prioritizing the political needs of the Republican Party, pushing a lie for Donald Trump as you go hungry and you lose your homes. Shameful.
At the request of the witnesses, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Nice. Recession. Well, my gaming monitor has arrived, everybody. I'm very excited about this. I'm attempting to tear into it as we speak. I don't know how it opens. It's a secret. It's a secret method. It's some sort of a locking top here. I do not quite understand the locking mechanism here. So weird. I mean, I'm sure this box opens up, like, in a really cool way. I have yet to figure this box out. It is quite a weird, wow, this is really weird. This box needs instructions, man. Okay, there's a tab. Here's a tab. Oh, there we go. I got it. Ah! Woohoo! Okay, there we go. Tis very nice. Tis very nice. We have these years ahead. All right. it smells brand new, man. It's got that brand new smell. Okay. We're able to deboxify it. It came with its own cable. Hey, hey. We're excited about that. We're going to need that. Or probably not, but we'll just see what kind of cable we got here. Now, this is the stand. See, tomorrow I'm getting a pivot stand it'll clip on the desk, and then I'll be able to swing the monitor. It's a swing stand. Should be cool. This thing's like a boomerang. It looks like a goddamn boomerang. It looks like a goddamn. I'm an X-Man. I'm an X-Man, and this is my weapon. I'm the X-Man. I got a weapon here. I don't know which way. Okay, but the good news is it fits on my stand, so that's great. Smancy, what'd you get? I got a gaming monitor that is 240 megahertz. So I should be able to see a little bit smoother. So this obviously goes here. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. This is going to go like this. And then we're just going to give this a good to everything. Turn, turn, turn. There is a season. Turn, turn, turn. And to everything a purpose under heaven. Okay, it's a little loose still. I don't like it loose. But we're going to make sure it's on there. Nice and tidy. Okay, there we go. Nice and tidy. That fits on there actually quite nice. Okay. For now, for what I'm going to be doing. I mean, you know, for now, right? Because it's only going to be for a day. And then I've got a power cable, which is great because, you know, I actually have another 6-way. I knew I was going to need that. So I've got the 6-way. I've got another, one of these is going to be a monitor cable. The other one's going to be an HDMI, I think. Yeah. Got a monitor and an HDMI, so it came with 2 cables, which is great, man. And we got a nice long power cable here, which will work. So we got a power cable, plug the monitor in, and my my new 6-way for power. Now I've also got power over there, so I might just use that. I might just plug into that. I got a 6-way under there and plug right into that, and it's fucking good, done deal. But I've got a 6-way here too. I got a new 6-way, and this thing has spaces for bigger things in it. My other one is not as nice as this. Okay, now the monitor itself is a curved monitor. It's over here. Okay, here's the monitor. Let's unbox it. This should be fun. We can go large screen here. Okay, and I'll just for now I can move that, and then we're gonna have to move the camera, huh? How are we doing on the Bitcoin the crypto stuff here? Yes, we're looking at the cryptos. This should be fun for the whole family here. Everyone loves unboxing 240 megahertz monitors because they can't see shit anyway. Okay, so what we have here is a beautiful monitor. Yes, looks gorgeous. So the connections are monitor, HDMI. I don't see a USB, but I don't use that anyway. Regular power. The power button's right here underneath, and then this just slides on. This is the regular connection. So, what I can do, there's a couple things I should do here. It says world-class warranty included on here. I don't know how to pull this. Oh, this is a sticker. It says Respawn warranty program. Respawn. The fuck does respawn mean? Does that mean this thing is used? I don't get it. It was sold as brand new, right? Better be fucking brand new, bitch. Fucking half a millisecond. Goddamn bitch, motherfucker. Don't piss me off. You don't piss me the fuck off. You won't piss me the back off. Now this gotta come off, right? Okay, cool. Take that sticker out of there. And now, I'll just turn this sideways so we can see what it is we're doing here. Right? And then this is just gonna go blanc blanc. What? Wow, it just clicks in. Are you kidding me? That really? What is that? Just release with a button? It does. That's nice. I like that. I don't have to screw it in. Okay, so now my next question is, does this lower? Yes. But how? It does lower. I can see it's on a track. There must be a button, right? Or do you just do it? Yeah, you just do it. There we go. Cool. So it is to lower the monitor. Okay, fantastic. And I'll put the monitor right here. And as far as camera goes here, man, this is going to be interesting. Right? We're good. There we go. Three, two, one. Man, that was pretty good, man. I was just about on that. Okay, now I'm just saying that this camera can now go here. You guys are going to be a little bit closer for now. But we can also do this. Now I cannot see you right now, so I'm going to have to do this. Use my upper monitor. There we go. There we go. All right. So you're zoomed in just a little bit more. Center place would be right about there, but I could just, well, I can just move that probably. And for now, I mean, this is all temporary. It doesn't have to be a big deal. But I know it is a big deal. I still have to take my dog outside. I don't know where he is. He's laying down sleeping in front of me. He's so badass. All right, so now, what kind of a connection is this using here? It's using a monitor connection. So this is the monitor I'm going to use. since I've already got it here, right? I've already got monitor cable plugged into my computer. Now here's the problem, wait. It's coming from the wrong video card. That's not the one I want to use. I'm going to have to unplug one of my fucking four goddamn screens. I just realized that. Now, I could re-plug one of those into the other video card, though. It's not going to be that big of a deal. But in order to do this right, I have to unplug. Okay, this is my thing. This is going to be unplugged from here. There's a button. Yes. And now, instead, you are going to be plugged in, and I hope these are monitor and not HDMI. That top one is a monitor. It's a slant on the top. Slant on the top. Boom. It's there. It's plugged in. I almost didn't have it all the way plugged in. I didn't realize. Okay, cool. Now, this bad boy is going to go like this. Okay, and we're just going to plug this monitor into monitor 1. So give me a second here, because I'm going to turn this sideways. Try to figure out what I'm doing, because these plugs are on the bottom, and I got to get my head down here and see where the monitor plug. Okay, so they're way over there. It's monitor. It's HDMI, monitor. So it's going to be the very first one, I believe. I believe it's going to be. Okay, come on, baby. Tell me we're going to reach. Tell me this little thing's going to reach this far. Tell me. Dude. I mean, it's a good thing I've got an extra cable here. Is that right? Ooh, I think I almost had it. Okay. But, how much slack oh, okay, I got plenty of slack there. I'm good. I didn't realize that. Okay, all I gotta do is untie this. Okay. You. Not you. You. Yes, you. It. Now, if I wanted to get more, I'd go underneath here like this. So I'm gonna I need the extra couple that I'm gonna get just by doing this. I'm gonna do it. Got it. Okay, now power. Unplug this. Where are you coming from, dude? Okay, so, I mean, I don't need, because it's on this side, I don't need any more slack, per se. Because I got, oh, this is coming all the way from the wall? Holy shit, that's awesome. Okay, cool. All right. I didn't know, but this thing can go all the way around this way, and I could take this like this. All right, now we're gonna fire this monitor up. So that was the monitor I unplugged. I'm gonna have to deal with that. Okay, there, now we're plugging it into power. And this is gonna go like this. This, and this should go like that's perfect. Okay, great. And now, okay, don't want to do that. I want to do this. Great. Okay, the power button is right there. Okay, all my monitors just blinked. It is. We'll see if it recognizes. Oh, it recognizes the monitor instantly. It says DP1. It's a good looking monitor, huh? You guys, I could put you on a tripod. I don't have to have this monitor sitting here anymore. Because that's going to be my 6th monitor now. This monitor can totally go away. Take my little signs. But let's make this go away. Alright, I think we're all good. Oh, this plastic, all this plastic. All this plastic. Wow, okay. So,
the House will come back to
here
order.
we go. Wow.
And we will resume the 5-minute question and answer period.
I've got to try to get this other monitor plugged in.
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from Secretary Vilsack from September 25th stating that the WIC program, which is a federally funded program administered by the states, will expire for 7 million moms and children if the government shuts down.
Dude, my other monitor came on. Now I just have to organize them. Hold on. I'm sorry about the sound. Let me get my mouse over here because the monitors all just changed position on me. I have to figure out how to get my mouse over here. I'm sorry, guys. Just give me a second. Checking my audio properties. Okay, I can't get the mouse. There it is. There it is. The volume's on it. Okay. I don't know what got tripped here. Everything is on. Weird. I don't know what I did. Oh, it must have switched to this monitor for sound. That must have been what happened here. Let me see if I can switch that. Yeah, it changed to the new monitor. That's so funny that I knew that.
Gave them White House tours. He wrote letters of recommendation for their children and shared fancy dinners as well. So let's also talk about patterns. Yuri Luzkov and Yelena Baturina. They are Russian. They're married. They were married. Russian oligarch billionaires. Michael McFaul, the U.S. ambassador to Russia, ID'd Luzkov as being corrupt. Yelena Baturina wires $3.5 million to Hunter Biden. Soon thereafter, who does she have dinner with? Then Vice President Joe Biden. Kenez Rashkov Rakishev, and Karim Mazimov, Kazakhstani nationals.
Okay,
Mazimov
let's
used to be
arrange
Prime Minister, is now in prison. Rakishev wires
all the monitors now.
$142,300 to Hunter Biden. Very next day, Hunter Biden buys a Porsche for $142,300. And then soon after, who do you think Keniz Rakishev has dinner with? Say it with me. Then Vice President Joe Adam Pazarski and Mykola Zolchevsky, the CEO and CFO of Burisma. U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey
Just applied my monitor settings.
Zolchevsky, a poster child of corruption. Those two fellas paid Hunter Biden's shell companies a total of $3.3 million. And who do you think
Everything's working.
Madame Pazarski had dinner with?
Okay,
Again,
now.
say it with me all at once. Then Vice President Joe Biden. So here's a pattern. You have crooked foreigners
I could
that
put
deliver pallets
6
of cash
down
to
here.
the Bidens, and then they have dinner with Joe. And apparently Joe Biden is one hell of an expensive dinner date. And if that's not selling political access, I don't know what is. My Democratic colleagues report ad nauseum when they talk to the media that there's no direct evidence linking Joe Biden to his son's crimes. Really? This is a FD 1023, which is used by the FBI when confidential informants give them information.
Okay, the mouse is all set up.
This 1023 is only as good as the source. It could be garbage or it could be gold. The FBI describes this source as somebody that is highly reliable and very trustworthy. In fact, they've worked with him for over a decade and paid him well over $100,000. What he has given to them is always checked out. This, ladies and gentlemen, is gold. Consider this with weight and gravity. So what does this say? I don't know what the confidential informant's name is, so I'm going to call him Ivan. Ivan is not his real name, but Ivan describes Madame Pazarski directly admitting to him in a confidential conversation that they hired a not-so-smart Hunter Biden to protect us, quote, through his dad from all kinds of problems. Then Ivan speaks directly to CEO Zolchevsky, and Zolchevsky confides that Hunter Biden will take care of those corruption issues through his dad. Zolchevsky is being investigated by Viktor Shokin, a Ukrainian prosecutor.
240 hertz,
Joe Biden
active signal mode.
For Shokin's
It's running
removal.
240.
Now, Ivan is also told by Zolchevsky that it cost him $5 million to pay one Biden and $5 million to pay the other. This is direct evidence of naked corruption and bribery. Zolchevsky also admitted to Ivan that both Bidens pushed him to pay them and to keep Hunter Biden on the board. Please keep in mind, these were confidential conversations. Also interesting that Zolchevsky referred to Biden as the big guy, and I doubt he knows Tony Bobulinski. Shokin seized 2 homes, land, and a Rolls Royce from Zolchevsky. When he was fired, the Ukrainian president admitted in a phone call to none other than Joe Biden that Shokin didn't do anything wrong, but at your behest, we fired him. And then $1 billion of aid that was being withheld was given to Ukraine. And lastly, after Shokin was fired, Hunter Biden and the other members of the Burisma board wrote a letter to the new prosecutor demanding that the investigation into Zolchevsky ended. And you know what? Shockingly, it did. The message was sent and the Bidens delivered. Mr. Dubinsky, in your experience in financial investigations, you follow, quote unquote, you follow the money. If you were investigating this and looking at $5 million payment from Burisma to Joe Biden, what kinds of information or patterns would you be looking for?
Well, I'd want to know who, what, when, where, and why. What's going on? Why is the money moving? What's it for? What's the substance behind it? And talk to people. Look at documents and talk to people. That's what we do in investigations. I would venture to say everybody in this chamber, if they were the CEO of a company and they saw money moving like that within their own company, they'd want to get to the truth. They'd want to find out, why is that money moving? Why is somebody paying that money out? Those are the questions that need to be asked and get to the bottom of.
Mr. Chairman,
I have another unanimous consent request. I'd like to enter into the record a July 9th, 2016 letter from 3 Burisma board members, including Hunter Biden, to Yuri Lutsenko, who replaced Shokin as the prosecutor general, expressing concern that Mr. Lutsenko had initiated an investigation into Burisma.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Kassar from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to begin with a quote. The people of America elected all 435 of us to do the things they expect Congress to do. Real business, not theater. Try to have some type of prescription drug reform.
Oh God! All these guys are saying,
instead,
man, I'm so sick of the Democrats.
Party is conducting
it's all baseless. It's all baseless. It's all baseless. Whatever. Get on with it. They're just
Was it
wasting our
Nancy
time,
Pelosi?
man.
Maybe Ranking Member Jamie Raskin?
Hey,
Mr.
do you guys
Chairman,
care what
you
this
might
moron has to
recognize
say?
that quote because you said
I really don't. I don't want to hear what he has to say. Fuck that guy. Sorry if you really want to hear that guy, but I don't want to hear him. So, let's see. What am I doing here? Frames per second, 40. That's weird. Frames per second. $60. Okay, I have to go to graphics. Alright, here we go. Now hopefully when I go up you guys will still be able to see it. So you go into quality and it says video memory scale 60. Maybe it's display, my bad. Display. Dynamic resolution. Here we go. Screen refresh rate. Here we go. Dynamic resolution. On. Show more. Frame rate target. 240. Full screen. Want to try borderless? Full screen borderless. We're on windowed, which is so easy for doing shit. But it'll probably work better. Borderless. Borderless. Okay, there's full screen borderless. Oh, I can get my mouse off of it. That's good. That's cool. Cool. So I can take my mouse off the screen if I have to. Alright, I think that'll work. Let's just see how it looks. And see. Well, let me. My frames per second are still saying 60. Let me see what happens when I start. Still says 60 on the menu. I wonder if it should be higher for the menu. I don't know, but you guys are gonna have to be able to see this, so let's see what you guys are gonna see. Here we go. This is gonna be the test right here. Oh, there it is. All right. Dude, my computer's having a problem running this video.
The president's son seemed to benefit.
I'm probably gonna have to reboot my PC, but this is weird here. Let me make sure this isn't on auto.
Often
It's on auto.
Positions as far back as 1996. He was his first job, and
Still fucking doing that shit. I don't know. I might just turn that off.
DNA. Then Senator Joe Biden had supported the.
Let's close that. Fuck that shit. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Alright, let's leave Discord. Having all kinds of issues right now. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Oh. That was on my screen. Okay, that's weird. Oh, okay, I see. Alright. Alright, let me just see if the frames per second kicks in. FPS 60. No, it's capping at 60. Oh, these are menus. It could be menus capped at 60, so I just have to wait to get in the game, I guess. Okay. Frames per second 60 in the menu still. Frames per second 2360. Dude, I wanted to play in here too. Fucking A, dude. It's capped at 60 right now. Still want to see what you guys are seeing. Good, it's going. 60. Fucking A.
Team deathmatch. All Saber, you've got the nod. Weapons free.
Got 3 kills already at 60 FPS. It's back to auto. What, did I not hit save? Dude, it's on fucking auto. Fuck this shit. That's bullshit, dude. It says auto again. Look at this. Dude, what is going on, man? Screen refresh rate auto. Because display mode is not set to full screen exclusive. Oh my god, how did I know that? That is so stupid. I hate you. 240. You guys suck. I had to get out of a game for that. Now it's saved, right? Oh, apply. There we go. Dude, why didn't it tell me that before? Oh, because it wasn't in that mode, I guess. Dude, I want to go back into that map. That map was awesome. I love that map. I could just keep escaping out until I find the right map. I don't even know what they're called, though, really. I'm such a noob. Marksman, crouched, border crossing. I happen to like this one. All right, let's see. Now it says still frame per second 60. Dude, it's still saying 60. I'm like, okay, when the game starts, is it gonna go into there? I saw it pump up to 212 for a second. Still a menu. 60 menu. And here comes the game. 3860. Dude. 60 again. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, man? Full screen exclusive. 240. Custom frame rate. Custom. Unlimited. Apply. There it goes. There it goes.
We have the lead.
God bless America. I saw that guy from like a mile away. Oh man, it is so smooth though. Holy shit. Oh my god, dude. Dead. 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 UAV. God damn it. Flashed. Reloading. Hell yeah, dude.
Fighting your six.
Cruise missile.
Target marked. Request fire.
Where we going, baby? Where we going, baby? Where we going, baby? Ow! I got one of them. Shit! Fuck yeah, dude. I got a jet flyover. Go, baby. I don't know what to do. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. My planes! My planes! My planes! They didn't hit anybody. No effect. Zero effect. Oh shit! There's another guy right there. Damn, dude, I was doing good. I got so many kills in a row. Holy shit. I got 7 kills in a row, guys. That's like the best I've ever done in my entire life playing this game. It has everything to do with the monitor. Holy shit. Come on. Come on, you little bitch. I see you. God bless America. Oh shit. Ah, dude. I hit the wrong button there. I just flailed and hit the map. I didn't mean to. We just switched sides.
Overclock online. Taking effective fire. I'm coming up.
Shit. Dude, frames is everything. Oh my god, I had no idea what a difference it was going to make in my gameplay, guys. 11 kills, guys. Shit. Oh, I ran right towards that dude. Trying to build up kills and get those perks, you know? Sorry, my bad.
Hey, crouching from behind.
Shit. Oh, sorry, my bad, my bad. Dude. Where the Damn. They're in the middle. Great. We were doing so good.
Taking fire.
Got him. I got that sniper. Yes. And he was trying to snipe me. That was great. Dude, I'm telling you, this monitor makes all the difference. Friendly chopper. I gotta rest a little bit. Enemy chopper. Enemy chopper. Where's that enemy chopper at?
Hostiles deployed a counter UAV.
Damn. Get him, get him, get him. My bad, my bad. Couldn't tell who that was back there. If they get layered in front of behind each other, you can't fucking tell. It sounds like a jet's up there. Like a bad jet. Is that a fucking drone? God damn it. He's just hanging out way back here. Or maybe he just spawned in. Or maybe the jet's just taking everybody out. Where is he? Oh my god! Where did he come up on me at? Oh, behind me. Just walked right up behind me. God damn it. Oh my god. Nice. Oh dude, that guy had 49 kills. He was in that plane just killing everybody. But I did good, dude. I did really good. Ooh. Nice kill. I wonder. Oh, kill death ratio 2.33, guys. So. Oh, my menus are going fast now too. Oh yeah, the menus look way better. That's funny. All the graphics are pumping now. It makes a difference on everything. Because the game just uses a lot of resources. See, that wasn't totally smooth. But what are you guys seeing, man? I can't get out. I can't get out of the locked strike. I should cancel out of there. Because it locks my mouse in, so I got to Alt-Tab out and get my mouse out here. I wanted to be monitoring the rumble to see how smooth it would look for you guys. Good luck getting rumble to play normally. There we go. Okay. Okay, back in the game. There it is. Okay, wow. Get the first kill in a match. I got it. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that. Get 3 while crouched. Get 5 with the marksman. Okay. Marksman is custom loadout 3. Or a custom loadout 4. Okay, let's do custom loadout 4. Custom loadout 4. Alright, so custom loadout 4 until I get my 5 operator kills with the marksman crouched. So I gotta be crouched. I gotta remember that. Crouch kill with the marksman, which is 4. If you guys are commenting in the other chat, I don't see it. I have it off screen for some reason. There's the chat. There it is. Okay. I got to alt tab. Now I'll be alt tabbing in and out, which kind of sucks, but you know, that I have to, in order to play this at these frames per second, I have to be in this certain mode. You're just watching Hoot and Hell? Okay, cool. Well, my gameplay has improved so much. Now I got to get used to playing in these crazy graphics. I got the light shining in my eyes. I didn't realize it. I got light shining right in my face. I usually have that turned off. It's funny. But the screen is just so amazing. Okay, remember, crouched with number 4. Loadout 4. Crouched. Okay, crouched. Look at that guy with his shield, that's funny. I haven't got a single kill yet. Oh, that's the third time. I can't get a single kill this way. Oh my god. Oh, all right. Maybe I should go for headshots, huh, guys? That should have been a double headshot. Dude, come on, dude. You can do this. Oh. Nice, finally got one. Two. My bad. 3. One more. Oh, just last split second, I'm shorted. Ah. Ah. Person just appeared to my right. One more kill like this. Boom, that's it. I think that's all of my, Oh, wait, I gotta get another kill with this gun now. Nice. Dude! Dude, are you kidding me? What the fuck is going on there? Bullshit. Come on. God damn it. I think I need one more kill with that fucking this gun. Oh shit. Come on, baby. One more kill with this thing. I think I've already got it, but... Yes! Kingslayer kill. Now I have to have had 5 kills with that thing. It says 7 kills. Okay, so... Yeah, I'm the worst on the server, but it's because I was using a stupid gun for this kind of a thing. But let's see if I leveled everything up. And now I get my next... Nice headshot. Money. Alright. How did I do? How did I do? I don't want to play the game. Here we go. Daily challenge. Crouch and marksman. Boom, boom. Got them both. Dude, if I switch to a... Ooh, I got an optic for my shoddy. Okay, so here, let's fuck off. Get 2 operator kills while mounted, or secondary weapon using overkill. But using the secondary weapon. Okay. I can just do that because I can use overkill. This is overkill. Right? That's overkill right there, I think. Yeah, overkill, got it. So, we're good with that, and then we just need to get... How many kills with that? 5 kills with the secondary weapon. 5 kills with the secondary weapon. And then what else do I want to do? Oh yeah. Then we're going to switch. Guns. Then we're going to do this. This was the STB 556. No, it was the Rap H. I really liked the Rap H. That thing was great. But I'm thinking... That's the assault rifle, the STB. That's the assault rifle, FJ Singer. That's the FJ Imperium. That's a sniper rifle. That's an assault rifle, the M4. And that's the M4 assault rifle. I'm going to use like a... It's going to be an assault rifle. We don't want an assault rifle. We want an SMG. Alright? And the one that we want fire rate. I like the fire rate, dude. 50 rounds. 40 rounds, 30 rounds, 25 rounds, 30 rounds, 30, 25, 30, 64 rounds. Ooh. 30, 30. I like that. Get the cast off 762 and get the cast off 545 to level 30. So I have to find those. And then get the cast off 74U to get that gun. It's 14 extra bullets. It's great. 108 in reserve. So I think I'm going to go with one of the 50s. Which one do I want? I might go with this one because it's got a faster fire rate. Okay, let's equip that one. And let's go to the gunsmith. Let's see if we can add anything to it. We've got it to level 14, so we get our good old holotherm in there. That's the 9. That's a times 9 thermo, dude. Okay, but we want to go with the holotherm. I'm really comfortable with that. And my barrel, muzzle, I don't know, this one looks good. Ammunition, armor piercing, rail. Blocks optics. I don't want that. Rear grip. I probably can't do that. Okay, I could. So that's gotta be, that's 5 out of 5. So it's stock. Improves accuracy. I like that. Okay, now. We got to get 5 kills with our second gun. That's cool, and this is going to be number 8. Now we got the shotgun here, so we're good. We got the shotgun. It's going to be custom loadout 8. We're going to start with that submachine gun and see how the PDSW 528 and see how good we are with it. Custom loadout 8. Secondary weapon overkill, okay? You absolutely have got better, Hoot and Howl. Did you overload the circuit? This is just the tip of the information they are presenting, and I think. Okay, cool. I think we're good.
Team deathmatch. Hold Strasser. Your task is to destroy all threat.
Oh.
Enemy has the lead.
Oh, dude. Okay. Give me a second. Give me a second here, man. Got another one. That's good. That's good. Still alive? Oh, now I'm dead. God, how is he not dead? I knew I was back there. That's funny. Come through. Bitch. Dude, did I kill him? I don't know if I'm getting the kills or not. I need my secondary weapon. Yes. Dude, I need those secondary weapon kills. 5 of them and I'm good. Oh, dude, I can't wait to switch to slugs. I don't think I'm using slugs. Oh, wrong gun. Where's their team at? Oh my god. Oh, hiding. That's so funny. They're hiding like little bitches. Alright, 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 alright. We're good, we're good. Holy shit. Got him. I didn't see you stand right behind. That was great. Okay, secondary weapon kills. I got it. I got it. Boom. Bamboo unlocked. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Kill, kill, kill. Rank up. Yes. Things are going better for me. I like that shotgun in here, though. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Dude, it wouldn't. Oh, that's so funny. Oh my god, I keep. God bless America! Fucking plane. Ah! It's the fucking chopper. It's this plane, dude. I don't know if my shotgun's doing anything to it. The plane saw me shooting at him. I think we got the plane. Boom. Down. Holy shit. Shoddy. Shoddy. Level up, baby. God bless America. Dude, it's got to be more headshots with these guns. My other one, it's really not about the headshots. Oh shit! A fucking auto gun. Oh, I got the plane. Nice. All right. Can't see. Oh. Double kill.
Trophy system activated.
Doing good, man. That was good. For me. 25 kills, 9 assists. Fucking saw everything I was doing. There was no lag while I was shooting people. So usually when I'm engaging somebody, it gets weird shit, you know? And it's like I can't move my gun. This time is just complete. Even while I'm getting shot, I'm able to keep the frickin'... you're on Discord? You were gone, bro. This monitor is fucking amazing. I still haven't been able to monitor what it looks like on... Does it look smooth on YouTube? Completed all my challenges. Psst. Where'd my game go? Oh, right, Alt tab.
You're not gonna join Discord, I guess.
What's that?
You're not gonna join Discord, I guess.
What do you mean I'm not gonna join Discord? How am I talking to you if I'm not gonna join Discord? Hello?
Because I'm talking in game Discord, bro. Why the fuck do you think I talk to you? You're not in Discord.
I'm in Discord. Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I'm in Discord, bro. Look, go look. You'll see me in Discord. While I protect you.
You were not in here when I started off. You left. You fucking left Discord.
Well, I left Discord when I was having issues with my computer not working right.
I couldn't know. I cannot read your mind.
Jesus fucking Christ. Dude. Oh, I got that kill. Cool. Oh. Oh, dude. Oh. Flash myself, because, you know, that's what I do. Fuck. God bless America, dude. God, really? Damn. Oh. God bless America. I should have that guy. Oh my God! Oh, dude. Ah, nobody really did that good on our team. Oh. Last Stand, is that where you can heal yourself?
Yeah. It's pretty effective, not on this map though, but sometimes people, because you drop down, they even stop, shoot at you, or keep running because they think you're dead.
Yeah. I like killing them dudes when I see them on the ground. I wish I knew how to do the finishing move, but you could probably do that on them.
Domination. Saber 1. Lock down the objectives and keep them secure.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. Oh, that's flash.
Oh shit. It's a long reload for such a small gun.
We control Alpha. Enemy taking Bravo. UAV online. The enemy took.
Ha 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 ha. I knew that guy was coming back. See ya.
Securing objective.
Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm going fucking shotgun.
Oh!
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Shotgun, I missed that. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I know, I love the shotty. Shotty,
Yeah,
shotty.
this one with the magazine on is really good because you hold more bullets and you can shoot faster. And
Triple
faster
kill.
reload.
I just got a triple kill. With the shotty. With the shotgun.
Oh.
Oh, there's another guy in there. Son of a bitch. I'm going for it. I knew he was in there and I got my kill. He's going to keep going in there. I'm going to keep going in there. Everybody's going in there. Okay, cool. Now that's cool. Let's hold this.
Oh, I got sniped. Jesus Christ.
UAV. Oh, ho, ho. Dude, I'm just going to hang out right there. My spot. My bad.
No problem.
Oh, ho, ho.
No fucking way, dude. How would you survive a shotgun to the face, man? I don't get it.
I don't even know how to find that fucker. Oops. Mine. Mine, 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 mine. Dude, I'm in second place. Ah!
Nice.
Yeah. Mine, mine, mine. Oh, my bad. Oh. Oh, come on now, come on now. This is mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine, mine. Mine. Uh-huh. Oh! My bad. Ooh.
We're losing Alpha. Again, secure Bravo. Securing objective Charlie. Enemy UAV active. Bravo secure.
Well, I don't see it. That's one. That's one. That's one.
Oh! Oh, come on now. Bitch is hurt. Come on, dude. I was on that. Bullshit again.
He's fucking camping back there, Jesus Christ.
Fucking shit.
UAV up.
God damn, I cannot kill that motherfucker.
Come on, man. Shit.
Shit. Shit. Fuck.
That was bullshit. Too much bullshit.
Oh! bullshit.
Stun grenade out. Enemy contact. I am with you. Enemy securing outpost.
God damn it. Fuck. Nice. 28 kills.
Good game.
That is exactly what I was doing the whole game. Running in there and waiting for them to come running in there and shotting at them. The whole time. So funny. Nothing.
Huh?
There we go. That does. Making my gun deadlier. Hey Capper, what's up, buddy?
Deathmatch. Strike out! Stable 1, you are clear. Target sighted!
Fuck yeah.
Got the sniper!
Fuck me, dude. Really? The timing is horrible. Dude, how headshots this big. Oh. Ugh. Really? You're dead.
What the fuck? Thank you.
God damn. Really? Fuck.
UAV. Jesus Christ.
Yes. Come on. God damn it!
UAV up. I love this shotgun. Jesus Christ. It's awesome.
Come on, I shot that dude. Fuck.
How do you survive a fucking shotgun in the face, dude? I got him with my grenade. Oh, laying standing there. Jesus Christ.
Enemy UAV overhead. Our UAV is orbiting the area.
Of course, of course.
Oh!
UAV up. Cool game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Unlock here. Another mag to the Bryson. 5 shell mag. Jesus Christ, there are 4 guys standing inside the container that just spawned in.
Dude, how did I not kill that guy? What the fuck was that?
Two guys in the container.
Not anymore.
In the middle.
Not anymore.
Good God. Oh.
Die, dude. Jeez, really? Holy shit.
UAV up.
I'm not using the UAV. You don't have to tell me, but thanks. Spin around more, dude. Really? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why'd my gun keep firing? That was bullshit.
Stop holding the mouth down.
Dude! Die! Weird. Oh, wrong gun. God damn it. What is going on in here? Fire, dude. Come on, I was on that dude.
I'm with you. I'm running low.
Oh, Double kill. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I was going the wrong way. There he is. Ha! I got him. Flashed him, then I stunned him, then I got him. And I got his head. Come on, gunfire. Oh, she's still alive. God damn, I shot that guy 3 times. Damn it. Yes. Yeah, that was a good one. Nice. Yeah. Alright, Rumble Bears. Yeah, nobody cares about your stupid pedophile shit, dude. You know, I guess it sucks to be you. But welcome to my fucking block list, you fucking dumb cunt bitch. Your mom's a dumb cunt bitch, too. Just so you know. Banned forever. Fuck off. Alright, everybody, thanks for watching. If there are more of you in the chat, I'd keep going. I could do this all day, but you guys won't chat, so I'm not going to live broadcast. Thanks for watching. Everybody, take care.